through, surprisingly, going through 2 quick singles. The ball must have slipped out of Nelson's hand, or he was trying to do a change-up. But Chris Douglas, in actual fact, ended up hitting it one-handed to mid-wicket where he's going through for 2. 68 for Chris, 136 the total for the loss of 1 wicket. 136 for the loss of 1 as Bascom, in he comes, right arm over the wicket. And this time, I've seen Douglas quite a lot here lately. As he makes a stroke, he just takes one of his hands off.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a new technique, but then again, like I say, he is a psychiatrist's dream, Rundle. As Bascom comes back, loaded with talent, absolutely brilliant on the field on any given day. And then comes Bascom, right arm over the wicket, and this time Douglas just getting in line with the ball, pushing it on the offside, where it's fielded by the skipper John Kerry at a short, a wide-ish mid-off. And he's Bascom back to his mark, knowing that we only have a few more minutes before we take lunch. Flats looking to get a wicket, and of course St. David is looking to solidify their innings as he comes. And he comes, right arm over the wicket, and this time Chris Douglas has taken a hefty swipe and has pulled it towards a deep square wicket for 4 runs. We lost sight of the ball. He's now gone on to 72. St. David's 140 for the loss of 1 wicket. St. David's had no hesitation in going to bat when they won the toss this morning, and are richly placed at 140 for the loss of 1. O.J. Pitcher and Chris Douglas going great guns. Chris Douglas not out on 72. O.J. Pitcher an enterprising 50 as Chris looks to open. And in comes Bascom, right arm over the wicket. And this time the ball is pushed. And oh, geez, it would have been an overthrow. The ball was pushed towards mid-wicket area, short mid-wicket, where Hurdle does the fielding, dives to his left, to his right, picks up, overthrows the ball, but not far enough for them to take a single, and that's the end of the over. It has been fireworks in the last half hour from these 2 batsmen. They've really opened their shoulders, as per se, and showed us the full repertoire of the stroke play. And one could only imagine what Chris was thinking earlier, but each batsman, they know their limitations, they know what they need to do, but he's certainly paying rich dividends now from putting his head down and batting rather circumspect this morning, because now he's, as we say in cricketing terms, he's seeing the ball like a football. But these two are really complemented each other, to be quite honest. Douglas was a bit, as we said, circumspect, and OJ was moving along. Now we see Douglas is picking up the pace, so they're working in tandem, and it's brought rich dividends for St. David's. The champions are 140 for the loss of 1. Chris Douglas not out on 72. OJ Pitcher not out on 50, and we have Kevin Hurdle, who's been labeled Snoop Dogg by our resident commentator, Butchie
It was fair, but I don't know if it's got any gold teeth, but
it's so aptly named, actually. But Hurdle's been a long and good servant of Flats Victoria, so it's good to see him back out as he comes in from the bank end, as we like to call it, the Lord's end. And ball pitched well up, and OJ on the front foot, playing the ball back down the pitch where it's fielded by Kevin Hurdle. All the Hurdles are very tall chaps. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And the ball, this time the ball is it's sort of like an in-cutter. So OJ stepped inside, punched it down the on, where the on fielder, the mid-on field is very deep. So they went through for a comfortable single. OJ Pitcher 51, 141 for the loss of 1 here at Lord's at the first round of the 118th edition of the Eastern Counties. A huge crowd here. To think it's going to get bigger, it probably will look even more splendid this afternoon as Hurdle begins to run, but the fielder was moving, and Chris Douglas quite rightfully stepped back from the batting pitch. So in comes Hurdle now. He's coming from the Lord's end. In comes right arm over the wicket. Douglas back on the punching it into the covers, but straight to the fielder. He doesn't collect cleanly, but it doesn't. It just drops in front of him. And there's no addition to the score. That score being 141 for the loss of 1. And he comes right arm over. That time well wide outside the off stump. And the ball, in fact, the wicketkeeper missed the ball. He's running down. We don't know whether it's going to be a 4. It's straight down in front of us. So now the umpire is signaling a by 4. So the score is 155 for the loss of 1. The ball was well wide, and one would imagine that it even went wider as it passed the wicket, because it seemed to sort of deviate across even further, and the wicketkeeper couldn't stop it, and it went through all the way down here in front of us for a 4. In he comes again, this time down the leg side. The wicketkeeper jumping across, doesn't make contact. It goes off the wicketkeeper, comes down here in front of us, and they've gone through what is probably going to be 2 more byes. And of course, John Lamb is running down here to get the ball, and the St. David's compadres is certainly hollering and screaming, and he's taking it in good faith. He's turning around, he's laughing, and that is two byes, 147 for the loss of 1 here at St. David's. As Hurdle, in he comes, right arm over the wicket, just down the leg side a little, not much where Douglas can get in. He didn't really get inside, but he gets enough inside where he just plays it on the on, where the wicketkeeper rushes around real quickly and collects. And that's the end of the proceedings here at St. David's, at Lord's. St. David's have really taken the game by the scruff of the neck. We commentated here earlier this morning that the first couple of hours, it was pretty even Steven. The flats were bowling a tidy length, and St. David's were very subdued. But when they opened Pandora's box and then they let out the full repertoire of strokes, St. David's really, with a picture and Douglas, decorated the board here at St. David's. St. David's this morning won the toss and elected to bat. They lost Dean Simons. Okay, I don't have the scorebook with me, but they lost Dean Simons on I know for 9, but the score at the time was 27. And St. David's has not looked back since then. They've flourished tremendously. As I said, Dean was bowled by Hurdle, a quicker one, for 9. O.J. Pitcher not out on 51, and Chris Douglas not out on 72. Wendell?
Well, Alan, one of the things I just looked at, after 20 overs, St. David's only had 42. After 25 overs, they were on 60. But here we are now at 38 overs, and the total is 141. So it just shows you how you can make up the runs, in time.
Absolutely, absolutely. So again, this brings the proceedings to an end here at the first round of the Eastern County Cup competition between the champion St. David's and the challengers, the Flats Victoria Recreation Club. It is the luncheon interval.
Yeah.
So we will be back within 40 minutes. Before we leave, I don't know if Dougie or Butchie would have any parting words. Brief parting words.
Briefly, I'd just like to say the importance of building partnerships. We've seen a 120-run partnership between these two, and that's very important, and that's what puts St. David's in the position they are.
Well, I've been looking through the laws of this game for Eastern counties, and I'm trying to find a few restrictions, and I haven't found them yet. So I'm going to do some research lunchtime and come back with some answers for the public and everything like that.
Okay, so that's the end of this morning's play. We would encourage you, before we break for lunch, we would encourage you to come down to St. David's. It's absolutely fantastic. The crowd is really immense. It's a good crowd here. They've got the new scaffolding up on the bank, which makes it even look lovelier. It's a good breeze. It's good cricket. For all you St. David's lovers, you're in a good position. So it all bodes well for this afternoon's play, to see how things progress, and to see, in fact, whether or not the 2 most experienced batsmen that we have in the team, whether they're going to make a century and write their names in the annals of the Eastern Counties. So we want to remind you, you've been listening to your number 1 County Cup station, FM 89.
He said, what did he say? FM 89, Paul 95.
Paul 95, jeez. 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
Yeah.
Is it about the ball?
Yeah. About 1 o'clock. Yeah, very nice.
You know what I need to get real quick? The scores of the two batsmen and the scores of
You don't keep it? You don't keep a racket up?
Of course I do. I just want to make sure what I have is correct. That's what I'm talking about.
I have to ask him.
Excuse me a minute, Butcher. I'm gonna put this chair back.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
I can do this thing from Rama.
No, she stayed at home today. We camped down there last night together. She likes it.
Son fella used to bring his wife every game.
Yeah.
Cup match, Connie Cup. He couldn't look. He wanted to look over his shoulder that way, right? All he'd do is jab me and keep quiet. And let me
got more hugs than everybody.
let me take a look at his scoreboard, boy. See what's happening.
I think I had 66 of them.
That's why I always keep the score.
Yeah, 72
So,
and 41.
I have
72 and 51 of it, yeah.
72 and 51, 147 for one after 38 overs.
Yes.
Correct. All me is confirming, okay? You haven't been around me enough to know that I like to be correct.
That's what the schoolboy says, anyway.
See, he's gonna put on in front of you, right? And when we go watch the game of St. George, remember, who's that player? That's Logan Jones. Who's that player? I don't know these guys. But he's good on the radio, though. His witty and sense of humor. And he's been mild today because we only have one or two jokes where we cracked a joke about Alan Douglas and him. What was you on about Alan Douglas? Oh, the wife going on the field for the refrigerator money. You know what I wanted to say? Alan Richards' money to go in the refrigerator. That's his trips to Santo Domingo.
You should hear, you should hear.
I said, I'm going to ease him up today because he hasn't been, when he decides he's going to have a dig at me, I'm going to come back ready.
What's his name? Douglas just went to the thing to get dressed.
You just finished.
Okay.
You want me to take over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? What I like what you said is your boy needs a psychiatrist, but because Alan's his relative, I weren't going to say I agree with you.
Alan didn't agree.
But the truth is, for a whole hour and a half, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh shit, I'm playing Connie Cup and the guy's playing the ball. What am I doing out here?
Wasn't that great?
No, and then Alan saying,
OJ hit this couple of balls, it's like it flicked the switch. Yeah.
but Alan was disagreeing, like, look, when he's ready, he'll go. The guy for the balls, he would normally have banked for six.
Yeah.
And then all of a
But
sudden,
like you say, you don't know what side to take it.
Yeah.
our scorers right there, you know, we just gonna race up here. What's her name?
Yeah.
What is the score name? Janika.
Janika.
You ready? I'm telling you, ready. The umpires are Alan Douglas, you know the colored numbers, right?
Yeah, under that shit. The computer. She'll be up in fine. Quick like that.
She's quick, okay?
Nice lunch, yeah.
Where'd you go lunch to?
Lunch?
Where'd you go?
Right here.
They ain't got it in the school no more?
With the orange, right in there. They had baked chicken.
I got drunk in there. I got drunk in there a lot of times. Stella Birchall and them girls in there. Juice? My heyday, I got drunk in there a long time. Scala and Semi, Sam Pitcher's sister.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my gosh.
You know what's going to be funny? If somebody calls on and says, tell Alan Douglas we heard all about it.
I'm not been drunk in a long time. Many nights they come out there hard as shit.
You ready?
Did you sort it out, baby?
Ready?
Yeah. No,
Excuse me, Alan.
if the app is
Lift up a minute. Lift up a minute. Thank you.
Everybody. Okay, Don, I think Randall's ready.
No longer doing the amount player scores, is it?
We're back at Lord's in St. David's. The two umpires are on the field awaiting the participants to make their way back on the field.
That was Lisa, right?
Our calculation is that the time is about 12 minutes after 1. We should be resuming play at any moment, but for those just tuning in, we want to remind you that the game commenced at 10 o'clock this morning. St. David's won the toss without hesitation, elected to bat, with the champions realizing that they have quite an arsenal of batting in their repertoire of group of players. So far we've seen Chris Douglas come out and open the batting with Dean Simons. They were batting very, very patiently this morning. In fact, after 20 overs, St. David's only had 42 runs. Dean Simons was dismissed, clean bowled by a Yorker from Kevin Hurdle. He is bowling from the club end here at St. David's. Gave him he was only bowling off of about 5 paces, but young Simons was leaning over to the offside and got a delivery that went under the bat and clean bowled him. O.J. Pitcher came to the wicket. He now is on 51. Chris Douglas played a very, very patient innings, and then just a half hour before lunch, it seemed as if a light switch went on, and he said to himself, look, it's time to punish this bowling a bit, and St. David's in the last 13 overs put on 87 runs. So they went from 25 overs for 60 to now having batted 37 overs for 147. As we look, we're still waiting for the batsmen to come back on the field, and this is something Alan Richardson and Alan Douglas that I think we need to improve upon throughout the island. Cup match, county cup, league cricket is the time management element where players and the play commences at the prescribed time.
In actual fact, I spoke to you a few moments ago when the flats players were going onto the field. That's when I saw Chris Douglas, running into the dugout to get dressed. I couldn't believe it. So now we're waiting for him. But like you say, the players are out there, the umpires out there, and I see OJ, he's all kitted and ready to go. So now we're waiting on Chris.
But of course, OJ's not going to walk out on the field by himself and really make a spectacle of Chris Douglas, who should know that what time it is. It's a 45-minute.
Umpire looking at his watch.
Yes, and we can only wonder just how long it's going to take Chris to get ready.
Well,
nonetheless, he's ready.
Now.
There's someone doing some filming, and I would think that that person who's on the boundary would realize that the match takes precedence over any possible filming that he should be doing. But nonetheless, he's had a chanceless innings, a very intelligent innings, one in which he opened the batting and batted very carefully, very circumspect, and then decided when it was time to get on with it, he could show his repertoire strokes. So here we are at St. David's. There's a beautiful breeze. We look at the flags on the eastern bank. They're in full flow, and we notice, Alan Douglas, the Crown and Anchor stall. It appears to only be one table. Perhaps it's the cricket that folks have come down for here at Lord St. David's.
Or the stock market crash. But one quick note on the young boy Keegan Logan. He said he got actually stung by a bee.
I thought so.
And back in the day, this is the only field I knew that had swarms of bees down here. And you said, literally, I've seen times where we had to duck because we thought bees were down here. So even though the young boy, he's national injury and he's back on the field and got stung by the bee, I'm glad the bees are back. I'm glad the bees are back. And I said to him as a coach, welcome to Eastern Country.
Boy, I tell you, only in Eastern County do you hear these.
No, but it's true. It's true. We had to lay on the ground.
Yes, exactly.
I do remember those days, but you know what I barely remember? I must have been too young. You remember the Billy Goat? They sprayed
Yes,
the goat
yes,
yellow and blue. Alan was giving us stories about that and the siren. But nonetheless, I'm sure the Oliver Pitchers and Arthurs and Eddie Lambs who are sitting up there, Alan, to our left, they always have that large cap. I guess it's the privilege of the pitchers. And you know, Alan, I keep thinking about the surnames of Eastern County, the Pitchers, Lambs, Foxes. Then you've got your Woolridges and Wainwrights and your Gibbenses and Beans and the like at the different clubs, and the McGowans and the Douglases all around, and that is the hallmark of some of the legacies of Eastern County. But we're here at Lord's, and O.J. Pitchers doing a little shadow batting. He's past his first half century, 51. Chris Douglas is on 72. And you know what, Alan Douglas and Alan Richard, we may have an incident here where two batsmen go on to both score centuries together. We shall see, because with the way the pitch is playing, I'm not going to get into the past. I see my pal looking over at me like it won't be the first time. But this isn't about thumping one's chest. This is about speaking to the present day and the appreciation of batsmen of quality. And I was thinking before we started today, Alan, that we hope that the cricket will be one that gives true justice to the quality of this long, this match of great length and legacies, the Eastern County. The umpires are now having a brief chat, so the match is still being held up, and you see Chris Douglas is right in between the two. It's almost as if they're trying to tell him, you were down at the other end, so why are you up here at this end? So we shall see if Chris Douglas wins this debate with the umpire. The umpire's got his arms out as if to say, Chris, you should be down at that end, but still, we're waiting to see. Douglas walks over and asks Kevin Hurdle a question. The umpire is pointing down to him, and Chris is still refusing to go down to that end. Nonetheless, he's trying to persuade him, and perhaps with we might have to ask for his one of his relatives.
I don't think, Rando, I don't think it's a question of being down the other end. I think it was the timing that it took for him to come out.
Oh, whether or not they were going to appeal for timed out or not. But nonetheless, we're about to resume. It looks as if the off spinner is going to carry on from this end, and we're talking about Coda Bascom. He's going to...
The John Kerry.
The John Kerry's come on. We've got a new bowler. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
He looks very much, his body build is very much similar to Dakota, so he'll be looking to, as if he's going to be bowling some medium pace, perhaps some gentle medium. We'll see if he's moving the ball off the pitch.
I think Dougie needs to cover his mic.
Go on,
Randall.
Well, he's new to this game, but nonetheless, here comes Carey. Yes, it's gentle medium, and he's O.J. Pitcher banging this through the cover area. They look for two, but O.J.'s just trotting up, so he'll settle for one. That moves the score on to 148 for one. For our listeners, St. David's are batting first. Flats have not been in. As you know, the match started at 10 o'clock. 148 for one. Dean Simons out for 9. Pitchers on 52, and Chris Douglas is on 72. So Dejon Carey. So Flats are now into their 6th bowler, am I correct? In he comes. Nonetheless, he's flighting this up. He's hitting to pull it out into the cow corner area. There is a man on the long on boundary, a man on the forward square leg boundary, and now there's a man going back on the backward square leg boundary, so he'll have to hit it over them and over the tents for 6 if he goes in the aerial route. This one's wide of off stump, and we're looking at the field. There's no slip, but there's no third man. There's a point cover saving one, a man on the extra cover, long on, long off, mid-wicket. He's getting a full toss. He's pushing it out to cover. Good bit of fielding. Fielder runs around, sticks his foot out, does a bit of football, stops the ball, prevents the batsman from thinking about carrying on with their single, and they turn back, and again Chris Douglas will be facing strike. The field is really spread out from this morning with 5, 6 fielders on the boundary. This one's a very widest ball down the leg side, Douglas attempted to get a piece of bet on it. We'll wait to see if it's a buy, or if he got a piece of bet, it's a buy run. So again, the extras are now starting to mount up. 151 for 1. Douglas still on 72. That's Chris Douglas. And O.J. Pitcher on 52. So that's the end of the over. Welcome to Lords for all of you who are tuned in with us. Alan Richardson?
No, I was just thinking, Wando, remember Dougie boastfully alluded to the fact that he done this commentary course. The part where he must have been sleepy, where you don't clear your throat in the microphone, I guess. That part didn't. He missed that part, didn't he?
What must have been the commentary course was at a high level, and this is like, well, but this is whatever it is, you know. You got to go with the flow and deal with what we got to deal with in front of me.
Anyway, Kevin Hurdle's going to continue to bowl from the eastern end. He has a slip, he has a point. There's a cover, there's an extra cover, there's a man sweeping over by the school on the boundary, right back on the ropes. The mid off is Franks, and then there's a second cover in Logan Jones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man who's in a what I would call no man's land, because he's not going to save the single, and obviously not going to save the boundary, because he's about halfway back on the leg side at 45. So if it's tucked around the corner and OJ's alert, he can still get that single. But nonetheless, Kevin Hurdle's trying to get the attention of the long off to tell him come straighter towards the side screen. So you've got both the long on and off quite long on and off quite close. And this ball's played wideish. If they hustle, they should get 2, and they do. And just where they took the fielder from, Chris Douglas puts that ball to wideish long off. So we'll see if the fielder stays in the widest position or retreats back to where his bowler asked him to go. So the score moves on again. 152 for 1. 3. I'm sorry, yes, that leg. But this one's a beautiful bit of fielding there by young Logan Jones. Chris Douglas drove that handsomely through the covers, and he lapped like a goalkeeper pushing a ball around the post, but the ball stuck to his hands, and they had to retreat back from looking for that single. This time, flashing outside the off stump is Douglas. He's in a more aggressive mindset right now, looking to bang that through the covers, but he only was able to play that onto his back foot, and the ball went away from the wicket without hitting it. Douglas facing strike. In comes Hurdle off of 3 paces. This one's the same place, and he's tucking it out in line with the umpire to point, and they go through for an easy single. Douglas moves off of 72. He's on to 73. The total 154 for 1. O.J. Pitcher, 52. Chris Douglas, 73. In comes Hurdle, but first he decides to do a bit of work on the ball, rubbing his flannels, trying to keep that sheen on the ball. He was earlier bowling some beautiful in-swingers to the right-hander. Let's see if this is handsomely driven as O.J. Pitcher. That ball in the slot outside off, and he hammered it, but Logan Jones does a good bit of fielding to prevent a run. Kevin Hurdle bowling quite tidily. This one's down the leg side, and he gets the commentator's curse. That ball down the leg side. The keeper went across, didn't collect cleanly, but there was no attempt at a run. So here we are at Lord St. David's, and we're in that passage of play where St. David's may be looking to put this match out of reach of St. David's. We should imagine that the next 10 overs or so will determine that, because if St. David's turn 200 without losing any more wickets, I'm sure that one of my co-commentators will be grinning a bit more. I noticed earlier, Alan Douglas, you might have missed it, how he gave such good credit to the quality of the umpire when he turned down a decision for an LBW. I don't know if you caught that there was a loud appeal for an LBW. Once the umpire said no, he was quick to point out how great the umpiring was here at St. David's, but I'll just leave it at that. Yes. I remember he was reminiscing about how you look forward to having quality umpires who don't give you out. But obviously he prefers those umpires that are batsman type umpires. We've got a square leg, we've got a long off, we've got a long on the boundary, a sweeper on the boundary. This one's He attempts to hit that over extra cover, gets an inside edge, and the ball, strangely enough, goes over to the towards square leg. Although he was attempting to hit the ball over extra cover, got an inside edge, and he plays the shot over in his mind. And here we go. A similar ball, and this time it goes, I believe, to the cover boundary, and there's a valiant effort to stick a leg out for it, but Chris Douglas got the full meat of the bat. That was a full toss. He played the correct shot that time, and it's 4 more to Douglas, 4 to the cover area. So the runs are coming much thicker and faster than they did in the AM period this morning. If I'm correct, we're on 158 for 1, and Douglas is moving his account on to 77. So he's slowly but surely moving toward that 3-figure mark, the ton as we call it, a century. He'll be looking to hoist that one. He didn't catch it right, and he may get 2 if he runs hard. They're fielding it long on, and he's really not having to hustle his runs because the field had to go a good 20 yards around, and that's 2 more to the total for Douglas. 75, 25 away from his century.
I think he may have 82.
82. I missed a boundary here, or 2 here or there. Here we go. And this one's dug out. It's a Yorker, and a batter ball by Carey that time. So 82, 18 away from his century mark. We'll see what Carey bowls this time. And he comes right arm over the wicket. This one's full, and he's pushing it down, taking his bottom hand off the bat and playing with one hand and pushing it to long off. They go through for a single. 83 for Douglas. And just confirming the score there.
161.
161. Thank you. 161 for 1. In comes Carey. This one's pushed back down the wicket to the mid-on area, and the fielder runs across and prevents a single, and that's the end of the over. Go ahead, Alan.
I'm sorry, Randall. I was just thinking, I think these two are the perfect complement to each other, because now it appeared that OJ is taking a breather and Chris is beginning to do all the hitting, and I guess when Chris, hopefully he reaches the century and he goes on, and then OJ will pick up. So these two have been an ideal, excellent complement to each other, because earlier it was OJ that was doing all the scoring. So I think, as we said, they've been the ideal batting partners right now.
Wonderful. And we look as if we're going to have a bowling. No, Kevin Harold's going to continue from the eastern end. The total 161 for 1. Douglas 82. OJ pitcher still on 52. Yep. So since the post-luncheon period, we've seen Chris Douglas do all of the scoring. OJ pitcher's been just allowing Chris Douglas to catch the strike and or maintain the strike, because he's scoring a lot of doubles and 4s. And let's see what he does with Kevin Hertel as he comes in off a short run, and he punches that down to long off. They should go through for a comfortable single. 83 for Douglas, 162 for 1.
84.
84. 84 for Douglas, 162 for 1. OJ pitcher on 52. A slip, a point, cover, short cover, long off. And this one's hoisted around to backward square leg there, going through for a single. The fielder picks up cleanly and returns it, and they don't even think about a second one. One more for OJ pitcher, moves his total on to 53. 163 for 1. Douglas 84, OJ pitcher 53. Chris Douglas plays a handsome back foot forcing shot. They should get an easy 2. The long off has to run way around a good 50 yards to retrieve that ball. Good return, but not before Chris Douglas moves his total on to 86, and the St. David's total to 165 for 1. OJ pitcher on 53. So the runs are coming much thicker and faster now, and this one's driven, and he's driving all along the ground, down to long on this time, and young Jones fields 166 for 1. Douglas moving on to 87. OJ pitcher takes a look around at the field, sees a vacancy in backward square leg. This ball's up and he's driving handsomely. They may look for 2 if there's a fumble, but no, Franks runs around to his left over the side screen and prevents the double, and 1 more to pitcher. 54 for OJ pitcher, 167 for 1. Bowling to a 4-5 field. There's 5 on the leg side, a long on, a mid wicket, a short mid on. And this one's hammered back straight past the bowler by Douglas, and he'll go through for 1 more, a half volley that is slammed back, and he's moved on to 88, 168 for 1. And that's the end of the over. Kevin Herter with his bent over, hands on his knees, appears to be tiring a bit. We must imagine with the sun beaming down at 1:30 in the afternoon that the sun is taking its toll. We're just going to check how many overs have been bowled. 42 overs. So St. David's just marching along now with the loss of only 1 wicket, and I'm sure the coach for one-day basket will be looking forward to having a turn at bat. Perhaps Mackay, Simmons, there's a number of batsmen in the pavilion. And Flats earlier in the day were bowling so tidily and accurately, but since which I think a bit of fatigue mixed in with the beaming sunshine is taking its toll on the fielders, and we're getting a bit more wayward bowling, some full tosses and some half volleys. And there we go. This is a nice full toss that he goes across, and he doesn't even run because he's hit it to the vacant point area. There's a gully that's really like a short third man. There's no point and no cover, but a sweeper. And Chris Douglas, really cognizant of the field placing, moves his total on to 92. I think Alan Douglas, you had something to...
I'm looking at this, and I just talked to Kerry at lunchtime, and he knows that the rules require where you can basically bowl to one side. But they got a mix and mash of like 5 here, 6 there. You could actually put 7 on one side of the field. If you're going to bowl wide of off stump, pack the offside field.
That one's played by Douglas down to long on. He's got this new habit, I see, where he takes his bottom hand off the bat, he skies it a bit, but it 3 bounces down to long on, and there was no chance of him losing his wicket. He's moved on to 93, and OJ pitches on 53. We see Chris Douglas responding to the crowd. Perhaps they're letting him know what his total is. OJ pitcher gets a short one. They should run 2 because the field has to run around. He's collecting at the same time that they're turning, and they decide not to go for the second one. So OJ pitcher moves on to 54. Douglas I have on 93, 7 short of his century, and the total right now has moved on to 175. So Douglas 7 away from his century. Definitely wouldn't be a maiden century because we know he scored one last year at Seabreeze Oval. In comes the bowler, and this is a very good ball, but a handsome shot where he plays off the back foot and bangs it out to the mid-off area. Kevin Hurdle runs around, very athletic chap, Kevin Hurdle. Fields to the bowling of Carey by running around about 6 or 7 yards and cuts that off. In comes Carey, and this one's hoisted, and it's played exactly to the square leg boundary. The fielder collects cleanly. For a minute there I was thinking that might carry, but it didn't. It bounced before it got to the batsman. And 94. Definitely in a different frame of mind, Douglas is, from when he first came out this morning. Getting on with it, playing his shots, and St. David's total is marching on also. carry, bowling gentle medium pace on what is a placid wicket down here at St. David's. This one's outside off on a beautiful late cutter. O.J. Pitcher just lets that glide off the bat. It rolls all along the ground. And Douglas and Birchall, we're seeing the full repertoire of O.J.'s stroke play coming out now. O.J., I believe, is moved on to 155. And that's the end of the over. And with that, we're going to remind our listeners, you're listening to your number one Eastern County station, Power 95.
Yeah, Wendell, it's a bit of a peculiar time. I'm very, I don't know what to say about flats. Not that they don't have the ability, it's just the thought in trying to set this match up. You don't come out here and just play off the cuff and expect things to happen. You've got to set the field, you've got to build to one line and at least attempt to make the effort. And they will talk the talk, but then you got to start walking the walk and trying to do some of the things that looks good for cricket. But nevertheless, we hopefully we can see some better things here. You got Hurdle Berlin. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys on the offside. First of all, 5. They continue to have they got an extra cover. They got a backward point cover. Reginald Baker, sort of just to the left of the bowler. A short mid-off, continuously having a short mid-off for whatever reason that we can see why. And O.J. Pitcher drives this one back to the bowler, get a hand to it now, and hit the stumps, and there's no run scored. This one's hitting straight back, straight to center actually, and hit the center stump at the other end. On the on side, you have a long on, one guy short, mid-wicket, wideish mid-off, saving one, a backward square sort of finish somewhere there, 45 degrees, saving one, and a mid-wicket on the boundary. So 2 guys on the boundary on the onside. So Big Hoik is hit hard, wide mid-wicket area for 4 runs, right out to where the groundsman area is, and O.J. Pitcher hits this one for 4 more runs. 4 more runs to O.J. Pitcher score. And the score moves to 180. 180 for St. David's.
OJ is on 60, is it?
60 for OJ, Chris 94. Hurdle down the leg side, gets a bit of ped to it, the batsman, and no run scored. Ball just goes down to fine leg there, nothing there. Again, this one's speared into leg stump for some reason. So it looked like he's trying to keep it tight there, but you only got 4 on the onside again. So let's see if he continues that line, or is he going to bowl off stump where he's got 4 or 5 players. Again, speared into leg stump, 4 guys. Chris runs with first one fast, and there's no 2 runs there. And OJ moves on 1 more to his total.
61.
Again, I know why they got Reggie Pitcher there, but are you going to do that at the expense of your team and the strategies that you're thinking about? Chris Douglas tries to cut this one. He's looking at his glove as if it came off, his top hand came off. Again, as if like, is the sweaty gloves, is the hand wet, what's going on? Again, he's getting near a milestone. Flats can capitalize on this as people walk behind the sight screen, in front of the sight screen actually. As the bowler comes in and he hits this one, drives it straight down to mid-off for 1 run.
And you know, Alan, you're talking about the field placing with the player approaching 100. You think they might say, okay, let's try something, bring the field in to try to squeeze him and see if he can play a rash shot over the top. But like, I agree with you totally that there's not much thought that's going into the field placing because it's hard to determine which side of the wicket they're bowling to.
We get such a diet of limited over cricket, right? That our players feel that I bowl my overs, get them out of the way. I get my limited, my share at the same time. Yeah. Instead of saying, if I'm got 20 over a match or 50 over a match, there's still a strategy for each batsman.
Yeah.
So we've walked away from that completely. That's why I'm saying, like, I think coaches today are only good to driving the players to the darn game. But this is ridiculous what I'm seeing out here today.
I'm not saying that they're throwing the towel in, but the competitive edge that they had early on in the inning it's completely lost. I don't know, is it because we're looking at a team who is approaching a 150-run partnership?
Well, what you're looking at is that a team that's
going beyond
struggled for 38 years who haven't had the trophy, but you still got to come out here and try to look the part as Carey comes in. Outside off stump, Chris hits this one high, handsomely. He's under it, he got it, and it's taken by Franks just 4 yards from the boundary as Chris Douglas gets caught going for something that he hadn't done all day, and Carey gets his man, and he falls. The score now is 181, with Chris actually obviously getting bored out there at this time. He's getting bored. Normally he would have 183. He would have. Okay. Normally he would have gone and just nursed his way. I thought he would nurse his way to his 100 so that more people could walk around and fill the hat. But he went for it, didn't get it, and he got caught on the boundary there. So it's unlucky, but it's a very, very good innings where he puts St. David's in the driving seat. St. David's are not in bad position, but now we have the count Juande Bascom coming to the wicket. And what's interesting is that Juande is coming to the wicket. Juande comes out of flats. 2 years ago, flats were about to be, not flats, Devonshire Rack, who Juande plays for, was about to fold. They didn't have a team. Peter Philpott on the cricket board in the club rep said, listen, we got to go up to help them. We went up there, we helped them, we had fun for an entire year, got the excitement back, and then the next year they got a coach. They're playing some competitive cricket, or a bit more competitive, and then this year they're playing a game. So 3 years ago, the powerful Devonshire Rack, where Juande comes from, was almost folding. So it bodes well for at least Rack is doing a little something to get guys out there playing cricket, and they got one of their own. And I know I'm still on the chat, and I know they're making a lot of noise today. They're probably down there, got the barbecue, supporting one of their own. And so congratulations to them, and well done for Juande Bascom. He made 40 last week in a cup match trial. He's always been a player that I've seen. He can get a start, he can get you some runs. He enjoys it. It's not like it's any pressure to him. He's out here for fun, which is fantastic. But this is Eastern Counties. Flats have a wicket. What's going to happen here?
Can you open?
Now they're putting in a slip, knowing he's a coat. Let's put some pressure on him. So there's a slip. Backward point, short cover, mid off, extra cover boundary, mid wicket boundary, backward square boundary. So are you bowling boundary balls as Carey comes into the count. First ball up, outside off. Somebody flicks at it and looks like a little edge, but fell short off the keeper's glove to the slip fielder. For a count, he's not afraid to go after the ball. First one. Let's Carey in. This one pitched right on the stumps, a bit low staying, and he plays this one comfortably back to the bowler. And Bascom facing Carey. Full toss, not full toss, just a bit more air, and he hits this one down to the widest mid off, gets off the mark for 1 run. Gets off the mark for 1, moves his score to 1. That's really must be the jitters are going now.
Hey, Steven, you want the coach to come on? Okay, after that.
So, Alan, is that a cardinal mistake to be so close to 50 and take a chance like that?
A century.
Is it century?
A century, I'm sorry.
Is it a mistake? No. Well, it happens, doesn't it? It's just a wide outside off stump hits to the cover fielder. It's not necessarily a mistake. It's just things happen. This is the game. I mean, how many top players have been out in 99 and 98?
Yeah.
So it happens. I don't think he is nervous. It just happens. Ball here just works this one off of the stumps to mid on, where Logan Jones throws it in, and there's 1 run scored to pitcher.
Yeah, I think it was a really good inning, I think, from He done what every skipper wants. He wants your opener batsman to see the openers off, and he's going on to score a vital 95.
Yeah.
I think the partnership between Douglas and pitcher was what really has turned the tables solely in the hands of St. David's.
But it's still, you got to remember.
It's a long way to go,
It's
yes.
still a long way. You got to remember that flats will have an allotted amount of overs to bat.
Yes.
So whatever the score is, they need to work it out and go for that. So it's still a long way to go. And Chris was on 96 or 95? 95 and out. As OJ faces hurdle, outside off stump, and he flashes at this one, hits it wide off mid off, and Reggie Baker sitting really in this position that I've discussed early today, just watches it go to his left. Score 185 for 2. Bascom be facing hurdle. We're talking lots of years of experience with hurdle. They're moving a slip in, which is a smart move, understanding that it's a new batsman. Right arm over, this one hits him on the pad. Must have got a piece of bat onto that one there. And he speared that one in right at center off stump. Very smart, Berlin, knowing that's a new batsman. Get it in there. You miss, I hit. Really well bowled. And last time I was saying this, he picked up a wicket. Can he get this one back in there? He comes over again. And this is hit back off the back foot. A really good stroke out there to the cover region where he picks up one. OJ pitcher on strike. OJ looking the part. A really batsman that just plays the ball on his merit, really. This way he clips it off his pads, hits it wide, he runs one. And it's actually good 4 runs, right out 4 runs out there where the groundsman area is. And was no real risk in that one at all, understanding that the ball's coming in toward the leg stump from an angle of wide of the return crease, and he plays it on the onside, no problems. So I see what Hurdle's trying to do is trying to trap him on the pad area, and if he misses it, he can get him out. So I see what he's trying to do. Comes in again, and this one here, again in there, and OJ plays this one very well, head down, pushes on the on drive, pushes it on the on side, 2 wide-ish mid on for 1.
Yeah, 182 now. He scored a lot of runs. I like to see his wagon reel. He's got a lot of runs off his pads and over there on the on side.
Interesting you should mention that. I was just sitting here thinking the exact same thing, but it would be wonderful to see his wagon wheel.
And those of you who don't know what the wagon wheel is, as a Bascom plays this one back down the wicket and is fielded by Hurdle. The wagon wheel is a graphical representation of where all of your shots or your runs are scored. So that's what we mean when we say wagon wheel. And
OJ really seems to enjoy playing off his pads through mid-on, mid-wicket area. And a number of his runs, I would say, about maybe 2/3 of them have come through that area.
So as a skipper, would you set a field to that and force him to play other shots?
Well, there are 2 things you could do. You could force him to play other ones, or you could set the field where he likes to play it, and restrict him there.
Yeah.
If you like something, a lot of times you can get out liking what you like.
Yes.
As Carey, who's just picked up a wicket, OJ looking on the onside, looking to probably obviously hit it on that side, and he moves on the inside, goes off his pad to backward square, and they get a leg by. 1 leg by to the total. The total score now 191, approaching the 200 mark. If Flats can actually pick up 1 or 2 here, it will have St. David's rethink as Carey comes in. And this one he pushes on the back foot, hits it to short, mid-off cover area for no runs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the on, 4 on the off. Right arm over, speared in and going toward leg stump, and Bascom goes on the back foot, plays it to the same fielder in the cover area, no run. Wide outside off stump, smashes this one to the extra cover area to the boundary where Franks fields it, and they get one. So it's sort of slowed up the last 2 overs, but carry in again, bit full toss, full pitched actually, and pitcher hits this one down to mid on. And like Butchie B is saying, he really looks to play the ball on the on side. So do you flats look to restrict him to the off or set the field to the on?
That's what makes a good skipper. He has to make that decision.
Right. This one down the leg side, and the batsman goes for a hit, big hit on the on side, quite rightfully because the ball would never hit the stumps, hits the pad, and there's no run scored. And when we say it makes a good skipper, you wonder, it may make a good skipper to set the field.
Yeah.
But you got to have the arsenal to be able to fire the firepower in the direction you want. And that's where most of our problems come. That, you set something and the players aren't burning to it, so you have to send a generic field. A bit of this, a bit of that. On this, bit of players on this side, bit of players on that side, and then you got a bit of Berlin everywhere else. You get punished with the batting.
So Huddle seems to be having a word with his skipper, and they may be discussing the same things we're talking about with the field setting, etc.
Oliver pitcher on 70, Gironde on 4. Score 195. This is wide outside off stump. He has a big hit feed for it, and the keeper just fumbles and collects it. Again, you got 2 short guys in the offside in the covers. Doing what? Nothing. Wide outside off stump, and he pierces the same gap where the 2 players are doing nothing. Like, we've been around this game a long time, and the fielder runs on the boundary and actually misses it and goes through for 4 runs. So it's wasn't a good sight all around, Randall. 2 players doing nothing. The boundary fielder scampering across and diving over the ball. What are we seeing here?
You could have one person in between doing the job of 2.
Yeah.
Now he's sending Baker within.
Well, if
20 feet of
he decides to go wide of the off stump, full, maybe they'll be in position to do something as they come in, just not play. And he hits this one just where he moved Baker. He hits it to his right. So it's very smart betting by Oliver Pitcher.
It's almost as if he's toying with the
up.
bowler, huh? You move the fielder one way, I'll hit the ball the other side.
They've moved the slippy in for Bascom. He
Just played on.
clean bowled him, actually. Clean bowled him. As looking at this here, and you're looking at Bascom play, it was just a matter of time before Hurdle, with his smartness, will pick him up. So he tries to force the score on, as again, the ball's not coming up a lot at all, Butchie and Wando. And so he actually gets bowled on the off stump.
Yeah, it's building top off as well.
Right.
I think I don't know if his strategy was correct. Randall, you got a batsman there on 70 odd. Shouldn't your position now be to stay there and consolidate with him, especially after you've just had a 155 run partnership?
Well, to be honest, his game, I think, is more of he likes to play his shots. We saw him at Wellington Oval. He likes medium pace and pace, and I guess he figured it was there. You ask him, he'll say, "I just missed the shot." But what I totally understand what you're saying. If you got one batsman who's going well, you could just knock it around and let him do his thing. But I guess he figured, look, we've got a good total. I'm going to push on. But I think Rangman will be coming out next, but he's deciding to put his shirt on now that the wicket has fallen.
Well, that's what we got these days, he's shut outside the pants, walking with the gloves in his hand, bat in the other hand. Remember one time playing with Sayed Brown, watch a guy walk to the wicket, and by the time the guy got to the stumps, he knew how to bowl at him, knew what to do, just by the way they walked to the wicket. So He looks really like, okay, he's hasn't sorted it out yet, but let's hope. He hasn't had such great Eastern counties, has he? He hasn't really made any runs or much runs in Eastern counties, so probably still nervous about this activity, this scene, because it's really tough coming out of the play in Eastern County. As he takes guard with one glove in his, the gloves are on the ground, not in his hand, and he's taking guard, which the 12th band for flats, taking some refreshments out, looks like Gatorade for energy, something to pep them up, which is good. A wicket always does it.
That's the 12th man you talked about who ran on without a shirt from the cowl corner, the spectator with the
No, there was another guy down there. That was somebody personal, made sure that Hurdle got his refreshments, which is good. And I do believe that Hurdle, if he spills a couple of these on the off stump, Brangman, looking at his scoring chart, his wagon wheel, Butchie B, plays straight up mid-off, wide mid-off to mid-wicket. So if you bowl wide to off stump, outside off, you could force him to play where he's not used to making runs.
Yes.
So if Hurdles would have studied that, and this one again he blows it outside off, not in the area where he likes to play, he pushes this one a bit faster.
Yeah, that was a quicker delivery from what he delivered previous.
And sometimes it's good to get the new batsman a
Yes.
quick delivery straight at the stumps from the beginning.
Yeah.
Hurdle comes in again. This one just outside off stump, pushes this one wide off point, where young Logan does the slide pickup. And that's the end of the over. The score
But this score is already 201.
201, 201.
for 3.
201 for 3.
Watching the fielders walk a bit gentle and bringing the off spinner one. And as we talked about, had a chat with the off spinner at the lunch break, Butchie B and Wando, and again telling them about bowl to one side of the field. You're good enough to blow your darts in at the pegs and make them score the runs. They miss, we hit. St. David still have to score runs. Right, and if they take risk, you can get them out. So if you're building at the stump, so they let them make the mistake. So Regina, with this bit of a spark, we had a good chat, good laugh. I think he'll be better this spell.
I'm looking at the fine leg to an off spinner and just wondering, does he really want that player at that position?
Well, if he's going to spear it in at off leg stump, maybe. But if he's not going to sweep you, you could take him out and put him on, or bring him around the corner somewhere. As he comes in, he blows this one, a bit of flighty one, off stump, pitches it toward off stump actually, and got Brangman playing toward the offside. A good contest here. Regino throws it up toward leg stump, and he managed to get a bit of bet onto that, and he looks primarily an LBW candidate. He's falling over. He's looking to play over his body to the onside. Spirit in, Smitty, as he comes in now, because this one outside off stump, and Brangman just plays forward defensively. Looks for a little run after the fumble from Hurdle, but they decided not to.
That's a lot more balanced shot defensively. That was from his previous 2 shots.
Right. Regino in wide outside off stump. He sort of slings that one outside there, and no run scored. This one here goes a little higher, full. He hits it toward mid wicket, runs casually for 1, and they pick up 1 run and gets off the mark. He gets off the mark for 1 run there.
I think this is the 50th over. As it's good to see a team actually bat 50 overs in Bermuda.
So OJ pitcher, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the onside.
So in the 49th over, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Looking to adjust the field, making sure it's right. backward point with his hands behind his back. Spears this one into leg stump, and OJ pitcher plays it very, very easily onto the onside. Lets it come to him, plays it underneath his eyes, and pick up one run to the onside. And this is the end of the
50, 49.
end of the 49th over, and the score 202. 202 for 3.
At the change of the over, we'd like to remind you that this is your number one Eastern County station, Power 95. And it's going to be Hurdle now to continue. He's going to be bowling to the right-hander OJ pitcher, who has 75. The non-striker is Ricardo Brangman, who is on 1. And the total is 202 for the loss of 3 wickets. Hurdle, right arm over the wicket, and bowls this one. It's darting into pitcher, and pitcher gets up on his toes and plays it down to cover where there is no run. A cover wide is mid-off, there's no run. 202. It's Hurdle again. Right arm over to pitcher. This one's a bit wider, and he smashes this one through to, I guess that's the cover point boundary. The batsman run for 2, and there's a good bit of running. There's a good bit of fielding as well. A better throw may have had pitcher in trouble. Pitcher moves on to 7-7, and it's 204 now for the loss of 3 wickets. Hurdle cleaning the ball up, gets back to his mark. He bends over, rubs it on his flannels, and then he comes again to pitcher. This time pitcher is forcing this one with maybe 3 inches of the inside edge on the onside, goes all the way down to cow cornerish. Wide is mid-on. The batsman crossed for a single. Pitcher has 78, and it's 205 now for the loss of 3. This brings up Brangman to face Hurdle. Brangman comes forward. This is a dart right into his batting pad, and he plays it forward. Hurdle fields to his own bowling. That's a good bit of bowling to the new batsman. He's not giving him anything, any width or any short ball or not. It's a really good ball to the new batsman. Hurdle is back to his mark. He's having a meeting with himself. He's talking and urging himself. Wondering if he's having any election of officers. And then he comes right on over the wicket. And then this one is drifting down the leg side. A good bit of wicket keeping down the leg side there. And there is no run, as Hurdle continues to talk to himself and urge himself on. 205 for 3. Back to his mark. He's bending over, and he comes again. This is a good ball. Brangman comes forward in defense, and there's no run. That is the end of the over. 205 for 3. Brangman on 1. Pitcher is on 78. Adam, how do you think pitcher is going?
I think pitcher's doing good. I'm just looking at. He still does. He wants to force it, but he's still also trying to hold his wicket at the same time. But I think at the other end, though, I think Brangman, who's still struggling.
He's off balance, isn't he?
Well, he leans over a lot, and so if he's aware of it, then fine. But he leans over a lot and looks like he's a candidate with the ball, could go at leg stump somewhere, knock that over, or possibly LBW, or even chip it in the air and do one side. But a lot of our players are doing that. I think we got away with playing things, shots that, are small fields, and it's okay. But when we go to a higher level, we struggle with that.
I've watched a lot of local cricket recently since I've been back, Rando, and I see a number of bad balls per over. Once upon a time, you got 1 or 2. I'm seeing 3 and 4 in some overs.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's a part of our game we need to work on, and that's the consistency of our bowlers to be able to bowl 6 good balls in an over and not give up 2 boundary balls in an over. Because if batsmen are patient, they can just wait for it.
Yeah, if you play bad ball cricket, right now, you should do really well with the bat with runs. Yeah. What I call bad ball cricket is you just play the ball on its merit. A bad ball, you punish it and score your runs.
Yeah, but I challenge you with that, Butchie.
Please do.
It's okay saying playing it on its merit. But nowadays, and back in the day, it would be a sin if you premeditate a shot. Now you premeditate.
Yeah.
You know where the field is. You know where you want to hit the ball. We watched Chris do that today. So it is good to play it on its merit. That's what we say. But listen, if I know the opening's on one side, I'm going to go that way anyway. So you premeditate. It's not a worry.
And then the Smith now burning from the southern end. This one drifting down leg side. It comes off the pads. I think it's come off a bit quick. I don't know if it's come off his pad off the bat, off pitcher, and the batsman go through for a single.
He hit it.
Yeah, pitcher has moved his personal contribution on to 79. It is now 206 for the loss of 3 overs, for 3 wickets. And this one has Brangman forward and just turns this one off his front pad, and it goes down to short fine leg. Young Jones comes across and does the fielding. The batsmen move on for a comfortable single, and it's now 207. And Brangman is on 3. This time, pitcher is driving this one, a lovely looking shot all the way down to long on drive, and the batsman cross for a single. It's very comfortable for the batsman. Smith is back to his mark. It's burden now to Brangman, who goes back and cuts that one square on the offside out towards the boundary, and the batsman again cross for a comfortable single. 209, is that correct? Yeah, 209 now for the loss of 3. Brangman is on 4. In comes Smith again. Goes this one. And OJ lifted his head that time and took a onside swipe his shot at that, Randall.
Trying to hit that over to Kyle corner.
Yeah.
It's the widest middle on the game.
Yeah. And there's a field out there as well. There's no run as he made no contact. Here comes Smith again. Bowling to pitcher. And this one is forced on the onside again. And comes the fielder. Is that Bascom? The batsman across for a single. And it's 210 now for 3. Pitcher has 81. Brangman is on 4. And that is the end of the over. Alan, you enjoying this?
Absolutely, mate. It's just reached the point now. And I was just thinking, actually, I was thinking about pitcher OJ. He's in total command. And I truly see, unless some miracle happens, he doesn't make a century. I see him making a century easy. It's unfortunate. Someone like Douglas got up to 95. And, you know, instead of just getting those 5 runs along the ground, he tried to hit it out the park and he was caught. But I don't see that happening with pitcher. I think pitcher tends to be a bit cooler in situations like this. So unless he faces an extraordinary ball, I see pitcher going on to make a century.
Yeah, it's so good to see him playing and doing well. You can see, as Randall alluded to earlier, he doesn't give his wicket away and he just loves to bat.
That's the key. That's the key. Absolutely.
Looks like it's going to be a bowling change, and it's going to be Franks to come from the bank end, and Franks is going to be bowling to pitcher who has 81. The score is 210 for the loss of 3. The non-striker is Ricardo Brangman on 4. Franks is having a word with his colleagues as he sorts the field out. He's now ready to deliver from the bank end past Mr. Carrington. This one's a fuller one and gets up. OJ pushes this one on the onside down too long on. And the batsman calls for a single, 82. Right, really easy. You can get 6 singles and over at this rate and pick up the really bad ball and score. The total should continue to climb. 211 for 3. Brangman is now forward in defense and plays that one short. Then it covers. Young Jones comes across the field, and there's no addition to the score. Back to his mark is Franks. Passes Mr. Carrington. Delivers a fuller delivery, darting down leg side. Brangman attempts to play it off his pad. The ball ricochets out to Young Jones, who is at short cover. No run. Franks again. This one again brings Brangman forward in defense. And Frank Fields to his own bowling, no addition to the score. 111 for 3. 111 for 3.
200.
I'm saying 100. I'm 100 runs behind as Brangman plays this one forward in defense, and there's no runs. 211. I must emphasize it is 200 for the loss of 3 wickets. Franks again to Brangman. This one's full and brings him forward in defense. He's bowling in a good area, and Brangman is not going to take any chances with that. Not many runs scored in that over. 211 for 3. Pitcher, OJ pitcher, is on 82. Brangman has 4. It's a lovely day today. A bit of breeze mixed in with the heat. There's a big cloud that's been sitting over in the ocean somewhere, and it's not moving, and it's not going to cause us any problems. It's a lovely day. As we see, as we speak of the breeze, somebody's easy up is taking off. Corley and the Spikes. It's going to be Smith to continue from the southern end, just beneath our commentary booth. He's ready now. Right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to pitcher, who again forces this one on the onside. And I can see Smith's reaction saying he's pulling that one from outside the off stump. But that's how he's playing his cricket, and then that's how he's scoring his runs. 212 for 3. Pitcher has 83. 83. 212 for 3. St. David's winning the toss and batting. Smith again. Right arm over. This one has Brangman driving all the way down to long on along the ground. The batsman take a very comfortable single. It's like having a walk out in the park. 213 for 3. Brangman moves on to 5. This brings up pitcher. Smith to pitcher. This one's outside. It's a lovely, lovely shot. It's outside, wide outside the off stump, and he just helps its way down towards the third man boundary. Open up the face of the bat, and he'll get 4 for that. 4 well-deserved runs. 87. The total now moves on to 217 for 3. He's played that one really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, what he did is just he waited for that one to come outside off stump.
That's right.
Knowing that the area's vacant there. But I'm wondering why Smith is actually starting to go wide. Leave it on the stumps. Let him play you off the stump. Let him make the mistake.
It's Smith again now. This one again is a little wider, and it's a bit fuller. And pitcher just drives it all the way down to the long off boundary. The batsman calls for a single. It's 218 for 3. Pitcher has 89. This brings Smith to deliver. Fuller delivery. A good arrow. Brangman just waits for it to drop, and he gets forward and drives it all in the air. 2 bounces into the widest mid-off boundary. 4 runs to Brangman. That's his first boundary. He moves on to 9, and the total is 9. 222 for 3. 222 for 3. Smith now has retrieved the ball, and in he comes again and bowls. This one is darted down the leg side. The keeper goes around. It ricochets off his pad, and young Jones goes across. The batsman calls for a leg by. The total is now 223 for 2. Pitcher has 84. Brangman is on 9. I would love to remind you that this is your #1 Eastern County station, Power 95.
I'm just wondering the score. How many overs do we have left?
14, 15, 14.
14? Okay. 13.
13, okay.
And the score here at St. David's in the first round of the Eastern County, the 118th edition of the Eastern Counties, St. David's 223. Chris Douglas was caught by Kawan Franks off the bowling of Kerry for 95. Dean Simons was bowled by Hurdle for 9. Durunde Bascom was bowled by Hurdle. OJ Pitcher not out on 88. And Ricardo Brangman not out on 9. St. David's 223 for the loss of 3 wickets. and we will have Franks. Franks will be continuing from the Lord's end, we like to call it, with the big Lord sign on the sight screen, advertising the St. David's ground. And in he comes, right arm over the wicket. The ball going down the leg side, flowing down the leg side, and Brankman just casually tucking the ball around the corner with the short fielder, leg fielder, collects and throws in. Not before Brankman takes his personal total onto 10, and St. David's 224. In comes Franks to pitcher. That ball, good piece of bowling by Franks. It pitched up, and the ball sort of darted right into the center stumps, but O.J. Pitcher was quick to bring the bat down very sharply, and the ball goes to Reginald Pitcher feeling at mid-on. Franks, in he comes again. Right arm over the wicket, down the leg side, and O.J. Pitcher attempting to go down on one knee and sweep the ball round to the fine leg area. Doesn't make contact, and it goes to the wicketkeeper. 224. St. David's in the driver's seat. Would like to probably push that score up closer to 280, possibly 300, but in it comes. Right arm over the wicket, and Pitcher punching the ball back down the wicket. Franks bowling a good line in length, and Franks fields to his own bowling. Pitcher has played a marvelous innings, one of aggression and patience and technique, and in he comes. And Pitcher this time punching the ball to mid-wicket, just wideish of the mid-on fielder. A very cultured and shot that he played there. Very deliberate, as the word I'm looking for. Punching the ball from just outside the off stump and pulling it, using the right hand, and pulling it over to a widest mid-on, mid-wicket area for 4. 228 for the loss of 3. Pitcher takes his personal total now to 92. And Franks is back to the mark, probably thinking, how can I bowl to this man Pitcher in this sort of form? And he comes again. And Pitcher this time punching the ball back down towards the bowl of Franks. And again, Franks using some of that football skill of his and using the feet to stop the ball. St. David's in a very commanding position right now at 228 for the loss of 3. This was built on the back of Chris Douglas. Chris Douglas as well as Pitcher, they both showed signs of aggression, discipline, and brought them great rewards. Chris Douglas just fell short of a well-deserved century on 95, and Pitcher is still there, not out on 92. They have certainly put St. David's in a very commanding position, and one can only begin to sort of chomp at the bit to see exactly what would happen if Justin Pitcher and Mackay Simmons, those two in particular, they come in at St. David's well placed, about 250 and 10 overs to go. So we may be looking at some fireworks here. But in the meantime, Pitcher and Brankman setting about the task of adding to this total of St. David's of 228. St. David's won the toss this morning and had no hesitation at all in batting, and they are now well placed. I'd like to take this moment while the field is being set to thank Sonia Clark for sending us some shrimps and fish for the sensational delights. It was very, very lovely of her to do that. She bought it. That was brought to us earlier this morning. So I want to take this opportunity to thank her, my work colleague. She likes to think she's my second wife, but nevertheless, she's been very good to us, so we want to say thank you. Regino Smith is continuing to bowl from the club end. He's just finally set his field, a point, a third man, short third man cover, deep cover right on the boundary, sweeping mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. And then he's got a leg, square leg, a short square leg. And then we have Reggie feeling just the widest mid-on, short mid-on, and a deep mid-off as Smith. And he comes, right arm over the wicket. And that ball drifting down the leg side, and Brankman looking to hoist it towards deep square, doesn't make contact. The wicketkeeper shuffles across and prevents the ball from going for what would have been probably a simple by run. In comes Smith, right arm over. Brankman outside the off stump, just pushing it and guiding it, steering it towards the point fielder. No conviction behind the stroke, no power. Just basically seeing the ball wide and just steering it towards casually to the third man. There's no addition to the score, 228 for 3. And in he comes again, right arm over the wicket. That ball a little wide, and Brangman looking to crack the ball to the, but changes his mind at the last minute because the ball was a bit wideish. Maybe he needs to move across the next time. But in he comes again, right arm over the wicket. And Brangman hoisting that high, but taking the outside there. It's a good piece of bowling actually by young Regino, just tempting Ricardo just outside the off stump. He's looking to hit it towards the covers on the offside. Only gets an outside edge, and the ball goes to the young man at point. I will get his name. I think it might look like the John Kerry. I'm not sure. Lamb. So Ricardo was caught by Lamb off the bowling of Smith for 10. St. David's have lost their 4th wicket. A very casual wicket, I might add. I was looking for the ball, Dougie, to be hit to the cover region, but he only took the outside edge in a very casual catch.
London and I was just sharing a thought on the particular batsman that just got out, and we looked at the batsman, looked at some of the ways the batsman bat, and it was really like, okay, it's a matter of time for the batsman gets out, because Randall, we both agreed that, well, he makes a bit of runs, but like, are you like an out-and-out bat? Are you okay for this era? What is it? But it is what it is, and but it was just a matter of time.
And I was really surprised that they would have sent him before. Now we have Mackay that's come in. I would have thought Mackay would have came in after the fall of the one day, but nevertheless.
Why is that?
Well, because in my opinion, he's more of an accomplished batsman than Ricardo. Ricardo is one, as you just saw, he just likes to go for the strokes, whereas I think Mackay has a bit of both, a bit of discipline, a bit of good technique, and in my opinion, he's just an all-round better batsman.
Some people probably would have put both names in a hat and just pick whatever comes out.
Yeah.
Some people would have said
that. Yeah, but in my opinion, I think he's just a touch ahead. I think it's a touch ahead. What do you think, man?
Well, I've seen him score 2 90s over here, and it wasn't swashbuckling cricket, Alan. He pulled St. David's out of the fire a couple of times when they were in a hole. In his early days, I would say, his batting needed a lot of work, but he's put in a lot of work, and I think he's a much improved player. We shall see. He scored a half-century in cup match a couple of years ago. But it's a matter of opinion. People have varying opinions, and we can respect that.
Yeah, but I think and they're taking a water break right now, so we have the opportunity to speak a bit more. And you did say one thing particularly. Oh well, actually, let Dougie. We're going to allow the coach, the national coach, to just come up as soon as he. We need to write instructions for him to put the earphones on.
He didn't take the course that Dougie took, did he?
Yeah. The coach is. Listen, the coach is here, but he obviously didn't take the same course as Alan Douglas. He didn't know how to put the earphones on.
No.
But I'm going to allow Dougie. Dougie, just the coach is here. A few.
Yeah, Neary. Actually, Bermuda Cricket Board's excited to have Neary come all the way from India to come in and help our cricket out in hopefully for a couple of years to come. Neary, welcome, mate.
Thank you very much. As always, I'm really excited, and the job BCB has given me, I would like to thank each and every officials and the office bearer who work in the office day in day out to make Bermuda cricket better. And that's the reason they got me over here, and thanks to them.
What do you see, Frank? What do you see?
I see a lot of talent. I see a lot of talent each and every club I go. More I spend time with the clubs, more I see cricketers, more I see talent. Let's put it in that way.
Yeah.
You guys have a lot of talent. Just need to get out.
Yeah, and you shared that with me. That's why I asked you what you see. Now you've come in and you've done something totally different. Normally, Juice, Alan, we will have the national squad team train at a venue. Boom, boom, boom. What have you done differently to reach the players?
I think because I knew that these cup games and county games are like a big affair for the clubs, for the players. So I thought I might as well just reach out to them. So basically, what I've done is rather than getting together to do a sort of practice session for the national side, I went up to each and every club. So basically, what I'm doing is I'm doing all evening sessions with Somerset, so getting their players ready for the important cup game or county games for them, and then I'm going to St. George's. So I'm trying to touch each and every part of the island and just trying to improve cricketers whichever club I visit.
Right.
And Dougie, I like to piggyback on that as well. I was at the session over St. George's the other night, and I saw the coach there, and I must say, one aspect of coaching that I thought that he brought was one, the intensity, the praise, and also he knew the players. So that proved to me that the coach is taking the time out to get to know, not only just come to Bermuda, as we might say sometimes on a holiday, but he's actually come to work, he's come to know the players, and he actually calls some of the players by name. And to me, I thought that spoke volumes for him as a coach, because he's taken the time to know the players. And that's something that, as you know, we are in Bermuda, we're very friendly people, and we like to be on first name basis.
And it's always nice if you know someone, and then you call them with call them with their names or something. It gives them a little bit of importance and intensity. If I talk about intensity, the first meeting I had with our president Alan, basically he also asked me, like, what are the important things you're going to work on with these boys? And I said, look, first of all, I want them to be super athlete. So there should be athletes, and you can only get work out of athletes. So they have to be supreme fit. And the other thing, which the areas we can improve on, is fielding. These two things don't need talent. You need just hard work, and that's what we'll be working on.
Coach, can I ask you a question, if I may? How do you develop the mentality of the cricketers? Like you said, we have a lot of talent. For instance, we saw a boy today was on 95 and took a big shot and got caught. As a coach, and I'm just asking that for general, how do we work on the mentality?
I had a little chat with Chris just before. So what happens is, some of the players, like if you take example of Chris Douglas, he's above minor coaching. So he's not the one I should be telling him like what grip he should be holding, or he's not the one I should be telling you need to keep your eyes on the ball and things like that. These guys are above minor coaching. So when it comes to them, you got to tell them. So what I told him when I see him, during the break, he came down. I went to his tent actually, and I had a nice conversation with him. Look, the only thing I tell them is, look, I like watching you. You're playing an entertaining cricket. You look very graceful. And if you get your 100, I'm watching you. I'm not watching you just because you are playing good cricket, but I'm watching you because I like watching you the way you are playing. So these sort of encouragement sometimes, give them a reason to keep going. That's the exactly thing, when Chetaswa Pujara plays for my side, that's the same thing I tell him. Like, I'm really enjoying watching you, and you might as well just carry on what you're doing. So these are the little things which might sometimes help.
Minor coaching.
No, okay. Well, now I'm saying that the players have gone. No, coach. Hopefully, you can spend some more time, because we in between the overs, in between what we're having, we want to have a bit more discussion, because I think it's very good for the listening Bermudian public to hear him as well. Because unlike me, they probably don't get out and see, but I get out and I look and I can appreciate what we've got here that's come. But as we were speaking, Regino Smith will continue to bowl from the club end. He will be bowling to the new batsman, Mackay Simmons. Mackay Simmons plays his cricket for St. George's. And Wendell alluded to it earlier. He's one that has really worked hard. I'm very impressed with him. When he first came out, he is a bit of, I would say, just below average. But he spent time honing his craft. So now it's paying dividends. The score here at St. David's, 228 for the loss of 4 as Regino Smith. And he comes to Simons. And he comes right arm over the wicket. And the ball going down the leg side. The wicketkeeper shuffling across. He doesn't collect cleanly, but it comes off of him and goes into the slip area. And the score still remains 228 for the loss of 4 wickets. OJ Pitcher nearing that magical mark of a century on 92. And Mackay is yet to get off the mark.
Neri, one good thing, and I know we guys sit up here, we watch cricket a lot, and we have to be understanding that there is talent in Bermuda. And it's important for us, particularly guys like Wendell and I that still dabble with the coaching and the coaches out there, to bring that out. Niraj, you spent a lot of sessions at some clubs. What can we as administrators and coaches improve on to produce a better player?
Right. So there are a few things which I would like to put to your notice, or BCB's notice, is that we need few more tournaments. So basically, I think there's nothing for school kids here. So I as I understand is that you have 5 secondary school, so schooling or the education is finished at the moment, we can play in school tournament, which would be a huge thing, because all these under 16 or the people who are under 19s, they can play some sort of in school tournament between them. That's one thing. Second thing, under 19s, once under 19 cricket is finished, you guys don't have any other tournament for them. So basically what happens is the guy who has represented Bermuda in under 19, straight away, he can't make his way into the club 11 because there are 3-4 players, senior players who are already playing there, performing.
Hold your thought, coach, as Bascom now comes in from the Lloyd's end, and the ball just pitched outside the off stump a bit, and OJ Pitcher just pushing the ball just wideish of mid-off, where the young chap runs in, collects and throws in, not before OJ Pitcher takes his personal total onto 93. 230, St. David's, 230 for the loss of 4 wickets. Having won the toss this morning and elected to bat, St. David's are now 230 for the loss of 4. And OJ Pitcher is in batting form, was on 93, not out. And Mackay Simmons now is getting ready to take strike, his first strike from, he will be batting at the club end, and he will be facing Nelson Bascom, the old elder statesman for the team. A young man at age, but certainly spent many years playing with Flats Victoria Recreation Club, as Simmons batting in his bright green cap. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and Simmons punching the ball on the onside where the bowler runs across and tries to use some of his football skills, doesn't collect clean. He goes through Reginald Baker, and he collects, and the bowler is back to his mark. In he comes, Nelson Bascom. Smooth run up. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And Simmons is punching that ball on the onside where Baker again does the fielding. Isn't timing the ball that well. It hasn't put a lot behind it, so hence the easy, very way the ball is dispatched towards Baker at a short, a wideish mid-on. And in comes Bascom. In he comes. And this time Chink is punching the ball to deep square, deep mid-wicket, sorry, where he's going through for a comfortable single. So he's opened up his account with the single. Simmons on 1. The score is 231 for the loss of 4 wickets here at Lords and St. David's. We have the national coach that will be sharing some of his thoughts periodically, and he says chomping at the bit. And then he comes, right arm over the wicket. And OJ Pitcher this time, respect the ball, pitched well up, and he's just punching it back down the wicket where it's fielded by the bowler Nelson Bascom. OJ Pitcher certainly one that I would say is in the right frame of mind to reach a century today, unless something else happens, there's a rush of blood to his head. But in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and Pitcher, they're punching the ball on the onside, but it's going straight to Baker. Baker's feeding at a wideish mid-on, and that's the end of the over. The score 231 for the loss of 4 here. OJ Pitcher nearing his century mark on 93, and Simmons on 1.
And
Right, so coming back to what I was saying was that what PCB can do is, as I said, one thing, in-school tournament. Second, you don't have anything once the under-19 boy is finished with his cricket. So you might as well start a youth tournament. It could be under 22, under 23. So make them play more cricket, get them out on the field. And that's what cricket was, all the time. That's how the cricket was being played on this island, that kids were busy playing cricket. I mean, more I talk to the people, local people, they say when we grew up we just kept on playing cricket, and that's what we need to bring it back again.
Yeah,
absolutely. We have faced a few challenges, but I do believe that we can get back there, but it's up to the clubs and all of us to hold a hand up and say, yeah, we can do a bit more.
Regino Smith now is just setting the field. He's getting ready to bowl to Mackay, and in a few minutes I'll let you know how many overs are left. And in comes Regino, and Simmons just punching the ball towards the offside, making an off drive, but he's going directly to the John Kerry, feeling there at a wideish short, a mid-off. And Regino Smith, in he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this ball is punched down to long on. Simmons using some of his right hand to just steer the ball from the off stump just down here to the mid-on, deep mid-on, where he now takes his personal total onto 2. The score is 232 for the loss of 4 wickets as Smith bowls to Pitcher. And he comes, and Pitcher punching the ball down the offside very casually, and this is why I would say that Pitcher, unless there's a miracle ball that he receives, he's very cultured. He shows great discipline, and I think he's on his way to a deserved century as Smith comes in. This time Smith out of the back of the hand, and the ball was, it wasn't pitched up, it was pitched back, and Simmons rightfully rocking on the back foot, looking to punch it over to mid-wicket to the cow corner. Doesn't make contact because the ball did move appreciably that time as Regino Smith bowled the ball out of the back of his hand to a leg break. And he comes again, and this time again, but the ball was, certainly that was manna from heaven for any sort of batsman of caliber. Full toss, he tried it again, the back of the hand, it didn't quite work, and Simmons cracked the ball to a wide-ish mid-off for 4. Simmons takes his personal total on to 6. St. Davis 237 for the loss of 4. 237 for the loss of 4, as Simmons now takes his personal total on to 6. Regino Smith back to his mark. Simmons telling him to take his time. He doesn't want to race him, but in he comes. Right arm over the wicket. This time a better ball from Regino, and is respected and played back down the pitch to Regino Smith. 237 for the loss of 4. With Simmons on 6, and OJ Pitcher 6 away from a well-deserved and well-played century. I think we have, how many overs we got left? I haven't had a chance. 9 left, so we're looking for them to pick up. Anything else, Dougie?
No, actually, like I said earlier, we're happy to have Niraj here. It's got a lot of work to do. And he's out there amongst everybody. Every day of the week he's going to help somebody and work with players. So that's a good thing. We had a big turnout last week, Monday, which I was excited about at the National Stadium doing fielding. So everything's positive going forward. Once the team gets over to Jersey, look out, you know, they're just going to get it better.
Well, Coach, any parting remarks that you would like to? I mean, not to say you have to leave. You can stick around so we can still have a quick chat.
No, I'll be honest with you. I'm just enjoying this. I mean, this is my first county game, and I tell you what, I love the vibe. It's just so good. Like people are coming out, they're enjoying like anything. And this is what cricket is all about,
And you've picked a great time, because the Eastern County is a unique experience, as you've experienced it, and the ground is one of the, I keep saying, it's probably one of the most picturesque grounds in the world, what we've all got. But cup matches can be great too. You're going to have a good time at cup match as Bascom, in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and Pitcher. Oh, this time got a bit of, looked like a bit of jump from the ball, and Pitcher going forward, taking his right hand off the bat and squinching back, but the ball rules where Bascom can collect. And in he comes again, coming from the Lord's end, Burlington Pitcher. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and Pitcher this time getting inside the ball and just punching it on the onside, over to gradually rolls over to sort of a deep mid wicket, but the fielder running in off. Pitcher takes his personal total on to 95, 96. The score is 238. For the loss of 4. 238 for the loss of 4. As in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and Simmons this time going half-heartedly. We don't know whether the young man has caught it. We'll have to wait and see, but going at it half-heartedly. I think the ball just fell in front of the young chap fielding there at mid-off. On the boundary, running in, but at the last minute diving forward, not collecting cleanly. So Simmons takes his personal total on to 7. 239 for the loss of 4. 239. Great effort by the young man. And I think that is Keegan. I think that may be Keegan Jones. I'm not sure. We'll have to double check.
Yeah, that's Keegan.
Yeah, it was a good chance. One that should have possibly been taken, but nevertheless. And he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and OJ punching the ball back down the wicket where it's fielded by the bowler, Nelson Bascom. Sure, Nelson feeling a bit dejected right now after that possible chance, and Simmons not really following through, half-heartedly actually playing at the stroke, but in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and OJ punching the ball back down the wicket, just past the bowl with his right hand. So OJ has taken his personal total on to 97. And as I was saying earlier, Dougie, if you notice how OJ, and I told you when he was around 280, I say he's a prime candidate to make a century because he has the temperament, he has the technique, and he's just taking his time. Now, once he gets that century, I think the floodgates will open and we'll be able to see some cracking cricket.
Well, the good thing about, and I was sharing this with Flats this week, is that when you got the Connie Cup, you guys know, you can sit there and make centuries upon centuries.
Yeah.
When you're going for it, you've got to take risks, you got to do things. You know, the good thing is that when you got it, you can write yourself in the history books.
Yes, absolutely.
And there's a lot of unsung heroes. You get the late Millard Bean. That's one of the highest averages in Eastern Counties, but he was playing once a year.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And Coach, this goes back. This is the 118th edition of County Cup. So this is steeped in tradition. And at one time, Coach, you could only play for St. David's or the county teams if you were born in the boundary
same region.
In the same
Yeah,
region.
I was trying to catch up a little bit about the history and everything from Stephen Douglas, and he did mention this.
Yeah, as Regino Smith bowls to OJ Pitcher just rocking back and punching it onto the onside mid-on, where he's going through for a comfortable single. OJ Pitcher 2 away from a well-deserved century. We spoke very highly of him, and of course St. David's had a 12th man, so they were going to make a decision on whether OJ Pitcher was fit enough to play this morning. I, for one, as an Earl St. David's man, was quite pleased to see that he was playing, and I'm more pleased now to see that he's really put St. David's in a really commanding position. As Regino Smith continues to bowl from the club end, he will bowl to Simmons, who's on 7, and in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and the ball outside the off stump. And Simmons just going down on one knee, cracking it through the cover region where it's fielded by I think that looked like possibly the John Kerry. But he's gone through for a single. Sorry? Franks. Kaiwan Franks. Okay. That's 8 runs to him, 242 for the loss of 4. OJ Pitcher, 98. And then he comes, and OJ Pitcher punching the ball. Oh, he's going through the legs of Baker. Baker feeding at a short mid-on, and OJ Pitcher just leaning and punching the ball and going through the legs. So he's now on 99. The score, 243 for the loss of 4 wickets. 243 for the loss of 4. OJ Pitcher on 99. Coach, years gone by, once you're nearing a century or even 50, there would have been hordes of people rushing on the field and decorate your money, your pockets of money. I've had the good fortune to have a few of those instances. So has Randall Smith. I don't know if Dougie's ever had that.
I had a lot of them, actually. A lot of them.
I just want to know if you had to buy a refrigerator.
I bought a fridge, yes.
And I don't think that happens in any part of the world.
Well, you can't run on the field.
Exactly. It doesn't happen anywhere. Not even in village cricket. And here we go. We've had Smith bowling somewhat of a full toss on the leg side, and Simmons punching it out to mid-wicket. He's going through for a single, and that brings his personal total on to 9. St. David's 244 for the loss of 4 wickets. This ball, everyone is sitting with bated breath, wondering whether or not this is going to be the moment as Regino Smith comes in outside the off stump, and OJ Pitcher's cracking it through the offside, going through the covers. He's going through for 1. He's going through for 2, and that's OJ Pitcher's century, 246. OJ Pitcher, well-deserved century, coming back, and I'm shocked. No one is running onto the field. That's the end of the over. OJ Pitcher 101.
I think the issue is that the scoreboard has him on 98. So
no, come on.
It's a bit anticlimactic, but it's
Right, guys.
If
If you leave cricket for a minute, Mr. Douglas, can you just put some light on what's happening on that white tent there? Because I see quite a few people on the table putting a lot of money and everything.
That's the stock market.
What's going on there?
It's the stock market.
That's the stock market?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Put down money, and you win. That's the only time you can gamble in Bermuda.
And illegal gambling is called Crown and Anchor.
There you go.
So you go up there, you pick a picture, and the dice comes out with your picture, you win.
Lovely. Happy days. Okay. So that's yeah. They're not even interested in cricket. Look at them. They're just playing. They're chilling.
Yeah, it's
just something new I've seen on cricket field, to be honest.
Well, with that, just want to remind the public you're listening to your number one county cup station, FAM Power 95. Yes. And Randall is getting to put on his stuff. He's ready now. Yes.
And we're still here at Lord's, and the play is resuming with bowler coming in from the eastern end. He's bowling a half volley. They're going through for a cheeky single, and Simmons just about scampers through in time. And Alan Richardson, I'm trying to determine who that bowler is from the eastern end.
The Bascom, Nelson Bascom.
Nelson Bascom. Thank you. The score moves on to 247 for 4. OJ pitches on 101. And Simmons, I believe, is on 8. OJ pitches, hammering this down to long on. He's putting his hands up as if it's a century. We have him on a, and we hear the horns. And here you get to see all the spectators who want to decorate his pockets with some money. He's kneeling down, kissing the pitch. And normally they would have the players kept away from the middle of the pitch. And now they're going away to the side. And
see his father, Oliver's father's coming out, a former player as well.
And we see his father with an instrument that he's blowing and a few persons in yellow and blue. And it appears that OJ will get a bit of a payday here. So for moments or so, we will have a little delay while he's having his pockets decorated. Something that's very, very unique.
And Randall, I must say, I wish we had a camera here because the coach is going crazy up here. I mean, I don't think he's going to want to leave Bermuda once we finish, man.
Yeah, his dad's come out with a
The coach
from India is really excited to see this very unique tradition in Bermuda where players get decorated financially.
Yeah. I think I wonder if the coach is confused. Does he now take the money he's getting and invest it in the stock market? So the coach is. I think the coach wants to play.
And we see someone taking some photos of all of this. You notice the umpires are just standing there allowing this to happen because it's a part of the Bermudian tradition in Bermuda. And so OJ Pitcher becomes the first player this series to go on and score a century. It looked as if Chris Douglas was going to also score a century, but when he was on 95, he attempted to hit a 6 over mid-wicket, and he was dismissed. So we just want to keep up with the score. I'm going to just ask the scorer to just ensure we're giving the right statistics. 248, and we have OJ Pitcher on. We have OJ Pitcher on 102.
Randy, it's such a magnificent story, is this young man, and for him to come out here and to score a century is absolutely brilliant.
And we were really pleased to see that he was in the lineup because, as Alan Richardson alluded to earlier, he's suffered from a shoulder injury. He's without a doubt the number one bat in Bermuda at present as far as statistics. He scored 163 or 167 up at Somerset. Then he scored 280s in the league play, and he's been the linchpin of St. David's team being where they are in the league. He's been very, very consistent. He's a player that is a very disciplined player. He always has been, and he has a full array of strokes. The late cut, the cover drive, the off drive. The on drive is probably his best shot. He plays off the pads really well. He's not one that looks to be a swashbuckling player, but more of one of the few players that I could say would be able to play 4-day cricket or test cricket if Bermuda were playing in that style of cricket. One day we were playing, and Alan, just a while back in 2007 against Canada and Namibia and Ireland in matches of that caliber, and you can see he hasn't lost his touch. We'll see if he goes on to carry on with the innings and try to bat right through. I think he's interested in knowing what the highest score ever is, Alan Richardson, in the Eastern County. I was trying to remember, has there been a double century in the Eastern County?
200.
Didn't Glenn Blakeney get a double century?
200 and something.
Yes, I thought
I mean,
so.
you had 140 something. I had 160.
No, but I'm talking about double centuries.
I think it's been once.
Just the one. And this is Mackay Simmons, and he's dispatching that over the long one boundary, and that's a 6. He got a half volley in the slot, and he's banging that. And you should expect St. David's going to want to push the score along now that they're getting into the latter innings. So we need to really be on top of the scorecard now. 254 for 4. And Mackay Simmons is moving his total on to, in fact, I can't say that. Scorekeeper, Mackay Simmons, 16. Thank you. And then comes Nelson Bassam to Mackay Simmons. He's getting a half volley. He's getting an inside edge to what should have been an off drive. It goes out to instead to the Kyle corner area, and he moves his total on by 1 to 17. 17 for Simmons. OJ pitcher 102. 255 for 4. And Flats, who earlier were bowling and restricting St. David's so well in the earlier stages. 20 overs for 42. And OJ pitcher's really getting hold of this, and he's hoisting him over Kyle corner, and that's 6 runs. OJ pitcher really has a liking to any ball that's up in the slot, and he has this innate ability to just hit the ball between long on and mid-wicket really handsomely. And as we said, his wagon wheel, his array of strokes, 2/3 of them have been in that area. But he made no mistake. He moves on to 108. And he's gonna look to push on now. He's getting another one, and he's bowled, lifted his head, went for a big drive, and his off bail has been pushed back. So OJ pitcher has been dismissed with the delivery that was pitched up. He went to hit it over mid-on, and he's out for 108. We believe the skipper may be coming next, Justin Pitcher, another player of the Pitcher clan, the captain. Justin, a left-handed batsman. I'm sure OJ will get a good round of applause from his teammates for a well-played 108. And so we've seen 2 very handsome innings today. OJ Pitcher out for 108. Chris Douglas out for 95. St. David's have now lost their 5th wicket. 255 for 5.
60. 260.
And the total?
261.
261. We had that 6, yes. 261. And Justin Pitcher's made his way to the wicket. And we must say that I'm sure that the Flats Victoria players are really going to be tested as far as their stamina and endurance, because having played so much limited overs cricket, now playing a full, what looks like it'll be a 65 over innings for St. David's, we'll see just how they respond when it's their time to come out to bat. Nonetheless, OJ Pitcher has just been removed. He looked as if he was going to try to just blaze his way to 150 if he could, but he was dismissed, lifting his head and going for a big shot. So if you're just tuning in, St. David's are in the ascendancy here, 261 for 5. OJ Pitcher out bowled by Nelson Bassam. Kevin Hurdle's going to continue now. Is going to change from the eastern end to the clubhouse end. He'll be bowling to Simmons. And we're going to check the overs with our scorekeeper. Which over we're into?
The overs.
Which over are we into? The 59th. Okay, we're into the 59th over. So by our calculations, there will be 6 overs left, 36 balls. So we will anticipate that there will be some high drama transpiring with the batsmen looking to really push the score on. St. David's, I'm sure, would be very pleased to post 300 before they're made to declare, unless they're dismissed in the next few overs. Kevin Hurdle being very meticulous with his field setting, bringing his player from Kyle corner around to the mid-wicket area. He's got a man on the boundary on the sweeper area, a man on the long off boundary. He's now bringing him straighter, to be a little straighter at long off, and and I'm sure there's a man on the long on boundary just below us. In he comes. This is short and wide, and Simmons is attempting to crack this through the cover area, but makes no contact, needing to get across more. Kevin Hurdle, having bowled quite a number of overs this innings. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. He's pitching up, and this one's being punched to cover. A full toss that Simmons didn't really make good contact. He could have perhaps pulled that over. I think, Alan, in your day, you would have tried to hoist that over into the ocean. Red Hill, as they say. In he comes. Kevin Hurdle. This one's wide of off, and I'm surprised that Simmons didn't get across and look to force that through the extra cover or the leg cut down between the third man and the point area. But nonetheless, he's still there. In comes Hurdle again, right arm over. He's pitching up on the leg side. The ball's inside edge to the square leg fielder, Logan Jones, who comes in, and there's no attempt at a run. 261 for 5. OJ Pitcher, the top scorer with one away. Chris Douglas, the opener, out for 95. The two main contributors to this total. This one's down the leg side, and the keeper not collecting cleanly. They go through for what will probably be a bye run. Yes, it is a bye run. 262 now for 5. St. David's, we anticipate Pitcher will be looking to get on with the scoring. He's a player who does enjoy this role. We did see him actually score a century last year up at Seabreeze Oval. His team was in trouble, played a skipper's innings, but he's looking around the field. He likes to push the scoreboard along, to say the least. He's getting a ball that he pushes to covers, and the fielder runs around to his right and fields, and they don't think about a run. So at the wicket now is the captain, Justin Pitcher, the left-hander, in with Mackay Simmons, the cup match player from St. George's, who's been a guest player. His last few innings down here at St. David's were both an 89 and a 94. We don't anticipate he'll be replicating that feat with only some 5 overs, we believe, left. Nonetheless, Bascom's going to continue from the bowler's end, and you can hear the spectators shouting out to him, let's go get on with it now. We've got a man on the extra cover boundary, a man on the long off boundary, the long on boundary, the mid-wicket boundary, the square leg boundary.
Boundary balls.
And the point is deep enough that they should get a single. Likewise, the man at 45. But I don't think he'll be looking to drop and drive. The bowler's waiting to make sure the long end fielders alert and attentive. And he comes. This one's pitched up, and he's pushing that ball back down the wicket gently. And Bascom looks at him, has a little word. Nothing wrong with a little gamesmanship to try to buy yourself a wicket. Dot balling me at this stage. Alan, I'll never forget that you probably have the greatest bit of sledging I've ever heard, but I'll get to that at another time. In comes Bascom, and this ball's just pushed down, and they'll push it past the infielder. They're going through for a wonderful 2 runs, and that's the first time we've seen some real running of any caliber where the fielders, the batsman really pushed the fielders. He was back on the boundary, just jogging in, and that's a feature of our game that we really believe Bermuda needs to improve on, because Alan and I look at people like Ricky Ponting, Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, how they really run hard, and with these fielders who are back here at cow corner and square leg, you can really challenge them if they're going to be lethargic with the manner in which they approach the ball. 2 more to the score, and we'll see if that continues with these 2. Simmons does like to run between the wicket. He's getting a ball that he's pushing, and the identical shot, and we'll see if the fielders, that time the fielder did approach the ball much quicker, and they were made to sit back and only take 1 run. Just checking the total there, 265. 265 for 5. Mackay Simmons. We believe he's on 21. Justin Pitcher just come to the wicket. And any minute you can expect to see him perhaps look to hit one onto the long off, a long on, a mid-wicket boundary. He likes to really play that slug sweep also, so we shall see. Oh, this got a ball that's flighted down the leg side. He doesn't make good contact, only succeeds in getting an inside edge to the short mid-wicket area and one more to the total. 266 for 5. St. David's County Cricket Club winning the toss and batting. 10 o'clock this morning they went in. Here we are at 3:02 and they're 266 for the good. And we expect to see a few boundaries in the next few balls, perhaps some good running. And a loud appeal for a decision, and he's given out. The batsman doesn't seem to believe it, but he's going to have to walk. The umpire put up the dreaded finger, and Simmons is out, caught behind. So the total is now moved on to 266 for 6. Mackay Simmons went for a big hit over the towards the long on area, lifted his head, got an outside edge, and was adjudged LBW. And it looks as if Isaiah.
That was LBW, man?
No, caught behind
Okay.
by the wicketkeeper. O'Brien, the young O'Brien, the Colt, will be walking out to take his first ball in Eastern County. Perhaps at this time, Alan, you might give us a little reminiscent about, or you too, Alan Douglas, you remember the very first ball you faced in County? Do you have a memory of
Yeah,
that?
I remember that, but let's talk about this boy O'Brien.
Okay.
O'Brien, his middle name is Samuel.
And
Who's his great-grandfather?
Sam Painter.
Great Sam Painter.
Sam Painter.
So it's it's a lot of rich history in this Eastern County. You got his great-grandson coming out here to play. And so I'm pretty sure Jake Sam, his nickname I call Sam Painter, Jake, is probably sitting off listening to this at the moment, enjoying this.
But you know what I was thinking? I was thinking O.J. Pitcher, and then when he got out, Justin Pitcher came in,
Right.
and then I saw Oliver walk out,
Right.
past players, his father,
Yeah.
and Justin's father. Arthur Pitcher's up there, so the legacy,
Yeah.
particularly in St. David's, or the Eastern County, the legacy of the Eastern County, it's just tradition. And then we've got Bascom, the Ronde.
But like you talk about the legacy, Alan, and that's what Hurdle talked about.
Yes.
Coming back, he had to wait all these years to come back to play. So we challenge the Eastern counties on trying to keep this legacy alive.
Right.
And we see Bascom back at his mark. And the interesting thing is, we could have both of the O'Briens in at the same time should this youngster stay in, because we see George O'Brien padded up. So that would really be a treat for the O'Brien
Grandson and
clan.
great-grandson.
Yeah. And that's the end of the over. And we see that St. David's, they're getting now towards the tail because we see George O'Brien padded up, and we should expect that C.J. Outerbridge will be another one who will be still in the pavilion. We're into 3 overs left.
3 or 4.
4 overs left. Okay, Justin Pitch will be taking strike. So we're into the 62nd over. And Kevin Hurdle looks to be having a little bit of leg cramp. I can't imagine he's been on the field for this length of time for quite some time. How many overs has he bowled, please? How many overs has Kevin Hurdle bowled?
16.
16 over. This is his 16th over. Bowled 15 overs. And he's gone for how many runs? 15 overs for 55. And he'll be coming in to bowl to Justin Pitcher. And Justin will be batting up to a gully, a point, a sweeper on the extra cover boundary. Short, mid off, long on. He's getting a fullest delivery. He's looking for 2, but I don't think they'll be able to make it back to the non-striker's end as much as Justin was looking for the 2, because the fielder, Franks, approached that ball quite swiftly and turned it back very quickly. 267. 267 for 7. And young Isaiah will be getting a little word in his ear. Justin, I'm sure, will be giving him a little bit of encouragement, helping him with his nerves. A very monumental moment for this youngster. And for any player who's playing in his first major game, for him, it's akin to a batsman playing in his first test match for his country, I would think. He's going back and forcing this ball and playing a handsome shot by which he's looking to force the ball past the cover, but it's straight to the cover fielder. There's a slip, a point, a short cover, a cover halfway to the boundary, long off, long on, square leg boundary, mid-wicket, and a man at the square leg saving one. In comes Kevin Hurdle. This attempted York, he's flicking off his pads, but straight to the fielder, Logan Jones at square leg, so he's still not yet off the mark. 267 for 7. St. David's winning the toss, electing to bat. Kevin Hurdle in his 16th over. He's pitching up and coming forward, but just playing it back down the wicket as O'Brien. I'm sure his uncle has taught him a few tricks with the ball, but he looks a decent enough bat. Crowds on hand watching. He's attempting a late cut, making no contact, and the wicketkeeper, who's been up to the wicket, I believe, for the entirety of the game. Yeah. And with the type of bowlers Flets have had, I don't think it's been any trouble, because it's nothing but gentle medium pace. He's getting a ball on the wicket, and he's off the mark. His first runs in Eastern County, a push through mid-wicket, and he goes through for one, and they settle for that, and you hear the crowd and the horns acknowledging his feet, and he's off the mark with one. Alan Richardson.
You know, if there's a silver lining for Flats, it could have really gotten out of hand. I mean, we could have been looking at 350, close to 400, but they've still stuck to the task. And you know, if I was St. David's, I still would want to make 300. I really would. I don't want Flats, because I don't want to give them a sniff. 260, 270. You know, there's a sniff. So all credit to Flats, because it could have gotten really out of hand.
But you have to realize, Alan, they're not going to have 60 plus overs, and they've been in the field for a number of hours now. By the time they come off, it may be close to 3:30. So the fatigue factor will be interesting to see to what impact does that play.
Yeah.
Because in Bermuda, we have to face it, we're not professionals who are, you know, training day in and day out on our fitness, let alone our cricket. He's getting a ball outside off, attempting to just play it gently down. He doesn't make contact, and I believe Alan Douglas was right. There was a moment there in the middle of the innings where Flats went flat, and they didn't seem to, they lost their way a bit as far as what their plan was, to which side of the field they were going to bowl at. But now you can see what a few wickets does, and they're back in it with a bit of determination. This ball's outside off, and O'Brien's attempting again to just go forward and drive it. He's a bit indecisive with his stroke play, and pitcher's telling him to go ahead and follow through with your shot. Justin Pitcher, the non-striker, the skipper, is at the eastern end, the end from which Nelson Bascom is running in, right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to Isaiah, and he's attempting that late cut, and it's a shot that you can see, Alan, his front foot is going down the wicket away to the leg side, but the ball's outside off, so he's failing to make contact.
It's a bit early as well for that shot, isn't it? That's a new batsman.
Yeah, well, really, I don't think he should be late cutting the ball so close to the stumps. He could be getting forward and just punching it straight back down to mid-off. And this one's down the leg side. He may be out. He skied the ball to short mid-wicket, and he's caught. He tried to hit that out towards the mid-wicket boundary, got a leading edge and skied it, and he's out. And St. David's have lost their 8th wicket on 268. And his uncle, George O'Brien, is actually trotting out on the field, perhaps excited to have the chance to have a go. This is the type of, we've got two batsmen who like to hit those gurt sixes, as they say down in St. David's. So we shall see if any of them ensue. I think the biggest six I've ever seen, talking to the national coach, last year, Alan Douglas Jr., who you were coaching on down at Wellington Oval, hit one, honest to God, over that blue house on top of the hill. It went down the bank on the backside.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's the biggest six I've ever seen in my life. But he scored, I believe, about 147 that day. Anyway, here we are at Lord's. We're talking right now about the batsmen who are in, who like to hit the ball quite hard. We've got Justin Pitcher, who's the captain, who's in, and I believe we're into the 63rd over. And with 3 overs left, they'll be looking to push it on. The only batsman left. There's two batsmen left. C.J. Otterbridge and Seth Campbell. So we should be. We see Seth Campbell padded up, and C.J. Otterbridge is also in the lineup. This one's short and wide, and he's pulling it from outside the off stump to long off. And you've got a big gap between long off and extra cover. He could have just played that right in that area, vacant area of about a good 80 yards, but nonetheless, he's playing an agricultural shot, as we like to call it.
You notice he took off like a hare, like a greyhound, but George is not going to run.
George wants to face the strike.
There's no two there. For George is 406.
So 1 run more to the total. In comes Nelson Bascom, and George is driving that back down, and the bowler's fielding to his own bowling, and that's the end of the over. And with that, we're going to remind our listeners you're listening to your #1 Eastern County station, Power 95.
Well, as we get down towards the end of the innings, the match thus far, the day, I think it's supplied us with all the ingredients what come with the Eastern County. We've had an excellent crowd. We've had good weather. We've had the coach that's come up to have a chat with us. Man, we've had it all here today.
We didn't have the billy goat that sprayed yellow.
We've even had some free fish and shrimp and the other St. David's cuisine.
So we got Hurdle. It's about 3 overs left in this innings for St. David's. 269 for 269. St. David's obviously will try to get as much more, but it's still, you're going to look at 40 odd overs that Flats will bat. And it's still a sniff. Alan Richardson doesn't like to give him a sniff at all as Hurdle comes in down the leg side. He plays this one hard, handsomely, up to the 269, 6 runs up to the old school, where actually was burnt down one time, actually. There's an old classroom up there, right where his parents hang out to now. So it was actually, that's about, what, 70 yards up there.
It's fireworks
6
time.
runs.
It's definitely fireworks time.
Yep.
Yeah, this was ranked short, actually. Score 275 as Hurdle. Full toss, up high in the air, and Hurdle should take this one back himself, and he does.
That's a no ball, I think.
And it's a no ball. Actually, it's a no ball because it's well over the waist height. And they get 2 runs, actually, 1 for the no ball and 1 for the run. It's quite unfortunate there because the ball should have gone for 6 anyway. As Hurdle comes in again, outside off stump, really wide, and O'Brien hits this one into the covers. He moves across to actually try to get some meat onto it. And O'Brien looking to have a big hit of the ball right now as goes this one up, pitched up, should be out, down long on, and it's a wonderful catch. It's a wonderful catch by Nakota Bascom, who ran in, took a low catch, and it's got to give him credit for that because he's been out there all day, and it's not easy being on the field all day, and you got a high flyer, and took a good running catch, one of the actually better catches I'm seeing all day today.
Yeah, it was an absolutely brilliant catch. He had to run in 10 or 15 yards. The ball was losing its flight. It was falling closer to the ground. He bent forward. He kept his balance, and what's good, he held on to it.
Yeah. Any catch on the outfield's got to be a good catch. I'm used to catching with the glove, so I don't want to catch nothing with my hands. Trust me. So it's well caught.
Is it Seth?
Seth Campbell. Little trooper he is. He just runs in, bowls hard, runs in. And I sort of admire him, Seth, as a bowler, to be honest, and would have loved to see him go higher in his cricket, particularly in national teams and all of that. I don't know if he was interested or whatever, but a very interesting person to look at. I enjoy watching him because he actually runs in. But now he has a little chance with the bat. As the captain still on strike. Hurdle leaning over. Obviously had a long day. Must be into his 17th over.
And how many
Hurdle
wickets
into
does he
17th
have?
over. Should have about 3. 2. Trying to still get the music down. It's
The
that
music,
one camp
yeah.
up the hill. So if Eastern Connie reps can hear me, it's just mindful that go up the hill as he comes in, pitches this one up. He hits it right on down to mid on for 1 run. 1 run down to mid on. Score moves to 278. 278. Here we have Seth Campbell looking to take strike. Yeah, obviously he's really either tired or injured. Hurdle. 2-step darts. And he hits this one out to point area, forward point, and young Logan Jones comes in and fields it and throws it in. With the umpire actually has to help field the ball. So obviously Hurdle's really struggling with his injuries and fatigue. So comes in again, Lou Orpheus. He swings at this one down to mid on, looking for 2. The pick up in the throw, in comes the throw, and he should get there. And it was good fielding. They're looking to get the 3rd one now, and he overran so much that he can't get the 3rd one. Randall's waving his hand like 2, and then waving his hand like he should run.
He can't.
2.
He ran past
I
the
know, but I was
stumps
wondering
too
if he was
far.
coaching and telling him you can't run.
I'm looking at
It
Kevin
looks like
Hurdle.
Hurdle's hurt himself.
Kevin Hurdle's
Yeah.
down on the ground.
Yeah, it must be
injuries
cramp. He's asking for assistance.
Yeah, the
The
injuries
good
got
old-fashioned push on the toes, flex the toes, and get the cramp out.
And everyone's sort of coming off walking off some sort of way. Can't be coming off for water. There's only a few overs left.
No, I think they've finished the innings.
Unless they finish the innings, obviously. So, how many overs did we have left? So that was the last one. So we were counting the wrong scores. All right, so this is the end of St. David's innings. The score is 281. 281 St. David's have scored. They got that in 64 overs. 64 overs, 281. And now Flats would have the uphill task, and it's not impossible, certainly not impossible, for them to make a heavy chase of these runs. Butchie B?
Yeah, I've enjoyed the innings. St. David's, they started off nice and slow. Flats had prevented them from scoring, but it also allowed Douglas and pitcher to slowly build their inning, and they both batted really well. Had over 150 run partnership, 1 score in the century and 1 90-odd. It's been a very interesting day's play. It's been in and around, but St. David's have once they got going, they went from 40 to 1 to 50 to 1 to 60 for 1, as a certain gentleman who I said, if I was St. David's, I would do a certain thing. I don't know where that if came from, but it's been the crowd has been entertained. There's music, there's all types of atmospheres around, and I think it's been an interesting inning.
All right, and they're going to take tea break now.
Are they?
They should take tea break. I think it's about in between innings, Randall. Tea break.
No, I think it's, you'll see it. They may be coming out to bat for
It's
a little while.
3:20.
Just ask the umpires there, Wendell.
Well, we've got it here on the score thing. The tea and the lunch.
Tea interval 3:40. So it's
3:40.
about
They may decide.
20
Yes,
20
3:20.
minutes. So they
They
just
may-
might. So
If it's
St.
10-minute turnaround, they may just bat for 10 minutes.
10 minutes and
yeah.
then come back out. Yeah. So 281 looks good for St. David's again. I don't know any Alan Richardson. I don't know of any Flats batsmen that are really big hitters to go out there and really do some major damage at the moment. But if they bat to the end, you never know what can happen. Someone, you still got Hurdle there. You got
Regino Smith.
Regino.
Yeah.
So if they bat to the end and give themselves a chance, they could pull off something. Because they got a bat maybe, and I would calculate, they should look to bat 42 overs. Even though it's allotted more, because of time and everything else, they should look to bat 42 overs. 281, 42 overs. If they go at 6 runs and over, big ask, but it's not impossible.
So my question now to you guys is, does this change from a hybrid open overs cricket match into a straightforward 50 over match or a 40 over?
Yeah, it does,
match?
and always for the challengers, it is always, to me, you take it as a limited over match.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to come out here and bet all these overs. If you bet first as a challenger, you're not going to look to bet 64. You want to bet 40 either way. You want to make your runs in 40. You want to get them in 40 and try to give yourselves a chance to blow the others out. So that's, if I were playing, I would make it for 40 overs. That's how I'm going to work it. So.
I think there's some indication that there may be a tea break right now, I think.
Yeah.
You see this tea, okay. So I guess what we'll do, we'll turn it over to the station for the next maybe 20 minutes, and then we'll come back. It's been a long day for us. I think we've done a marvelous job so far. First up after a year, so it's been great thus far. So with that, we just want to remind the public St. David's won the toss this morning. They went to bat. St. David's 281. I think it was for 7, and a lot of time had finished. Chris Douglas was 95. O.J. Pitcher, very well played, 108. And the next one was Simmons, was on 21. So there you have it. We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. We want to remind everyone you're listening to the #1 County Cup station, Power 95.
You going down? So we have to write about that.
So Coach, how you doing? You enjoying it here?
They shouldn't, because of the fact that it's teamwork. That's why I said turn around. But I'm saying that it would be nice to have the exact amount I was saying. Okay? Yeah, shouldn't take the 2 off. Well, I'm going to stay up here. Tell the boys to me up the water.
I'm certainly glad you enjoyed yourself.
That's why I always feel like once you get out of the comfort zone, you get to know more about it. No, I wouldn't hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah. And
I think there is a little bit of restriction on me. Work on it's still organized. So both have to be now me and Cindy as the director, I go to the executive board as well. Those selected regulations also. It's not going to be just there. So you will see more transparency, you will see more when it comes to early league and everything, every team will be again asking the players, the employers to go to the I've never seen any country, other than Bermuda, I've never seen any country giving more importance to work than Test. So the needs to start giving. But that's only going to happen. They need to enjoy as well. They need to be encouraged. They need to be. So you need to ask them well in advance. Are you available? Because cricket board is the end of the day. There's no paying. There's no central contract. Clubs are paying them. Clubs are taking care of them. So for them, club is more important. I don't blame them. So at the end of the day, youngsters want somebody, as you said, it's about our relations, it's about respect. So I want to see more from PCB on that respect. So what we can do is, we can tell the employers well in advance that these are the tools we are looking at. It should be a little bit more open. I was just talking to Delmas Mark. Because my son would love to come down and play for cup game. why not? But they need to really advance that these are the 15 days, these are the subsequent dates. And then he can talk to his coach at some stage because they sign a contract. He can only come down and say if they allow it. So if it's a little bit organized in a way, then definitely, but then you have to understand also when you get 3 people, that's not enough. They're doing what they can, but it's still not enough. So maybe Elliot is just declared as a director or something. I think he might as well maybe talk more to the players, our city, or maybe talk more to them first. See how it goes. But that's the only way. You need full commitment from players as well. It's like we are committed.
Alan is very much for challenge. Believing challenges have a chance. I'm going to be honest. I'll be very surprised if Flex get within even 50 runs. And Davis have one of the better bowling attacks. With Justin Pitcher and the left hand of CJ. And George is just going to swing. Because see, they had Kamal Everett before, who was somebody to get a century. Scored 3 centuries in the middle last time. But their batting is not of that quality right now.
Also, the red ball wicket basically gets difficult when you get second. So when you get first, still ball is coming onto the batter.
Right.
Not going to be the same. So how many overs the batter?
See, this is a crazy rule in Eastern County. One team bats 55% of the inning overs, and the other bats 45%. So one team batting.
How many overs the batter?
They're going to bat about maybe 47, 48, and the other team batted 63. Let's say 53. Say 53. But you're batting 10 more overs than the other team. Whoever wins the toss.
That's how they play in England as well. Most of the leagues play like that. I think the idea came from there. Because they wanted to keep you busy, playing, so they made sure that you people
you know why they really did it? At one time, the team who had the cup could bat until 5:30 or 6 o'clock. For instance, there was no limitation on the overs. So we played a game at Bayless Bay, so we batted till about 5:30, and the other team, and the game had 10 after 7. So they didn't even want to come out and match. One chance did they have to make, say, 280 in an hour of batting or whatever. So they said at least give them.
But in England, there are points. You just play one game. So it's not good when you're playing just one of them. But in a league, if you're playing a league, they give you points according to that. So what happens is that if you bowl first, or sorry, if you bat first and if you get them out, you get more points. So what happens is they declare early. So even though you are allowed to play all day,
you're allowed to get
you are allowed to go. You are allowed to play all day. So if you draw, you don't get points. Then you get points according to wickets you take. So if you take 2 wickets, it's 2 points. Then 6, 8, 10. But if you getting first, if you win, if you get them out, then you get more points. Obviously, the team who bets first, they have to declare it, otherwise they're not going to get the points. Yeah, in England, league cricket is always declared like this. The game starts at 11 and finishes at about 10, but over there you have light as well.
That's in the counties and the clubs in?
No, not the counties.
Just the club, like Old Hill and
not the counties, just the club. Minor counties and just the clubs.
So did you ever play in England?
I played a lot of professional cricket for few clubs who are playing in minor counties. Not county, but minor counties. I played like 10 years of cricket there, and I was coaching those clubs every time. So the last club I did, Sapa Golden, I don't think there's anybody from India who would have gone to England and worked for it as a coach. I went to England just as a coach. In England, the rule says if you're a coach, you can't play. You can't even play Sunday friendly games.
They want to make sure that English players get. Now I noticed that.
Then there's one coach to coach. Player can go in if he's got level 2, he can play as well as coach. But if I go on a coach's permit, I'm only allowed to.
Let me ask you this question. If you had the opportunity to speak to coach, is it a slump sort of thing? he will eventually come out, I think. Or would you say, some say he needs a rest and then come back? What would you suggest?
You guys know this now. Me and Chetan Pujara, 2 years back, when he came down to play Ranji Trophy again, we were having a little conversation like, look at this guy, he's scoring a lot of runs. But Pujara, 2 years back, he told me, Neeraj, wait, he's going to burn out. But he's scoring a lot of runs. He said, but yeah, but he's playing T20, he's playing one day, he's playing day in, day out. He's playing too much cricket. And when you play too much cricket, whether you get success or not, ultimately you do burn out. And that's what happened. And he was right.
Wow.
He just played one format, so he was fine. But people who play different formats, they're part of Indian people. No, they do it for like 5 years.
Also, I like what England does. You have Anderson and Broad just playing the test, and
That's
right.
right. But you got to walk out for those. You walk out there and get
I see the emphasis coming on. What's got
That would be too much cricket for those guys to play. Hey, what's happening, buddy? I got to repay. I haven't done that one shout out yet. I better shout out to your daughters. I haven't done that one shout out yet, and I promised his daughter I would shout out his daughter. His daughter's my goddaughter. Kenny Phillips' daughter.
So you guys got important games to watch.
Yeah, down here.
It's a lady there.
No, I play St. George's. We play St. David's down here. They play.
No. St. George's is there. St. George's is playing St. David's tomorrow. Davis.
Why would he be at Bears Bay?
Venice Bay play at home. No, Venice Bay plays Somerset up in
Yeah.
Somerset. St. David's are home down here tomorrow.
Yeah.
So who's playing in Davis there?
Somerset
and
and Bay. Venice Bay are looking to beat them and go on. Somerset are going to be relegated because they haven't won a game. But you know what? This is a good time to play St. David. Because if they win, they drink a lot, and the next day they're hot. Hey, and when they... The last year we played them over here, in the T20 game, they gave up about 280 runs, and it took 220 because they fielded first and they were tired. And hardly any ever wanted to play. And when they win, these guys like to drink. They'll probably win today. No party. And some of the things as a coach you have to live with is understanding some of the players don't have professional habits. Good for them, it's fun and recreation.
That's how it's been going on for long. Nobody can change it overnight. But we can always stay with them. We can always pass through things.
But you know, it's amazing.
You got to understand the new wave is coming out.
Right.
There are some young players coming.
And the type of coaching that we get today, like yourself and others has come. Can you imagine if we had that in our day?
These guys have access. They've had rolling machines. They've had trip seats all over. A lot of our youngsters have been in England playing, but that question Alan Douglas asked was, has it been making a difference? I think we put too many young guys all at once in Uganda. We had 7 new players in a team of 11.
It never works like that.
No, hell no.
You need some experience with them.
And we were talking last week, Coach. Bangladesh, we beat Bangladesh, beat Sri Lanka.
At one
beat all
time,
those teams at one
in
time.
1982, I was reserved for Bermuda. Bangladesh was dismissed for about 82. Bermuda beat them by 8 wins. Then when we played them a few years later, we had to make 160. Right? And we fell short, but Bermuda used to beat a lot of them. The team that beat us was Zimbabwe and the a lot of the policemen we came here, we had a pace roller, super quick. These guys were top players. Arnold Thomas was the starter. And we had a police team that made the rest of the islands better because they were Barbadians, West Jamaican, really good player.
Very good player. Yeah.
And the other thing that was good, when test teams finished playing in England and West Indies, they came here. Australia came over to St. George's. We knocked them down for 139. We lost by 19. Mark Gore, Steve Moore, all of those guys. We had Bill Gibbons, Charlie Marshall. These are guys they would run, train hard all the time. It's something that, I don't know, the modern players today, not many of them we see running on the road, running on beaches, running on golf courses, doing the accident.
We used to run up these hills, all up the hills, run around here, all up the hills, and that. That's such a life.
But they got the travel quite a bit.
Hey, that's nice, man. With the white. Is that basket as a run days go? Hey, God, right.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a run day. That's a 2 minute order.
In the white? In the white?
That's a 2 minute order.
Listen to me, sweetheart. In the white. I see it down in the white. That's a run days go. Go on. Okay, coach. Take care. Listen. Coach. Cup mats come up into our booth.
Enjoy your Johnny Cup, dude. Did you get some fish? Take care, man.
I like it. It's cool.
I sometimes wonder about Alan, how he really thinks if they get going, they're going to send the sport.
I felt like saying, do you coach flats? You spend a lot of time on flats.
I don't see them scoring 250 runs. And plus they only got 40 some overs. 50, even if it's 53. The other thing he said that I had to not argue with him, and he said there's nothing wrong with playing. You know when we said play falls on the man, we said you can make up your mind to be impulsive. These guys are swiping and saying, well, I can do that. It's the principle of this is trying to keep the blue and yellow.
Yeah. You white-headed girl?
No, the one right here. Hello, Mr. Scott. How you doing? You want to this morning, you right? Enjoy your summer holiday, sir. Bye, Mr.
She's a prisoner of Victor Scott.
At one time, she used to teach with me at my T5 sister. When she first came, I used to go watch all her netball games. Never tried to get I wish they would clarify this because see, Alan got all upset like, oh, I thought we were saying 65, but by the calculation, they need to come out and say, here's the amount of overs every county that the team should have bet. What is it?
The umpire said they don't take overs because it ended right at two.
Right, so they're not going to take the overs.
So how many overs did they bet?
They got 23.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's a lot of overs.
And 6 runs and overs, 300. What are they going to 23? But I'm saying, right, it is true. But who in that lineup is going to stay out there and bet that long? They may have destroyed.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm going to tell you, that sounds like if these guys have been doing a lot of
I'm gonna get us under the table real quick.
you're up next. That's the answer. I'm enjoying having a nice breather and feeling up. Sometimes I'm just quiet.
Long breathing.
Well, they should have cut off. Hey, Alan Douglas. Alan Richardson. If he says we got to cut your pay because we got to ask the question.
I'm telling you, he better cut Alan Douglas.
Tell him, hey, guess what I'm going to tell him? I'm going to say, well, I can go catch a couple of tuna for that price. And my son is really nervous. It's order a vote, and it's 4 days here. Somebody take it up on test drive, put on a fish finder, put on, check the engine, drive the boat 8 hours to the place. They said they're leaving Friday, yesterday. And then when they got it there on time, my son said they were getting, the guy said, that 200 potatoes, get them in your boat to the top. And if it does come, you gotta wait till all the, my son really gets fishing right. I said, isn't it crazy? You watched this trade, didn't you?
I know. I saw. I was over there.
What amazed me with the coach was how high he was hitting the ball. I've never seen anybody sky the ball that high. One of my players had to go and put his hands in a
Players have returned to the field of play, and it's going to be, it looks as if it's going to be Lamb and the skipper Curry, and George O'Brien Jr. is going to open the bowling for St. David's. Total of 281, and we have been told by the umpires that flats will have 53 overs, and that gives them about 5.3 runs per over to try to get to the total that was posted by St. David's. So the winning target is actually 282. They need 281 to tie. Okay, so 282 for 8 with St. David's. And it looks like facing first delivery is going to be
Ajan Lamb.
Ajan Lamb, who actually plays his league cricket with St. David's, so he would have faced O'Brien several times in the nets. This should be an interesting contest.
So the St. David's total was 281?
281.
Okay, great.
And they need 282 to win. It's basic elementary, I think. So it's George O'Brien. Looks like he's going to be bowling to, is that a slip and a gully? A man on the third man boundary. There's a man in just forward square, and he comes right arm around. And this one is played defensively off the pads. And there's no onto the onside, and there's no run. He has a cover point, a cover field, a man at mid-off, a man at mid-on. A man on the, is at the deep mid-wicket boundary as he bowls in again. And this one's on the leg side, and it's cutting back. And it looks like it's come off the pads, and it's going down to fine leg. The batsmen are running two. That's a good bit of running there. They've run two, and the umpire signals 2 leg byes. So it's 2 now without loss. The ball is being thrown around the field, and O'Brien retrieves it. The umpire is making a signal to the scorers. As there's a bit of a delay as the umpire is waiting the affirmation from the scorers. Then he gets it as a leg by. So there's 2 leg byes to start over with. And O'Brien now comes over the wicket. And this one darting down the leg side. The keeper standing up. Allows the ball to drop in front of him and picks it up. That is Ricardo, who is the wicket keeper. Ricardo O'Brien. O'Brien back to his mark. Turns, and in he comes. It's a lovely ball and a lot of bit of batsmen and some good fielding. So all around, good cricket. No run, no addition to the total. 2 byes is the total in reply to 281 for 8. O'Brien goes back to his mark, turns, and away he goes from our sports microphone. And this one, another lovely ball, pitched right on and about middle stump, and it's played defensively back down the wicket by Lamb, fielded there by pitcher, I think that is, and there's no addition to the score. And this one again is just a bit short, bounces a bit, not too high, wraps the batsman on the pad as he misjudged the bounce of the ball, and there's no addition to the score. That's the first over after the tea break, and the first over for Flats. In their reply, they have 2. And they are on an adventure to try to get to 282 runs. Batsmen having a bit of a discussion in the middle of the park. And it looks as if the bowler from the other end is going to be young C.J. Otterbridge. C.J. Otterbridge is going to be operating from the bank end. More fondly learned. And the bank looks absolutely lovely. All types of stalls and cams and stands up there. A very innovative idea to put a 1-story scaffolding across the bank to make it more level, and really innovative. Thousands have made their way here to St. David's, and we would like to invite you all over to come and enjoy what the Eastern County has to offer. As Kerry, skipper Kerry, has taken his guard from umpire Mr. Carrington, and he is fixing his gloves, has a look around the field. He's going to be batting. Is this a left-hander? C.J. Audibly. Audibly, and he comes now. Left arm over. And this brings Kerry forward in defense. Three of the St. Davis players swarm around the ball. One of them comes out with it, and there's no addition to the score. The ball is played on the onside, on the offside. Audibly again, and this one, he's getting a bit of bounce out of this. That's about the highest I've seen a ball come through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Kerry has a slash at it, does not make contact. The wicketkeeper collects cleanly. There's no addition to the score. It's still 2 without loss in reply to St. David's total of 281. Audibly again, left arm over, and this one brings Kerry forward in defense, and he plays it over there on the offside, and the skipper Justin Pitcher does the fielding. No addition to the score. It's 2 without loss. Audibly back to his mark, and he comes again. This one going away from the right-hander, and he has a go at it. Wicketkeeper Brangman shuffles across to his right and takes it cleanly, passes the ball around the field to his teammates. The ball is making its way to the bowler, who is returned to his mark. He receives the ball, and in he comes again, left arm over the wicket. This one just about middle and pitching up, and brings the batsman forward in defense. No addition to the score, as skipper Pitcher does the fielding. Audibly is back to his mark. 2 without loss. In comes Audibly, left arm over. And this again brings the batsman forward in defense. And Kerry not taking any chances early, just summing up the pace of the wicket and how it's reacting to the deliveries of Audibly. And that is the end of the over. So we have seen 2 overs bowled, 2 maiden overs, and it's 2 bye runs. The total without loss in reply to 281. It's going to be George O'Brien, who will continue from the southern end. O'Brien is going to be bowling to his league cricket teammate, John Lamb. Brian runs away from our sports microphone, and he comes. This one sends Lamb on the back foot defensively. He plays that into the short cover, and there is no run. Ball comes back to O'Brien as he goes away again. This time jumps and delivers. He's really bowling right on the spot and forcing the batsman to play, and playing defensively, and playing defensively well is Lamb. There is no addition to the score. O'Brien is back to his mark, rubbing the ball about his mixed section. Runs away and bowls, and this one again is a good length ball, good pitch, right on the spot. Again, played defensively by Lamb, and there's no addition to the score. He's bowling to a slip and a gully, and the man on the third man boundary is filling the gap behind the wicketkeeper. O'Brien again, right arm over. This one's darting down the leg side. The keeper does a good bit of wicket keeping. He nips the bails off, does not keep the ball cleanly in his hand. The umpire at Squirrel Egg, Mr. Carrington, doesn't even have to make any decision. And there's no addition to the score. 2 without loss. This is the third over. In comes O'Brien again. Again, a lovely ball, darting in between middle and off, and it brings the batsman forward in defense. And it's fielded there in the covers, and no addition to the score. O'Brien again, right arm over the wicket. Another one. brings the batsman. He's put the ball on the spot and is bowling really consistently. So I think his aim is probably to continue bowling consistently, continue to make the batsman play to him. So that's the end of the third over. In the flats inning, they have 2, and we've seen 3 maidens, Alan. Such a good start.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And I think they want to prevent flats from getting off to a flyer and apply some early pressure. So.
Yeah, and I think we may mention to them having to bat 53 overs, and I think the run rate is 5.3, which is doable. But if you can apply pressure and make that run rate grow, and that is even more pressure. In comes audibly again, and this one brings Kerry forward, and he plays that one out in the cover where Justin Pitcher fields. He's birding to a slip, a gully, man just back with a pint. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players on the offside, and this one is pitched about middle. 7th player, thank you, Randall, for pointing that out. So, and he's birding as a left-handed birding to the right-handed birding across the batsman. So naturally, the field would want to be packed on that side. Out of bridge again, right arm over the wicket. And this one got some bounce out of that one. I don't know what the PSI in the wicket is now starting to maybe show itself, Alan, as we've seen this young man get the ball to raise a bit, and the keeper's taking the ball above waist once or twice. So
well, like Dougie had said earlier, he alluded to the fact that you need to really bend your back and put the efforts in, and I think that's the difference between the flats openers and CJ.
And it's going to be CJ again, right arm over the wicket. And this one, Kerry allows it to go past him outside the off stump. The wicketkeeper Brangman collects cleanly. There's no addition to the score. It's still 2 without loss in reply to St. David's 281 for 8. Out of bridge, back to his mark. He's getting some information from Simmons. And in it comes again. Right arm, left arm over. That's a lovely bit of feeling there. He pushes that one out to the covers, and skipper pitcher dives down like a goalkeeper, like a snake. Reminiscent of Charlie Marshall at cover point. Full length and prevents any addition to the score. It's still 2 without loss. And Audibridge comes again. This is the first time he's straight. It's going down the leg side, and the wicketkeeper Brangman shuffles across, takes it cleanly. That's the end of the over. With the score 2 without loss in reply to 281 flats of batting, I'd like to remind you that this is your number 1 and the best Eastern Counties Cup station, Power 95.
Yeah, St. David's has certainly, come out of the blocks really quickly. After 4 overs, there's only 2 runs that's been scored. And of course, as the overs decrease, that runs per over certainly increases, putting added pressure on most of the other batsmen. But as we're here, George O'Brien will be continuing to bowl from the club end. He will be bowling to John Lamb, and he comes right arm over, and George O'Brien pitching the ball well up. And Lamb on the front foot. No space between the bat and the pads, and of course he holds that pose so that George O'Brien can see exactly what he's doing, and the ball just trickles out to the mid-off fielder. Back to his mark, and in he comes, right arm over the wicket. And George trying to push that one through a little quicker. Ball goes down the leg side, the wicketkeeper shuffles across, doesn't collect cleanly, but he prevents the ball from going for any further by runs. St. David's 281 in their allotted overs for 8. And flats, here we go. George O'Brien, right arm over. Again, George O'Brien shuffling, Lamb shuffling inside the ball and then playing it on his leg side and going to for a quick single. And that's the benefit of running the first one hard. He had plenty of time to go back for the second. So Lamb has opened his account with 2, and flats are now 4 for the loss of no wickets here at the first round of the 118th edition of Eastern Counties. In comes George O'Brien, right arm over, and this time the ball is played on the onside with a short mid-wicket fielder is fielding. The ball is not collected cleanly, but at least he got his body behind it. and prevented any further additions to the score. That score being 4. George O'Brien back to his mark. Much shortened run up. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And again, Lamb is just shuffling behind the ball and playing it on the onside, where it's fielded by Dewande Bascom, the colt from the famous Bascom clan. So it's good to see generations continuing. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And Lamb has pushed that ball hard. He's driven it quite nicely. In fact, the offside field, I think that's Seth Campbell. He dove to his right, but the ball was hit pretty hard, and then it bounced and went over his diving arm. So it's the 4 runs to Lamb. A handsome looking stroke. 6 runs to Lamb and 6 runs to the total here at St. David. It's been an absolute peach of a day. St. David's on the backbone of a 95 from Chris Douglas and 108 from O.J. Pitcher. Built a good total of 281 for 8 during their allotted overs. And Lamb just added to his total of 6. Carey, the skipper, John Carey, is yet to get off the mark. He will be facing C.J. Audibly, a young chap that's come on in leaps and bounds for St. David. Wiry chap, and in he comes. Left arm over the wicket. The ball outside the off stump, and Carey pushing it and cutting it just backward of point where Dean Simons does the fielding. Dean Simons hasn't had the greatest of years with the bat. He scored a few here and there, but he's in there because he's a very good fielder, and he showed us some of his prowess in stopping that as CJ. And he comes again, left arm over the wicket, and Carey pushing it out to the widest mid-off, where they run around very quickly and collapse. 6 without loss here at St. David's. Flats chasing 281, really needing 282 to outright win the match. In comes Audibly, and this ball is pushed on the onside, this time a little closer. CJ has been bowling just outside the off stump that time, a bit more towards center and leg, and it was pushed to mid-wicket, and it went directly, he hit powerfully, but hit directly to the mid-on fielder. And in comes CJ again. In he comes, left arm over the wicket, and that ball there, he's bending his back, a little bit of bounce there, and Carey gets inside it and just places it down on the onside with the bowler running through, his follow-through, collects and makes his way back to his mark. The bank certainly looks rather full as he comes. In he comes, left arm around, and that ball wide, and he went to cut it actually. He gets a top edge, and it goes between the second slip and George O'Brien fielding at third at the gully position. So Carey has now opened his account with 1. He goes to a single, the ball goes down to third man. The score is 7 for the loss of no wickets. 7 for the loss of no wickets. Flats need 282 to outright and wrestle the coveted trophy from St. David's. As CJ, I guess the palms of the hands are getting a little sweaty. He's rubbing them on the grass, and he's starting his run. He's bowling left arm over the wicket. And he comes, left arm over the wicket, and the ball pitched well up, and Carey equal to the task, just playing it a forward stroke, and the ball trickles on the offside where the skipper Justin Pitcher, feeling short cover, runs in and collects. And that's the end of the 6th over. The score is 7 without loss. Lamb is on 6 and Carey is on 1. I'd like to take a brief moment. We got some information during the interval. Probably Bermuda's greatest bowler. Gee, I hope he's listening somehow, somewhere in his adopted country of Scotland. But I want to wish Clarence Parfitt a happy birthday. I think it's his 78th birthday, I was told. So Clarence, wherever you are at this time, hopefully you're listening to the #1 County Cup station in Bermuda with a very dynamic and diverse team of commentators. Years of experience of playing, coaching, captaincy, and myself being reserve a few times.
Alan, my only question is, how could you say probably Bermuda's best bowler? The man has 115 cup match wickets, could have played for any team in the world. Well, probably.
Well,
give the man his due.
He was the best cup match bowler. In comes George O'Brien, right arm over the wicket and pitched up and carry on the front foot, just pushing the ball to, I think that's Isaiah O'Brien, feeling in the short cover area. George O'Brien still needs to get a bit more consistency with his line and length. Then he comes, right arm over the wicket. That's much better ball. The ball hits straight back down the ground and actually hits the wicket. Certainly took some of the pace off the ball. A good straight drive by Carey that careened into the wickets. There's no way Big George is going to get down to stop that. 7 without loss in reply to St. David's 281 for 8. And then comes O'Brien, right arm over the wicket. And that's pitched up, and the ball this time hit on the onside. The ball actually, a bit of his right hand came into play because that out as well should have been hit in the cover region. But it got the inside edge of the bat, and as he was going forward, it nestled over onto the onside where the short mid-wicket fielder is there cutting off one, CJ. And he comes again, right arm over the wicket. And this time, again, a batter ball from O'Brien. The ball is just played back down the pitch where he is fielding to his own bowling. O'Brien in his younger days would have came off a much longer run. And he comes, right arm over the wicket. And this time the ball is pitched just on center and leg and is hit towards mid-wicket where Durande does the fielding at mid-on, short mid-on. 7 without loss. Lamb on 6. Carey, the John Carey, not out on 1. In reply to St. David's 281 for 8. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And Carey on the front foot. No space between bat and pad, and is pushed back down the crease. And oh, it's 9? Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 leg byes. Thank you, scorer. She's keeping us in check here. So after 7 overs, the score is 9 without loss. John Lamb's on 6 and Carey on 1. One can only imagine the feeling of Lamb if they were flats to win this match. Would he be celebrating as he plays his cricket for St. David's? His family's from St. David's. That's something Doug and I, we would never have to worry about. Not to play against Cleveland and St. David's. And in comes CJ. In he comes, left arm over the wicket. And Carey getting in line with the ball very correctly. Lamb, getting in line with the ball and pushing it on the onside where the coach, Durande Bascom, does the fielding. All the stalls up on the bank is filled with spectators. As he comes, left arm over the wicket. That ball outside the off stump, and Lamb looking to cut. It doesn't make clean contact. It just only succeeds in hitting it to Mackay Simmons, feeling in the covers. Didn't get the timing wasn't there. 9 without loss here at Lords and St. David's. We're into the 8th over. In he comes. Left arm over the wicket. And this time Lamb gets in line with the ball and playing it on the onside where Mackay Simmons runs in from his short cover area and collects. CJ appears to be now bowling a better line, a better length. You don't want these batsmen getting off to a flyer. You want to actually keep them here like this and build the runs per over to put the pressure on the other batsmen as they come. And in he comes, left arm over the wicket. And this time it's clipped off his legs. A good piece of cricket by the young Lamb. It's hit over there to the vacant long leg position where the OJ pitcher, the first slip had to run all the way down, collect and throw in. But the sad thing about that was a good piece of cricket on Lamb's part, but the running was, in that case, was certainly atrocious because that, if they were to put some pressure on the field, that could have been, to us, an easy 3 runs. So these are the little nuances that we really need to, or the coaches really need to check within our Bermuda cricket, because that should have been 3 runs. But nevertheless, it was 2. There's 11 to the score. This time the ball, CJ very lucky not to be punished outside the off stump, foolish of length, and Lamb could have turned it into a full toss. But he doesn't collect cleanly, and it goes to the point fielder, Simon. 11 for the loss of no wickets. As CJ coming round the wicket now. Then he comes round the wicket, and this time Lamb gets inside the ball again, and I think this time the ball just may trickle into the boundary. at the long leg or widest long leg region because there's no one in that vicinity. So the score now is 15 for the loss of no wickets, and Lamb takes his personal total on to 13, I think it is. On to 12. I'm sorry. Lamb on to 12, and the score is 15 without loss. So Flats Victoria Recreation Club after 8 overs, 15 for the loss of no wickets. Lamb on 12 and Kerry on 1. In reply to St. David's 281 for the loss of 8 wickets during their allotted overs. We want to remind you, you're listening to the #1 County Cup station, Power 95.
And as George O'Brien looks to continue from this, the clubhouse end, we're cognizant of the fact that the scoring rate is quite slow, but we have to give credit to the bowling and particularly the field setting. St. David's have been bowling both of their bowlers to a 7-2 field, with only that last over seeing some balls straight down the leg side, but for the most part we've had a slip, a gully, a third man, a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, all saving one, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. And this time O'Brien's outside off, and even when Flats Victoria, the batsmen from Flats have played handsome shots, they've tended to be directly at the point field or the cover field, and this is what Alan Douglas was talking about earlier, the captain's setting fields to which the bowlers bowl to, and having a plan to stifle the runs, and it's something that you see in top class cricket all the time. And George O'Brien, the veteran, the wily bowler that is, will try to endeavor to stay on that line. He's right there. This time the batsman, though, is getting a bottom edge to that, and that ball just ricochets down to behind the wicketkeeper. He'll get 1. That's Kerry, I believe. He moves his total on to 2. The total moves on to 16 without loss after 8 overs, so they're going at exactly 2 runs and over at present. Not sufficient to be helping them to pull the run rate down. Again, as we speak, that ball's played into the cover area. One fielder runs around, and while the batsmen are ball watching, they're not running, and so there's no attempt at a run. The groupings of the bowlers has been quite well evident. That's one's a stifled appeal. It's angling down the leg side, hit the batsman low, and Lamb's looking to tuck it around the corner. There's nobody fielding it on the leg side behind the umpire, who's at square leg. In fact, there's only a mid-on and a mid-wicket, both short. We're here at Lord's. The crowd has stayed in. We've had a few more coming by. Here's George O'Brien, and this one's beating the batsman all end up. He goes back in defense, and he's lucky not to get an edge to keep it collected cleanly, but there was no edge to that, and it's the end of the over. St. David's are getting through their overs very swiftly. They've bowled 9 overs now. There's only 16 on the board. Lamb, Ajan Lamb on 12, and Kerry is on 2. And so right now we can see that Flats are, I wouldn't say digging a hole for themselves, but they're not making their task any easier by batting at such a slow rate. And when you've had opportunities to run 3, we saw O.J. Pitcher once leave the first slip area on the eastern side of the field and have to run all the way towards the clubhouse boundary, and they didn't scamper through, they just trotted and got 2 where there could have been an easy 3. Nonetheless, we're carrying on with C.J. Otterbridge. There's no limited number of overs that any bowler can bowl. They can bowl 20 or 25, 23, whatever they wish or are able to. We've got a slip and a gully, a point saving 1, a cover and an extra cover saving 1, and mid-off saving 1 on the offside, and a third man. This one's bringing the batsman forward. You can see he's tended to be tempted to play in that vacant onside area where there's only a mid-on and a mid-wicket, only 2 fielders, but he gets a leading edge and the ball goes to mid-off. We say good afternoon to all the cricket lovers, and we see Justin Pitcher all of a sudden coming in to try to cut off the single And he's almost in line with the mid-off. I think, Alan, if he wanted to save the single, he could perhaps come around a bit to his left, but maybe he sees something we don't. I want to say good afternoon, my first and only shout out to the day to my goddaughter Zori and her sister Zara. Hope you're enjoying the game. And this one's tucked around the corner. They should get two. OJ Pitcher's running around and he's leaving it for the boundary fielder from third man, and he's the skipper from Flets is getting two more. Let's see if they signal off the bat, and yes they do. It's off the glove, and there's two more to young Carey. So Carey moves on to 4. The total moves on to 18 without loss. So to all the cricket lovers out there, whether you're at home doing some housework or out driving to town and just listening to us, or perhaps watching by TV, we're going to remind you that you're not listening to your number one station. And the batsman's coming forward, tucking that ball to the wideish long mid-on area. They don't attempt to run. There's no urgency to the batsman as far as looking to steal runs, and so this may come to haunt them later if they were to get closer. CJ Outerbridge, a very good ball. He has a good habit of bowling just back of a length, not up in the slot where you can drive him in. As a result, the batsmen are having to come back and play defensive. We see a few people over there in the stock market. For those of you who are prone towards that, it's there for you today. But most of the crowd have stayed underneath their tents. I'm sure they probably have them for all 3 rounds. This one's driven, and it may go for 4. It may not. The fielder at long off is chasing it, but to no avail. And Carey gets a handsome drive past the bowler's left arm in the air, but not near a fielder, and he takes his total on to 8. So a lofted drive past the bowler takes the total on to 22 without loss. So we see Dejan Carey, the captain, at the wicket now with Ajan Lamb. Lamb has had a couple of decent innings this year in a very peculiar position, playing his leg cricket week in and week out with St. David's, but yet representing Flets Victoria in this, the Eastern County, the first round of the 118th edition. As we speak, the brilliant sunshine is really beaming down upon us, and we noted that the Flets Victoria Club had a lengthy spell in the field today. They actually had to stay out there for, I believe, 63 overs from 10 o'clock in the morning, so we'll see just how they fare when it comes to fatigue and endurance when they come out to bed. This one's hammered, one of the better shots of the day. George O'Brien pitched up a half volley, and Lamb dispatched that in no time, straight past him, down here just to the left of the sight screen, and that, Alan Douglas, I thought was one of the better strokes of the day, all on the carpet.
Yeah, and what I'm enjoying about both of these two batsmen, you know, they're just taking the time and they're middling almost everything. So when they want the one to hit, they will hit it. So this is not bad tactics by Flats.
And the total moves on to 26 without loss. We saw the similar thing from St. David's. The openers came in, felt just like Alan Richardson said, it's like 2 boxes in the first round just feeding their way out. But he tends to go a bit quiet once he sees shots like that coming. And trust me, you'll see a difference in his demeanor if that was to continue for the next while. But nonetheless, 281 on the board for St. David's. A slow one, and there's the wily, crafty O'Brien bowling a half volley, but changing the pace to try to get the player to sky the ball. But Lamb was quick to note that. In comes George O'Brien again. This one short of a length outside. There's a loud appeal, and he's given out. George O'Brien straightened that one, kept it straight rather than swinging it back, and Lamb played off the back foot, and the entire team went up, and there was no hesitation on the part of umpire McCormick, umpiring at the bowler's end, and Flats have lost their first wicket with a score on 26, and Lamb has been dismissed for 16. And he had no hesitation in walking. I'm sure he heard that edge, and I'm sure he's obviously disappointed to have gotten a fine edge, a very fine edge. All he needed to do was get across a bit more. The ball was short. It was there for the forcing shot, but he didn't play the right line, and he's out for a total of his personal total, for 18, and the flats Victoria total 26. So we see Logan Jones coming into bat at number 3. This is a very interesting situation. We see the youngster, the leg spinner, Alan.
Yeah, I saw the other Connie last year too. Comes out there early to bat. So I'm wondering, is he putting down the leg spin more to be a batsman?
And that's a very good question, because when you think about it, there are very few leg spinners, not just in Bermuda, but worldwide. And if it's an art that you can master, it could get you into most teams just on that merit. But apparently he's an early order bat. He did look the part last year for quite a while, stayed around. But we shall see. He's going to be up against some good bowling. You've still got Justin Pitcher to bowl. And of course, we've got a few others on the St. David's team. But for now, it's George O'Brien. You see someone on a pedal bike, one of those bikes that the electric type bikes where you can just sit on them and they take you across. Someone's riding the bike around the outskirts of the field. Perhaps they'll make their way off. But the things that people do just to get some notoriety. I won't be calling any names or bring any attention. But I guess perhaps he's looking to do that at the fall of every wicket. Alan Richardson, your thoughts on that?
Well, it's a St. Davis supporter, so he has my support.
Keep off the grass.
Used to be a horse.
He's lucky he's not at Lord's, because
Oh, man.
I'll tell you, they'd have the bobbies after him in a minute. But nonetheless, the umpires, they're probably just shaking their heads, the things that are becoming new to the Eastern County. Nonetheless, the fall of the first wicket was Ajan Lamb just caught behind for one. And he's bowled, first ball, playing down the wrong line. George O'Brien bowls Logan Jones. Logan Jones went forward defense, and he had his bat and pad compactly together, but he came down the line of center, and the ball was an off stick, and it knocked the off peg back and the bail back, and he's out for what is called a golden duck, very first ball. So Logan Jones won't have good memories of this Eastern County.
Orlando, he wouldn't have to worry about trying to clean the red marks off his bat today.
Yeah,
He touched one of them. And one of the things and I asked this question earlier, and I'm really concerned about our boys in England. Let's be blunt about this. They're over there in England, and this young boy and his brother, they're up 6:30 in the morning doing training this way. They're going to training, but like a forward defense, and we saw this with the Bermuda team in Uganda. There's something missing. Why we can't get these forward defense. With even the young boy Stovo the other day. Unfortunately, great, wonderful attitude with these guys, but forward defense, getting knocked on the pads, getting out. We need to rethink, and that's why I'm happy that we have an Indian coach here, because we need to look at this a bit closer and from a different perspective, from a different hemisphere.
And I'm just checking out Richardson, who's the incoming batsman. Just so that we
Cofield
can-
Robertson, I think.
Cofield Robertson. So you get one, you get two. You know the old saying, as Boycott says, put 2 wickets onto the score and take a look at it. This is Cofield Robertson, Alan, and I will go back to your point in a minute. I'm just trying to keep our listeners who are watching or who are listening up to date with the proceedings here. Flats Victoria have gone from 26 without loss to 26 for 2. Logan Jones got, and so that means George O'Brien is on a hat trick. And Alan, there was no venom in that ball. It's just a good line, and the batsman's played the wrong line.
Oh, you missed a hit, right?
That's
And
right.
the new batsman put it on the stumps.
And here comes O'Brien. You can look for him to do the same thing. Oh, this one's wayward down the leg side, and the wicket keeping left a lot to be desired there. I think you might have missed that. He had a ball down the leg side, and he fell over himself, the wicketkeeper, and didn't collect cleanly. But O'Brien missed out on the opportunity for a possible hat trick. 26 for 0 now, 26 for 2. So we see Ajan Lamb caught behind. Logan Jones clean bowled. A better ball, bringing the batsman forward, but he's more compact. And Alan, to be honest with you, I did not get an opportunity to watch any of the cricket in Uganda, but just by looking at the stats, you see very few of our batsmen accomplished any. We had a number of chaps who went over there. I mean, you can call off name after name. The Dalen Richardsons, Amari Evans, on and on. There was a lot of young players who were playing their first international games. Perhaps some people may say, did we throw them to the wolves too early? I see your point is, are they getting the proper training in England? Is it nerves? Is it what might it be? Is it playing at a standard that's above league cricket in Bermuda that's maybe they're not accustomed to yet? There could be a number of things, but we'll have there could be many possible schools of thought for that. But as we get ready, what I really like is what you talked about earlier. You've got a team that is bowling to their field. And as we say that this ball's driven, but look at that, straight to the fielder. You've got a mid-off, you've got a cover that's short, saving one, and Justin Pitcher, you've got another cover to his right. The only gap that's of some distance looks to be the one between Justin and the fielder in the cover area of about 15 yards. But there he goes again, directly to the other fielder. He's bowling the line that the captain wants of him. So if you're going to score, you're going to have to maybe go down the wicket and try to hit him over the top. Take a chance, or wait for the bad ball.
Or just step across the equity, just walk across to off stump and just hit the same stroke, and it's a different angle down there.
And here we go. He's getting a ball that he's hitting uppish, but it's bouncing to the mid-on player. We saw a chap from England actually do that this week, Alan Ritson. He walked across his wicket and had his leg peg pushed back, and Boomer clean bowled him around his legs. But that's a totally another level. Talking about the Shami and Boomer from India. When you talk about Butchie B, I don't know if you saw any of Boomer 6'4" against England. That was something to behold.
Enjoy watching that.
It was a treat, and I'm a batsman, but to watch top-rate bowling was a treat. This one's back of a leg, a good delivery, and they talk about bowling one just over off stump. That nearly clipped the bail, and C.J. Outerbridge is showing just why he's rated so highly. That ball was a perfect delivery, back of a length, bringing the batsman tentatively forward. He missed it, and it just misses off bail, and he comes again, and this one's he's attempting to pull it and not getting around. The shot was possibly there, but right now the fluency is not there, and the batsmen are not middling the ball too well, the incoming batsmen. And we'll have to be careful that we don't mistake Cofield for Carey. And this is Carey, I believe. And this one he's tucked around off of center and off to square leg. He's played a high risk shot, but he hit it in the middle of the bat, so you have to give him credit, and it's 4 more. 4 more to Carey. That moves finally Flat's total off from 26 for 2 to 30 for 2, and Carey, we have him moving on to 12. Flat's Victoria, 30 for 2. They were going along quite nicely at 26 for 2, and then all of a sudden George O'Brien had 2 quick wickets, enticed an edge off of Ajan Lamb as he tried to force him off the back foot, only for the keeper to take the edge, and then young Logan Jones had a very good ball on off stump. He went to forward defense, but played the wrong line and was clean bowled. And George O'Brien will now continue from the clubhouse end. He's not taking a very long run, perhaps half the distance of what he normally does. We'll try to count how many paces he's coming on, but he's still got the field setting. Let's see if we can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then he's bounding, and that one's right there on off stump. There's nothing wrong with his line, but his pace, no venom, no real bite in it that would frighten a batsman for sure, but you still have to be careful because he has this ability to bowl both in swingers and away swingers, then the slower one, and he hasn't lost the gift of guile. In comes George O'Brien again, another one. This one's just angling into the batsman, and Alan, I'm looking. Sometimes we give batsmen or bowlers rather too much respect. If you look at the onside field, both the fielders are up, saving one. So even if they miss hit that attempted hit to square leg or mid wicketer, it's possible.
But that's exactly what George wants you to do. Go over to the onside to play. He bowls most balls on off stump or about the stump somewhere.
And there he is, outside off.
Exactly. But so and it's a game. It's a game to set up like a chess game. And he puts everybody on the offside, and this is what I was saying about flats. But if you want it, go ahead, make the stroke happen, and you get it. Well, hey, credit to you.
And you could get a leading edge if
Exactly.
you don't. And you come to gain. This one's right on the wicket, staying low. The batsman staying down behind that, and George O'Brien has to be credited for some crafty bowling, some good line bowling. We've got a slip, a third man saving 4, a gully, a point, a cover, a short cover, mid-off and mid-on. I like the fact that they're right up saving 1, so there's no chance of a single with any of the infielders. And that really makes it where the batsmen have to play a more explosive shot to hit the ball past them. This one he's going around the wicket, just changing his angle. There looks to be one more ball. The fielders started to move as if they were going to think or believe that it was over ball. So we'll see what he does coming around the wicket, changing his angle of approach. He's close to the side, and he's bowling across the right hand and bringing him forward in defense. So that's the end of another crafty over by George O'Brien. So here we are at Lord's with the score 30 for 2. Flats Victoria trying to chase down 282 that's needed. 281 St. David's were 281 for 8 when their allotted 63 overs were up. We're going to remind you that you're listening to your number 1 Eastern County station, Power 95.
Bundle. It's George doesn't run in hard, and he hasn't done that for a long time. But he just knows the right areas to put the ball. And you got to remember, it's a red ball, so the red ball's going to hold a shine a bit longer. He can move it in and out and things like that. And that's all he does. He just twists his hand here, does this here, there, and the batsman. Now, they are not slouches with the bat. Carey is pretty competent, and he's been middling most things just now. So I think if Carey can just hang in there, things could happen with this one here just coming down the leg side from CJ, and he's actually running in a bit. This one here just on leg stump, outside leg stump, and he tucks it around the area, and actually it's a leg by, so it's one more to the total, one more to the total. It's an uphill task, but not impossible. Someone can get off to a flyer. St. David still have 2 men on the onside, inviting St. David's Flats to go for the drive, get the ball hit to the offside somewhere. He comes around the wicket, cuts at this one, goes straight to back with a point, and it's fielded by Dean Simons, fielded by young Dean Simons. And he hit that with a bit of pace. That's one of the ones I'm seeing hit the hardest by Flats so far. As Cofield had a rough day behind the stumps. And this was outside, off stump, and he plays over it. The ball was pitched full, and he played over the ball, and it goes through to the keeper. So I want to give, I know a good friend I met the last couple of years, a fellow named Roger Hart, who's home just relaxing and listening to the game. I just want to give a shout out to him and let him know that we're all thinking of the sick and shut-in today. As young CJ coming in, he's around the wicket, probably looking to angle in at the batsman. Exactly as I said, angled in, and it's going toward center stump, and it's just gazing, able to hit but the batsman was able to hit the ball toward mid-off for 1 run. And just this change of angle enabled him to hit the gap, actually. Everyone's waiting for Flats to do something magical, and this was outside off stump, and Carey hits it handsomely in the covers for no run. He's middling most things. He's middling everything. And as I said to Carey earlier, Carey, you bet to the end, Flats have a chance. CJ Carey shuffles down the wicket. Hits this in the air oppositely toward point, and did not carry to the batsman. And the fielder Simons picks up the ball, has a throw at the non-strikers end, and well backed up as the end of the over. The end of the over, the score 22 for 2. 32 for 2. 32 for 2. And this is always the tricky part for team that has been fighting and wrestling for this trophy for 38 years. How do I muster up the energy? Where do I find the strength to say, okay, I'm going to still go down fighting at this here, this match today? And this is where it brings out character. Talked today to the director of cricket in Bermuda, Elliot, and was talking about this sport is a great sport as O'Brien comes around the wicket. Outside off stump, keeper collects. This is a great sport that changes boys to men. And one of the things that we're looking to do, Wendell, throughout Bermuda is to get more cricket, but to actually change the guy's mentality, right? Through cricket, as he comes in, pitches this one on leg stump, going towards center, so good fielding, running in, throws it at the stumps, the keeper goes past the keeper, and CJ again out there covering and backing up well. So the more we get cricket played, the more we as leaders, Wendell, as coaches and everyone, instill the right disciplines in the players, we can help these guys live, some good successful lives and mold them. As George comes around the wicket to an open stance, Carey, who just plays this quietly into the covers.
And Alan, the late Mr. Jim Woolwich, he talked about that all the time, about how this is such a character-building sport because you've got persistence, discipline, determination, so many qualities that you need in life. And cricket has so many of them.
And he plays this one in the backward point. A forward point gets nothing. But you see, how do we get that? That has to come from us as leaders. That has to come from us as management of teams, as coaches of the teams, to set the guidelines and stand by it. And that's where I see we're losing a bit today, but it's not all lost. As George comes in, he just plays this one again in the middle of the bat, pushes it in the covers. No run scored. No run scored. Two guys on the onside, on the onside. Pushes this one at leg side order. Automatically, the ball's on the leg side. He could have actually whipped this on the onside, similar to what OJ was doing all day today. But again, Carey just duel at the wicket.
Yeah.
Duel at the wicket.
He's taking his time, occupying the wicket, selecting the right shots, not attempting to push at the score or the over rate. He's just trying to solidify his defense and see what happens down the road. 53 overs is a lot of overs.
Yeah.
I've heard some stats that a lot of Bermuda teams don't bat 50 overs. So if he stays there, the longer he stays there, about the opportunity his team has of getting close to or in around 281.
Early in the year, the teams were betting. I think the average overs teams are betting early in the season, except in the last 2 weeks, have been in the 40s, which is tremendous for Bermuda cricket. So, and Flats is one of those teams. So if Flats say, listen, I bet my average overs, 40 odd, they've scored 240 this year. They haven't been up against this caliber of Berlin, but they've scored the runs. And runs on the board, as we have Justin Pitcher. Justin Pitcher comes in, Bill to Cofield. This one down the leg side, and there's no run scored, and the keeper goes across and collects. And certainly not to the field setting because there's only two guys on the onside, one cover, one mid-on. So the batsman should have been licking his lips to get a piece of that there. But unfortunately, nothing there. Justin would have to hold his line, Mando, on or about off stump, which I'm not sure he'll be able to do that today. As Cofield plays this one just backward a point to Dean Simons.
And Alan, that was one of the rare bad balls we've seen from St. David's. And as a batsman, you need to be alert to the fact that here it is, let me take advantage of it.
Exactly, and you need as a batsman to sit there. Your first mentality should be attack. And I'll tell you why. If you're looking to attack, you can always dress back and defend. Pitcher in. Ball pitched up towards center and off, and he just hits it back down to mid-off. But you got to be looking to attack. So if it's there, it's easy to go from attack to defense, then defense to attack.
I was talking to Gennaro recently, and he alluded to that. He said, every ball I face, I can hit 6. And if I have to defend it, then I defend it. If I got 1, I got 1. But I'm looking for 6.
Yeah.
We look like the batsman's having problems with his
Right,
pad.
yeah.
I don't know if he actually needs a new pad or needs some tape or dressing of some kind.
Yeah, it looks like he has some trouble with the pad. The top strap's going.
The
So
Velcro?
they're probably going to take a bit of water break at the time.
And you know what? That looks to be just what they're going to do. So that's a smart move.
Yeah.
15 overs have been bowled.
Yeah.
We are 33 for 2.
So 15 overs, and they're looking to bat. Their allotted is 53.
3, yes. So we said to get to 282, they needed about 5.3. After 15 overs, they are about, what's that, 3 runs and over?
Yeah, just under 3.
That's not bad for the start. They don't need to be going at 5 because if they got a partnership and players start scoring more fluently, this can be an interesting contest.
Well, they just got under 40 overs left. They got like 38 overs to go ahead and get these runs. And while we're actually, they're coming off to get some water. Also, Dupierre Simons, want to give him a shout out. He's up there right close next door to Roger Hart, and so those guys can sit off and chat to each other. But I want to give them a shout out and let them know that we're thinking of them while they're home sick and shut in, and all the people that are actually at the hospitals and the rest homes, and cousin Deborah at the Agape House doing a marvelous job looking after the people with such care. You know, I want to give a shout out to them.
Well, I usually don't do shout-outs, but if I did do shout-outs, I'll shout out to the Boulevard Community Club for their lovely cup of fish chowder during tea while some were eating biscuits and cake. I had some Bermuda fish chowder and now refreshing on some homemade root beer. I'm a former president of the Boulevard Community Club, so thanks for looking out for your ex-president. I'd also encourage anyone here to go along to all of the vendors who are over there providing us with seafood, fresh drinks, fruit, snowballs, and other. Go out and give them some commerce.
Well, Butch, I'm going to tell you, Alan's going to enjoy having you for Alan Richardson for Cup Match, because the way you've just grasped that method of making sure to thank the vendors. He looks forward to his cupcakes and snowballs, etc. He's over there grinning. But we've got a lull in play. For those of you who are listening, they're taking a water break right now, so we're having a little light aside, but we must say it's been quite lovely down here at the First Eastern County. And for those of you who don't know the schedule, Cleveland County are up next, and then the third and final round will be a much anticipated round, irrespective of whether it's Cleveland, Fletcher, St. David's, the Bailey's Bay Cricket Club with that very potent lineup of players, and who are being so wonderfully coached by Gus Logie. We saw them last week at Wellington Oval. Alan Richardson arriving there early, like 9:30 for an 11 o'clock game, warming up, doing all the processes that a team should do, and it can only bode well for Bermuda cricket if other teams follow in that vein. Alan Richardson?
Yeah, I just want to say that you alluded to it earlier, that with the game, this is certainly a good advertisement for the Eastern Counties. It's been absolutely marvelous here today to see the support that we have from the community. And as you alluded, up on the bank, when I look at all the camps at the bank, they're packed. They got people at all of them. Around the grounds, there's maybe one spot that's empty, but there's a tent there. So I just want to take a brief moment to congratulate the committee of the St. David's Cricket Club and the Eastern County Association for some of the innovativeness that they're trying to put into the Eastern Counties. And one that I'm looking at now, I wish I would have had it in my day. I would have loved to have been up there on the bank, because I think the hardest part about making, and I'm not a carpenter, so help me out here, guys. The hardest part about being on the bank, you have to make the camp level first. You have to have that foundation. But with the scaffolding that's already there, I mean, all you have to do is bring your all the hard work is done. Just
Yeah,
bring your
yeah.
top up,
Bring your top
and
up
it's
and you
there.
run.
So it's absolutely fantastic what they've done, and I would like to
Yeah.
take an opportunity to give them their credit, Randall.
The other thing I wanted to say, Alan Richardson, is there are a number of good young players who we'll get a chance to see in the upcoming rounds. There's a young chap at Cleveland, Zerai Tomlinson. Then you've got Jared Richardson at Bailey's Bay, Jordan Burgess, a number of youngsters who are coming through that I think will all go well for Bermuda cricket. And I'm sure Alan Douglas knows of a few more. Richardson?
Let me also mention that, because I've been getting a few texts that telling us that we're on TV, but we have to remind the public that though we're on TV, we don't have a monitor up here. So we really don't know what is going on in the TV. So that's why most times you'd find that during the commercial break, that's when we take our break. But apparently, being that we're on TV, we're just going continuously for those persons that are probably watching it on TV. So it may be some delayed responses from us on the TV because we don't have the screen here. So I just wanted the public to know that up front.
Right. There are the challenges today, but just talked to cousin Ian, and I said we need to get this here, so make some improvements. So I know we will do that. What I'm finding, Alan Richardson, it's a lot of boats coming in.
Coming through, yes.
They're not St. David's Islanders fishing because they're here at the Connie game. So what's going on out there on the water?
I think there is a tournament going on. You have all these big boats in. The Marlins, they're going a big fishing tournament. There's a lot of boats in Hamilton, and I'm thinking there's probably this crew here is a stretch from that's going into St. George's. But I've been waiting for a cruise ship to come through because you alluded to a couple of years ago that in the olden days you'd be roaring, you're rowing out to get the to get the ship. And I never forgot that, Dougie.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for a cruise ship so you can say it.
Right. As we're back on the field, two guys on the onside, and Justin Pitcher, still burning right arm over, just pitched up. And Kofi just played this comfortably on the onside. Very watchful. And I got to give credit where credit is due. I love the field setting. I love the setup, what St. David's are trying to do. But I also admire batsmen who are just trying to hang in there and hitting the ball in the middle of the bat. So that's what we come to Connie Cup to see, a bit of fight. One thing we do need to watch out for, because I'm watched all day down the side screen there, where people are walking in front of the side screen all day. So Eastern Connie will sort that out as Justin comes in again, and he just plays this one on the leg side, and Bascom runs in and picks it up. And what I noticed with these two batsmen, what I'm noticing is that they're not doing a whole lot of movement at the crease. They stand, wait till the ball comes, and play into it, which I enjoy seeing, instead of people doing all these things they call trigger this and trigger that and think they're on some Western movie.
Alan, I want to speak to your point that perhaps some of the spectators don't understand the ethics of cricket when it comes to, or etiquette of cricket when it comes to side screens. Some people may not realize that when they're walking behind the bowler and he's running in and the batsman's looking at the bowler, that it could be a distraction, because those who watch Test cricket would know you'll see batsmen pull away from their crease when someone's behind the bowler's arm walking. So for those of you who are listening in, it is not courtesy at all to be, for instance, George O'Brien's now bowling from this end, which is the clubhouse, and no one should be walking behind in front of this side screen right here, where the batsmen need to be seeing the white background so that they can find the ball, because it can be off-putting for the batsman.
Now George is still bowling over the wicket, bowling to Cofield, same field setting as before. What I find interesting is that he's got a third man. The third man was down to the boundary, now he's come up. Does George need that player there? Maybe George could bring that player up, maybe second slip, right in front of the bat, because no ball's been down to third man yet in the day. So as he comes in again, this was pitched right up there, and Kofi was just equal to the task, plays it back down the pitch.
And of course, you're more likely to get a wicket with the player in second slip, two slips and a gully, and you have the runs on the board to afford a few boundaries.
George, another one here. This one just down the leg side a bit, and he plays this one down the leg side. They go for one, and they're looking for two. They get two, and as I'm watching OJ run, it looks like he's pulled a little cramp. It's not as wasn't comfortable running after that.
Yeah, I bet it long today, and then that takes its toll. And it looks like, oh, he's going to have to go down and get the flex treatment for the muscle.
Right.
He's suffering from a bit of cramp. That is a horrible feeling.
Has his teammate actually there. I know St. David's have a medic team down here under the tent. They haven't responded too quickly. They're still sitting there, and the XDOJ's sorted it out himself actually. St. David's Islander, they're built tough.
Have you ever experienced that? Leg cramp like that?
Playing for Cleveland, you don't have time to get injured. No, seriously, we don't allow injury. You suck it up and play through it. I didn't realize that until I went 40 that I had muscles.
I thought it was all that good cassava you grew in your
we
garden.
just suck it up. We ain't got time to be looking for sympathy. I remember my good mate McGowan played cup match one year, and he was in the change room getting massage. I went down there to have a few words with him. We don't do that. You suck it up and you rest in the night. You get out there and play. So you guys used to say in Australia, a lot of these guys out there injured, they just pull the heart muscle. Ain't nothing wrong with them. Toughen it up. This turns boys to men.
Pull the heart muscle.
A heart muscle.
Never heard that one before.
They're just hard going weak. Then I didn't bet that long either, Juice.
But all jokes aside, OJ Pitcher is in a bit of pain. He's limping off, and that long innings of 108 has taken its toll on him. So maybe he'll go on the therapy bench. It's right underneath us here to the left, Alan.
Yeah, they're there. Got him some liquid juice.
I'm talking about the little tent.
I know, but the lady just met him there, some liquid juice, you know, so you give him something for St. David's Islanders, get him better. As George comes in again and plays this one just forward of point, no run scored. You wonder if flats are looked at this field and say, okay, I'm going to just move across the off stump and invent something here. This one outside off stump, and he flashes at it, and the keeper collects. Sits there for the pose. But will flats be victorious? Could the gods smile on them?
Are the flamingos at the aquarium nervous?
Yeah.
Because they have to come out in March, huh?
Okay.
That's why they stand on one leg?
Outside off stump again, he cuts at this one, he misses it, or he got bottom edge, and it hits the ground, and the keeper collects it after a bounce up. End of the over. End of the over, the score 36. 36 for 2. 36 for 2.
It's 36, is it?
36.
36 for 2 after 17.
How many overs left? What rate they got to go at to get these runs?
They're batting only 53 overs. So
right.
How many have they batted?
17 have been bowled.
17. Because they're having a chat now. It must be recalculating.
So they got 36 left, and what is the total?
281, 36 on the board.
So they need, 245 from 36?
245 needed from 36. So those of you have your calculators.
6.8.
So it's still within range. It's not out of range. 6 runs and over is in range. If they take this all the way to the end, scoring 6 runs off the last over is a possibility. So again, take it deep, but still get 4 or 5 runs and over as you go along.
And there's 4
clips
from
this one through the mid-wicket area. And Dean Simons makes a gallant effort at this ball, runs really fast through the field, but couldn't get it in time. So remember, there's only 2 guys on the on, and look like they got the fastest 2 out there.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. They played it off his pads and into the boundary. So
right.
You just spoke about them getting 4 runs and over, 4 or 5 runs and over, and take it deep into the overs, and it just gives them an opportunity.
I'm curious what the umpires were worrying about over there. Did someone come on the field and field it before it went over the road?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'm wondering one day, and this is for safety, only I'm speaking for safety, will they start having a yard or two before the spectators? As comes in now, this was really well built at center stump, and Carey, the captain, plays this one right back. Because I'm thinking the spectators and tents are right on the boundary. If you're sliding and you can't go out there, take a catch and come back in. So I wonder, will one day they start taking it back for the safety of the players? As he plays this one handsomely, straight down the ground, looks for 6, but not 6, as run 1, and it's into the boundary, straight down mid-on for 4. So they stepped on the gas, nicely stepped on the gas a bit, and as we have somebody else walk across the sight screen, as if it's the causeway walking up and down for the Sunday afternoon exercise.
A day early.
A day early. Outside off stump, and this one here is really wide outside off stump. He tries to smash it through the offside, but didn't make connection, and no run scored. Keeper fumbled as well.
I'm really enjoying sitting here watching Rando shadow bat to some of these bad balls. Just his playing shots with his right hand and painting where he would have put it.
Comes in again. Outside off stump, he cuts at this one, just casually plays at it, and the ball takes one bounce on the pitch, goes toward point. And as I tell you, if you're going to cut hard. You go at it hard, you get an edge, everybody's in, close, and it will get through for 4. And this one's on the onside, he plays it nicely. There's only 2 guys, the middle one's going back, they get 1, looking for 2, and just 1 run scored there. With the amount of one-day cricket play, the 2020 cricket we play, you would think that they will run quickly between the wicket, but it's all through Bermuda. Because I think one thing, it's easy to hit boundaries, the fields are small, and something we've got to certainly look to improve. The score is 44. The score is 44. 44 for 2.
45.
Batsman having a powwow in them between the overs.
5 and 21. Okay.
Batsman's taking a new guard. George is continuously building. George has built 9 overs. George is in his 10th over. It's a long spell for George. He's in his 10th over, coming off about 7.5, 8 paces. And this one is played back down the crease. The batsman moved straight down actually, but the bat was looking toward go to mid-on area.
We're into what, the 18th over or 19th?
18th, in the 18th over. Outside, off stump, very wide. Very wide. And I had a talk with the umpire in between innings about the wides. And he discussed, and I said to him, I said, well, you know, you got a hybrid game here, so how do you judge the rides? It's got to be difficult. He said, yeah. As George comes in again, this was a bit straighter on off stump, plays it to the cover fielder and no run. So I said to him, you understand the rules of Eastern County? He said, yeah. So if I set the field to the leg side and build darts down the leg, are you going to call wide? Because it's not negative because I'm building to my field. And he said, you got a point. So those are things you need to think about as this one plays straight down mid-off, plays mid-on actually, and young Simons does a lot of running actually. He seems to be in the position where I think the youngest and the fittest got to do all the running on the field. But he's very good loop fielder, running, covers a lot of ground handsomely. George to Cofield. Full, slower, dipped, and he just plays this one into the cover region, no run. Very watchful, very watchful. time, George. Here, short of a length. Ball did not come up, and Cofield watched it closely. Still, it was short of a length, but still managed to play on the front foot.
And we're almost approaching 5:05, and I'm looking at 2 hours out and then 15 minutes before the end of play. Obuchi, 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I believe we have about 34 overs left. I'm wondering if they'll get through the overs.
We'll have to start hustling around.
Well, they never get through the overs, and I think everyone needs to understand that you never get through the overs. It doesn't happen. It's never happened in Eastern County. Well, maybe once or twice. So what you got to realize, since they put these new rules in, you've got to adjust how many overs you expect to get your runs. If it's how many left? 36. Budget for 31. You're not going to get those overs just the way the game goes. But it requires sitting down and thinking about thinking this through. And I'm sure Cleveland will come up here with all those things, you know, in the notepad. As a pitcher comes in, outside off stump, cracked through the covers, not hard enough, and could not pierce the fielders. As young reserve Shaq picks up the ball. Shaq, another yellow player who's up there playing for actually Devonshire Rec, actually. A lot of energy in Shaq, enjoys cricket, loves cricket. This one pitched up toward leg stump. Kofi drives this one to the wide mid, ornish in the mid wicket sort of area, wideish, and they go through for 2 runs. And again, Dean is doing the fielding.
It's Kerry, is it?
That's Kerry, yeah.
Okay.
Kerry, sorry.
You're right about the boundaries too, because there's going to come a time where somebody's going to chase down a boundary right before the rope and may follow through right into the crowd.
Yeah, I've seen it happen actually before, so something's going to happen. If I'm running in, sliding with my studs up, spikes up, a spectator could get injured. And this one was just pitched short of a length, and he stood up and played this one, Kerry. Stood up and played it, and back on the rise and pushed it back down the wicket. He's looking comfortable, Kerry.
Well, someone alluded to earlier, he has to stay there for flat to have a
Stay
chance.
to the end. Outside off
Oh, what a
stump, cuts
shot.
at this one, but still right to Mackay Simmons at point.
They seem to be bowling to a plan, and it's working.
Yeah, they've done the homework. You know, they know the rules, play within them, set the field, build to one side. This one he cuts again, gets it through, finds the gap. 2 players running after it. They run 1. Can they get 2? Good little slide there. And did he actually, 4 runs actually. And just as they talked, as he's sliding, the foot is in the air, but it was really well played by Kerry. Found the gap in the cover area and goes through for 4 runs. Really watchful. Good cricket by Flats. As a pitcher is rubbing the ball on his trousers.
That brings up the 50, doesn't it?
The score is
52.
52. Somebody now is a little child in front of the side screen looking to make their county debut. And they got one elderly person chasing after them, calling them back, and they're running and they're stopped and looking to go the other direction.
It looks as if the mother doesn't want to get to the side screen.
And can the child run away from the mother now and is getting scolded for this one here?
Yeah.
Child wants to play Connie. It's a little girl.
Yep.
She may make her debut in another 10 years. As Justin Pitcher comes in to carry. Outside off stump, he cuts this one beautifully. Back with a point, and they field it. So the field set there. 7 on the offside, 2 on the on. If you get through, it's a good shot. And you got to give everybody credit. If you get it through, you get it through. And this is the end of the over. And I'll remind you that you're listening to the #1 Eastern County Cup station, Power 95.
In reply to 281, Flats Victoria are 52 for 2 after 20 overs. They're 52 for 2 after 20. Kerry is there, the opening batsman, the skipper on 28, and Kofi Robinson has 5. It looks as if it's going to be O'Brien to continue from the southern end, just below our sports microphone. He will now commence his 11th over. He's bowled into the same field. He's bowled really tidily. He's put it on the spot and forced the batsman to play. And he has had the only success so far as the wickets concerned. He's taken 2 wickets. So O'Brien is ready to charge away from us, ups and delivers, and this one again just outside the off stump, and Robinson plays at it, and it takes an edge and goes down to third man. I think that's the first time the ball has gone down to third man, and Randall alluded to it earlier. Had he been in slip, he may have had a catch or an opportunity, and having that play up in the slip and not at third man would have probably given them an opportunity of getting another wicket. At any rate, we are back as Brian goes again, and this time he's on the back foot. Cotton with precision. They're right through the 2 fielders there, just swerved the wicket. It's 4 runs, not a man move. I think the only person that moved is the umpire waving 4 to the scorer. Corey moves on to 32. It's now 56 for 2.
32.
Absolutely lovely shot. Open the face of the bat and cut it straight through the fielders. O'Brien has the ball back. He's at his mark. And that was Robinson, actually. I said it was Corey. It is actually Robinson at the other end. And Robinson's total is now 9. Corey stays on 28. 56 for 2. O'Brien to Robinson. This one drifting down leg side. And it's wrapped on the pad, on the leg side, and there's no run as the wicketkeeper Brangman runs from behind the stumps and retrieves the ball. It goes around the field, back to the bowler who's at his mark as he's turning to bowl, but he's delayed a bit as the batsman's doing a bit of gardening. This one stood the batsman up and looks like it's wrapped him on his right hand. It's wrapped him on his finger. That one didn't come up high, but the batsman played a half-hearted shot, and it's wrapped him on his finger. He's pulled his glove off immediately and walked away from the wicket, looking for some relief from the pain. He's now replacing his glove as O'Brien rubs the ball on his flannels. And we're ready to go again. O'Brien runs away from us, and this one here is outside the off stump. Robinson allows it to go safely into the clutches of wicketkeeper Brangman. No run. 56 for the loss of 2. Robinson has 9. Kerry has 28. And we have seen 21 overs bowled. So 21 of the 53 have been bowled, as Alan alluded to. They may not get all of those overs in, but because there is a cut-off time. Looks like we may have a bowling change. At 7:20 is the cut-off time.
Seth Campbell.
It looks like it's going to be Seth Campbell who's going to operate from the bank end, and he's one that I've heard. He just seems to love to bowl. He just runs in and he loves to bowl. So Campbell is going to bowl to the skipper Curry. Curry has been there since the beginning. 56 for 2 in reply to 281. Flats Victoria are attempting to make a charge toward that total, but they've been halted a bit by the precision bowling of George O'Brien and company. So Campbell is now running away from the bank end, coming into Curry, and this one's a bit full, and it's playing off his pads, and it goes down to just backward of square where Durande Bascom chases after it, picks it in and picks it up and gets it into wicketkeeper Brangman, but not before the batsman crossed for 2. And Corey has 30 now. The total is 58. 58 for 2. Carey has 30. Campbell is back to his mark. He turns, and in he comes. Oh, this is a lovely ball. It's pitched just at middle and off, and it forces the batsman forward. in defense. He got a bit of movement off the seam that time. Not much, but just enough to make the batsman aware that he is able to wiggle it around a bit. No run. 56 for 2. Campbell back to his mark. Quite a long run up is this. Right-hander comes in, charging, passes the umpire and delivers. And this one is bullied from the inside edge. He's used about 3 inches of the bat that time. It goes up to mid-wicket towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. The batsman calls for 2. It's fielded there. A combination of 2 fielders fielded it there. Looks like Simons and Bascom. 32 now for Carey. The total of 50 is 60. 60 for 2. Campbell back to his mark, waiting for the batsman. Batsman's batting a bit out of his crease. And in comes Campbell again. Right arm over. This one again is, really stopped a bit. It brought the batsman forward. It looked like he was between 2 minds. It's popped up, but the catch didn't carry towards the bowler, who could only hold his hands in his head for the half a chance that has gone begging. 60 for 2. Carey is on 32, the skipper. He's been there since the beginning. He was the opening batsman. Seth Campbell comes in again, right arm over the wicket. And this one, it's a lovely shot. The batsmen have picked it up. It's about middle and off. He's got his front foot down and just lofted over Dean Simons, who is on the mid-on boundary, and he gets 4 for that. He now moves his personal contribution on to 36, and the total is now 64. 36 for Carey. The bowler, Campbell, has the ball, and let's see what his bounce back ability is like as he comes in and bowling to Carey. This time Carey stood up in defense and plays it defensively back down to Campbell. It's a better delivery this time. And that is the end of the over. It is 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Carey is there. He's been there since the beginning. He's on 36. Cofield Robinson has 9. If you just joined us, they are trying to march towards 281. Their run rate is not up with what they need to win, but if these two stick around, anything can happen. It's going to be O'Brien to continue. O'Brien will continue from the southern end.
But I've estimated if they score at around 7 and over now, it's going up from 6 and a little bit. And I took a couple of overs from them.
Yeah.
And I estimate if they score around 7 and over, they have a sniff.
Yeah. That keeps it exciting. It keeps the crowd coming. If you're at home, you're looking for something to do, come on down and see if the Mighty Flats can get these 7 or over. As O'Brien bowls a full toss, that was a gift. If he bowls many of them, they will get 7 and over, but that one was a bit full. It looked like he attempted to bowl a slower one and lost control of it. And Robinson picked it up quite early, got in position, and put it all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. There's no fielders there. That's about the first loose ball he's bowled, contrary to his field set. And that's going to happen. 13 now for Robinson. The score is 68 for 2. 68 for 2. And in comes O'Brien again, bowling. And that one had the batsman between 2 minds. It took a differentiated bounce and caught the batsman between coming forward and going back. It took an up his edge, but it was landed safely out towards a cover point area where it was fielded by Simmons, and there was no addition to the score. 68 for 2. O'Brien again, right arm over the wicket. And this time, Robinson's on the back foot, playing that through the cover. Lovely bit of feeling there. Didn't play it with much venom, and the fielder got down to it. It looks like it's young O'Brien, Isaiah O'Brien, who did the fielding. And there's no addition to the score. His uncle George is back to his mark, and in he comes again. And this time he's forward in defense. And there's no addition to the score. 68 for 2. 68 for 2. O'Brien, for the 4th time in this over, runs away from our sports microphone and bowls right down middle and leggish, and is played onto the own side defensively by Robinson, and Druande Bascom runs in to do the fielding, and there is no addition to the score. Back to his mark is George O'Brien. He runs away from us, delivers one right down the middle, and leg. It gets between the batsman and his guard. It passes the wicketkeeper's clutches and goes all the way down to fine leg for 4. I think he's got an inside edge. Just 4 byes, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is the end of the over. 72 now for the loss of 2 wickets. 72 for 2. 72 for 2. And I think it's going to be young Campbell who will continue from the bank end. Alan Richardson, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, flats are going along, and St. David's certainly needs to pull up their socks, as it were, because the score is gradually creeping. At one point, they needed like 5 or maybe 6 runs, and that was 2. But see, and then flats should know. The batsman should start to calculate how many overs, how many runs we got. Now, if we got 8 runs in that last over, maybe we only need to get you don't want to take no risk, but get maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah.
To balance it out. So these are the nuances that come into the game that most batsmen should be looking at right now.
That's right. They want to continue picking up the odd 4 or 5 runs and over, and just that will keep them in it. So Campbell is back at his mark. He's been halted by the umpire for some reason, and now he's given the free flow to go, and Campbell is ready to come in and bowl to Skipper Carey. Right arm over the wicket to Carey. And this one's straight on middle stump, just a bit of a movement there, just a bit, maybe just enough to force the batsman to think this is something I really have to play carefully at, and carefully he did play. He played defensively right back down the wicket, and there's no addition to the score. 72 for 4. Quite a long run up is this. And it comes again. Is Campbell, right arm over to Carey. And this one is just short of a length, and it was a potential catch. It's been driven right back to the bowler, and he was unable to hold on to it. I remember playing, and when a bowler dropped his catch, one of my fielders would often say, "If you don't catch your earned, don't expect me to catch him." That's Pickle Steed. Ismail. So there's a half a chance there going back in, but it would have been a difficult catch, bowling, especially if you're charging in and you're still running at pace through your run through, and the ball comes flying back towards you. That he was able to react and stop it from going past was good in itself. 72 for 2. As Campbell comes again, right arm over the wicket, passes umpire Mr. Carrington, jumps and delivers, and this time he pushes this one straight over the bowler's head, smashes right into the side screen board that so many people have been walking past, and it's 4 runs. The fielders are up, so that's when you take these chances. And if you hit it straight over the bowler's head, I always said there's no fielders in the air, but there's no fielders down there at the boundary either. 4 more for Carey. He moves his personal contribution on to 40, and his team moves on to 76. 76 for 2. Campbell is back at his mark, and he comes again. Right arm over the wicket.
Out.
And this one could be out. It is a lovely catch. The fielder actually went back after the last shot. He went back, and it doesn't look like Carey actually checked it, or he played almost the same shot, not as straight, right into the hands of the on-running Dan Simons, who took a diving catch down low, and he's dismissed the skipper for 40. 76 for 3.
A very good catch, Butchie.
A good catch.
He ran in off the boundary, and he took that right off the top of the grass. It looked like it was going to possibly bounce just before him, but as everyone's been saying up here, probably the best fielder on the grounds today. Very athletic, and that was a catch worthy of winning a match for your team.
Yeah, he did 4 lengths forward
right
to take that catch, and here comes the guy on the bike again. I guess this is a celebratory ride around the lap around the field.
But then again, you know, Kerry was one that was batting. He looked like he was set. You know, did he need to do that again? You see what I'm saying? And this is, I think, the mentality. This is when we talk about the mentality of the batsman, reading the game, knowing the situations, and so forth and so on, and batting accordingly.
You know, and I don't know if he checked the field when he hit the last four, the ball before. The skipper pushed the fielder back to the boundary to protect the boundary, and they said it right down almost in his gut.
When this in today's cricket, and that is the shorter boundary straight. I encourage guys to back yourself and go all the way.
Go all the way.
Go all the way. Hit it all the way.
But did he go all the way? Did he look like he wanted to hit that for six?
No.
Exactly.
Kind of check drill.
Yeah.
Go all the way.
It's like he got into the shot and wasn't committed to it as he did the ball before.
Exactly. If he went all the way, he probably would have landed up on that car.
Yeah. So that brings in a new batsman.
Regino Smith.
It's going to be the spinner, Regino Smith, who's going to be facing Corey. I don't know why I said Corey. I was thinking Saf Corey, the basketball player. It's Saf Campbell. I'm in the wrong sport.
Well, one thing, Butchie, you're supplying us with a little light entertainment.
So Campbell is back at his mark, and the new batsman backs out, as there looks to be some adjustment to the field. There's been into a slip in the gully and a wicketkeeper behind the wicket. In comes Campbell. And this one's down the leg side. You don't want to bowl that to the new batsman. The keeper is unable to collect it cleanly. He didn't really move his feet. He just shifted his hands around on the leg side. There's no addition to the score. It's 76 for 3. 76 for 3 in reply to 281 for 8. Flats Victoria. Batting, and it's Campbell, right arm over the wicket, charging into bowl, and he comes. Oh, this is a lovely ball. It's pitched at off stump, and it's moved off the seam into the center of the wicket, and it's forced the new batsman to play defensively. With the total at 76 for 3, the new batsman, Smith, is not yet off the mark. Robinson is still there for 13. I would love to remind you, you're listening to the best Eastern Counties cricket station, Power 95.
But the good thing, like we had said earlier, that you know, regardless of Flats being in the second division, as it were, they picked a formidable team. I think they picked probably the best team that they could, and now one could only imagine, you know, if you had the likes of Lavrock. To come in, you know, things would look a little dicey, you know, one of his caliber. But nevertheless, they've acquitted themselves quite well today, as George O'Brien prepares to continue to bowl. He's bowled a marathon innings of 12 overs for 23 runs. He's got 2 wickets, and in he comes, right arm over the wicket. And here, I think Cofield Robertson just pushing it into the short cover region where Isaiah O'Brien does the fielding. St. David's 281 for 8 during their allotted overs, and we're at the present 7 flat, 76 for the loss of 3 as O'Brien. And he comes right arm around the wicket, outside the off stump, looking to entice Cofield to make a rash shot, but Cofield just allows the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper, Ricardo Brangman. Ricardo hasn't had one of the better games behind the stumps, but I guess he's filling in right now in a position. And he comes right arm over the wicket, and George O'Brien pitching that ball up on the off stump, and Cofield just pushing it very nonchalantly down to the fielder feeling at mid-off. Looked like it might be Campbell there at mid-off, but in comes O'Brien again. In he comes right arm over the wicket, and George pushing that one through a little quicker that time, getting, I don't know if he got an outside edge or he came off the pads, but again, George using all his experience and guile, pushed that one through a little quicker, and the ball sort of cut off the seam. But Robertson is there, as we say, to fight another day, as George O'Brien comes back off his shortened run of about 6 paces. And he comes right arm over the wicket, and that going down the leg side. The wicketkeeper really making a meal of it and not doing as much as he should. And I think it's because he's not shuffling across. I know Alan Dougie is looking and is holding his head with disdain.
And Alan Richardson, I've had the distinct pleasure of watching Sinclair Smith all season, and the difference in caliber of wicket-keeping.
Chalk and cheese.
There are keepers and there are keepers.
Yes, yes. But that's another score to the total. It's at 77, and he comes again. And this time it's a loud appeal for RBW, and he's given out. He's given out. George O'Brien. George O'Brien has done it again. He pushed that one through quickly and pitched it well up, and it probably would have hit leg stump. Cofield, I think, no, I'm sorry, Regino Smith. Regino Smith is there questioning the umpire, but he will have no other choice but to go. That was a good piece of bowling by George O'Brien. So he was LBW'd, Regino Smith, one of the better batsmen of Flats. Flats have lost their 4th wicket. LBW, Regino Smith, LBW O'Brien, and I think for a duck as well. So that has certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons. St. David's has gotten some sort of grip onto the match, and as we speak, we see Reginald Baker. We know him as the son of the great Reginald Pitcher, but Reginald Baker has now come into the fray. Reginald Baker has been in very good form. He's not one that scores quickly, but he can stay to the wicket. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But George O'Brien bowling with guile and experience pushed that one through a little quicker, but the ball was pitched well up, and certainly Randall, he's going to have to look for him for cup match.
Well, Alan, I'm going to tell you, I had my finger up right away.
Yes.
It hit him down by his ankle, and I have a friend who says it was missing leg and it was missing off, but that center stump was in trouble. I mean, and that ball hit him low. I don't understand what he was questioning about with the umpiring, because I thought that was dead plumb. Direction, height,
Definitely.
a Yorker on center stump.
And the thing about it, they were just like a beautifully orchestrated choir. They all went up in unison. I mean, everyone went up that time. And I agree with your assessment as well. From my vantage point, that looked absolutely plumb from George O'Brien. And again, like I say, George pushed that one through a little quicker. And we all know, Wendell, that he's probably one of the smartest thinking bowlers that we have today.
The other thing I'd like to say, Butch, and you'd agree, where we're situated is directly behind the stumps.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see right up from stump to stump. It's not like we're at an angle.
And Seth Campbell will continue to bowl from the Lord's end, or as Butchie likes to say, the bank end. But he will be bowling to Cofield Robinson, who's still there, 13 not out. And then he comes. Right arm over the wicket, and the ball, he's trying to turn it on the leg side. It doesn't make contact, but he only succeeds in hitting it to the fielder fielding there, just back with that short square leg. 77 for the loss of 4 wickets here at Lord's and St. David's Flats, in reply to 281 for 8 St. David's during their allotted overs. And St. David's has certainly made a breakthrough here as Seth. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And the ball is pitched well up by Seth. Better line, better direction. And Robinson just pushing the ball back down to the bull. He doesn't feel cleanly, but it doesn't get across him as well. There's a big cloud hanging over us which has really done us a favor. It sort of blocked the sun from coming, but still nice clear blue skies around the other particular areas here at Lord's and St. David's. And he comes, right arm over the wicket, and the ball down the leg side again, but this time he's trying to tuck around the leg, doesn't make contact. In fact, the ball had struck, it looked as if it had struck Robinson on his leg, and preventing what probably would have been a sure leg bye or bye, but nevertheless Seth has gone back to his mark. Cofield Robinson not out on 13. Reginald Baker not yet off the mark. 77 for the loss of 4 wickets Flats, in reply to St. David's 281 for 8. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump, and that's cut handsomely. It's cut handsomely. The ball just outside the off stump, and he rocks back and just cuts it just backward of point for 4 runs down to the vacant area. So the score here is 81 for the loss of 4. Cofield Robinson takes his personal total on to 17. That was certainly reminiscent of Eldon Rayner, Butchie in his heyday. The ball outside the off stump.
He loved to cut.
Oh yes, love to cut.
And he's a bat with a piece of chewing gum.
Yes,
He used to
yes.
send me up to the shop for chewing gum all the time. Go around the road, Butchie. Go on now.
In comes Seth, right arm over the wicket. The ball pitched well up, and this time hit towards a short mid wicket where Durande Bascom is doing the fielding. 81. 81. Flats need 201 to outright win the match.
To 81.
The score is 81, and Flats need 201 to win the match.
201 more, okay.
200, and they need 201 to win the match. That's what they need. That will give him a total of 282. And he comes right arm over the wicket. Ball outside the off again. But this time, Cofield takes the groundish route and hitting it out towards a wideish deep mid-off. And he goes through for a single, 82. Now, the score is 82 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Cofield is now on 18. And that's the end of the over. A very prosperous over for Cofield, where he rocked back and cut Seth to the deep third man boundary. And then he played a good off drive, a wideish off drive. So he's taking his personal total on to 18. Lamb was caught by the wicketkeeper Brangman off the bowling of O'Brien for 16. And John Carey was caught by Dean Simons off the bowling of Seth Durling for 40. Logan Jones was bowled by O'Brien for a duck. And Reginald Smith was LBW. Regino Smith, sorry, LBW by O'Brien for a duck as well. And O'Brien continues to bowl. He's trying to impress one of the chief selectors up here in the box to show that he can bowl a marathon innings for the big 2-day game, Wendell. And in comes O'Brien. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And this time, Cofield is just punching the ball back on the offside to the mid-off, short mid-off fielder that's there saving 1. George O'Brien is into his 14th over, consecutive over. So he's certainly proven that he can bowl long spells and gain wickets. And he comes right arm over the wicket. This time, O'Brien, you can see as he delivered the ball, rolling the ball out of the back of the hand. And it did take the outside edge of Robinson, but it fell short of the first slip. So the first slip, I see he's taking 1 or 2 steps up forward. O'Brien, as always, using all his guile and experience. Leg breaks, off cutters, slower balls, quicker balls, in he comes. And that time again, coming out of the back of the hand. The ball pitched well up, but Cofield, very alert and watchful, just drives it back down the wicket where O'Brien makes the stop. It doesn't collect cleanly, but the wicketkeeper runs around from his position, runs up and gathers it. It doesn't want O'Brien doing any unnecessary work. And then comes O'Brien, and he comes right arm over the wicket. That time, pushing it through a little quicker, but the direction was just down the leg side, and it hit the pad of Robinson, and in his follow-through, O'Brien collects and walks back. So O'Brien, I was wondering when he was going to push that one through a little quicker, but he was just offline. He's back to his mark, and in he comes, right arm over the wicket. And that one going off the pad of Cofield. The ball just, O'Brien swaying just a little in line, and we'll see if he got a touch, but I don't think so. As indicated the umpire, that is a leg by, so that is 1 more to the total. O'Brien, when he pushes that quicker one sometimes, he tends to be just a little offline. It brought great dividends when he had Regino Smith, the very dynamic batsman, Regino, who at one time, I think he has a score of 140 under his belt. So he can decorate the board when he's able. He's been called up to the national squad a few times, so he does have some talent there. As Baker begins to face George O'Brien, Baker, the left-hander, is facing George O'Brien. In comes O'Brien, right arm around the wicket, and then O'Brien wrapping Baker on the pad. There's no appeal. O'Brien knowing the ball is just drifting down the leg side. So that's the end of the over. I just want to take a few moments. I got a call, one of the few calls that I actually saw come through my that I took on my phone, and Elroy Rattery had. He couldn't text me, so he called and he said what a wonderful job the commentary team is doing. So he's home, so he wanted the chaps to know that you're doing a fantastic job. And of course, we always enjoy comments. And then also, we're probably one of the few commentary teams that we can take constructive criticism as well, because there's a few things that we need to do, and we're pronouncing names wrong. Please let us know, Wendell.
I just want to shout out to his daughter, Oprah Wilson, our principal at West Pembroke, and all the wonderful teachers up at West Pembroke who had a great 3-day workshop on high-impact teaching strategies. Good afternoon to all you West Pembroke teachers, and Alan's smiling at Butchie, but it's nice to give shout-outs to my wife and Shamat.
Butchie,
have a great day.
He's the most spoiled teacher in Bermuda.
Yeah.
Those female teachers up at West Pembroke just babysit him. I mean, they pamper him to death. It's ridiculous.
We have an Eastern County game going on, and I think it's Seth Campbell back at the mark, Alan.
I think he went to West Pembroke too, didn't he?
He's not ready yet.
No,
he's not ready yet.
He wasn't that caliber.
Now he's ready. And then comes Seth at last. And he comes right arm around the wicket, over the wicket. And this time it's a lofted sort of drive towards the mid-wicket. And that's a good piece of cricket, actually, by Doronde. Really raced out to the ball, collected through in. It could have been a 2, but because of the speed and accuracy in which Doronde collected the ball, Cofield Robertson was only allowed 1 run. So the score now is 84. And also, I'm suggesting that Baker is not that fleet of foot. So the players from St. David's would know that, and he really needs to get a good head of steam before he can really motor up and down. Being the burly chap he is. So in comes, again, he's setting his field. He's bringing in the mid-off and mid-on for Baker. We're talking about Seth, and Seth at last is coming in. He's taking that long run. In he comes. Right arm over the wicket. Good piece of bowling by him. Just outside the off stump, going away. Baker attempted to make a forward stroke, but at the last minute, and quite wisely decided to let it go to the wicketkeeper. And from our vantage point, we can see that it probably hit and moved off the seam a little. Seth Campbell, a real workhorse of a player. He's a good player to have in your team. He never gives up, always gives 100%. And in he comes from the Lord's end, right arm, over the wicket. And there, outside the edge from Baker, and a very excellent stop by I think that is Chris Douglas. Chris Douglas there at like I wouldn't say a slip, but more like a gully, and dove to his left. The ball taking an outside edge of Baker. And so St. David's are doing their work in the field. They're not making it easy for the flats batsmen to score too freely. They're keeping the pressure on them, so it makes for a good game. And in he comes, right arm over the wicket. And Baker on the front foot, just pushing it to Doronde Bascom, feeling in the covers. He jogs in so effortlessly, collects and throws in. There goes, as we talk, there goes the cruise ship out.
Wow, that's massive.
It's massive. It is massive. And just think, they probably wasn't that big, but coming in, you would have the pilots from St. David's rowing out to see who gets out there first to bring the ship in. That must have been something to witness. But Seth Campbell is going back to his mark. The umpire has come from behind the stumps. He's now making his way back. I guess he was doing a little gardening or whatever to the pitch. And in comes Campbell to Baker. And he comes, right arm over the wicket. Ball going. Baker looking to turn the ball down the leg side. Doesn't make contact. And it sort of hits him on the pads. There's no appeal for any LBW, seeing that the ball was going down the leg side. Baker certainly is one of the better bats, but he does, much to his detriment, he takes a while before he gets going. He normally plays an anchor role for his team, but he's going to certainly have to shift gears today if Flats is going to get anything out of this match at all. As Seth, and he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and good. It is a loud appeal for LBW, and he's caught. He's caught. He's caught behind. All this time, Seth has been angling the ball away from the batsman, and Baker, he's still standing there, doesn't want to go, but the finger has gone up, and I'm expecting that he will be going sometime. I know he's a bit disgusted, but Reginald Baker was caught by the wicketkeeper, Ricardo Brangman, off the bowling of Seth Campbell for a duck.
Absolutely stunning ball. He's put it there, he's brought the batsman forward, he's made him play at it. It's moved just enough to deceive the batsman. It's tickled the edge, and the wicketkeeper has taken a good catch.
And your assessment is spot on, Butch. The ball was going just outside. He was taking it away. He did get an edge, and it went down to the gully fielder, where he made a brilliant diving catch. The ball before that was just outside. Alluded to it being just outside. He was gonna play, but decided to let it go. And that time, he went back and across, and obviously got an outside nick, and the wicketkeeper took a catch, Wendell.
Alan, I think he might have been more upset with himself than the umpire, because he shadowed the shot afterwards as if to say, why did I hang my bat up there and not just, shoulder arms or drop my hands, because he got enticed into playing a nothing shot, a back defense, where he just hung his bat there and got a fine edge. And when you field it out for 4+ hours and then go out and get a duck, you're going to be disgusted at yourself. But you could see him limping off, and the fatigue factor, I think, played some part in his innings.
He didn't just walk off, but there wasn't any dissent.
Right.
He was just out there fed up with himself. I found out for 60 odd overs, and I've come out and just given my wicket away. It was an absolutely stunning ball as well.
Yes, very, very good bowling. And face it, guys, we've been in that situation. And it's almost like when we get out like that, we think that's it, the world has come to an end. And we have to trot off. But yes, you're absolutely correct. Well, George O'Brien has quickly, he's going to continue again.
Which over is he into now?
George O'Brien is into his 15th over, and he will be bowling to Cofield Robertson. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and Cofield is playing the ball on its merit, and the ball trickling down to on the onside, where Dean Simons has collected the ball.
And Alan, with Kaiwan Franks here, I think this may be the last major partnership they may look at.
That there, the ball just going down the leg side, and everyone basically appealed for. George O'Brien knew that the ball was going down, and there was no reaction from him. But he's back to his mark. He's still bowling a marathon, and then he comes right arm over the wicket. The ball outside the off stump, and Cofield looking to play it through the covers, doesn't make contact. It goes to the wicketkeeper. One of the few times he's collected quite cleanly and looking like a wicketkeeper for a change. A good friend of mine, Ricardo Brangman. I always mess with him. But in comes George, right arm over the wicket. And this time George playing, and these boys are really, St. David's are really fielding well.
Really well.
Oh, they really are. They really are. The ball on a flash came off the outside edge, and putter, as we like to call him, he made a diving save there at the gully position. So they're really bowling well and fielding well. In he comes. And this time, George O'Brien pushing it through a little quicker this time, but Cofield equal to the task. And the other thing we'd like to say, that, and we haven't had the opportunity, there's only one fielder feeling out on the boundary. We call him like the one that's in the deep cover area. All the others are in saving one, which is great. So in he comes again, right arm over, and this time is pushing it through, slightly offline. Robertson looking to punch the ball on the onside, doesn't make contact, comes off of his pad, and that's the end of the over. So here we are. St. David's scored 281 for 8 in their allotted overs. Flats are 84 for the loss of 5. Cofield, Robertson not out on 19, and Kaiwan Franks, the former skipper, he's yet to get off the mark. I want to remind you, you're listening to the #1 County Cup station, Power 95.
And there's a slight delay as St. David's are thinking through their field setting, and we also have the two batsmen having a mid-wicket chat with Mackay Simmons. Seth Campbell, I'm sure, will be continuing from the northern end, the Lord's sight screen end. He just picked up the wicket of Baker, and now he'll be trying to dismiss Franks. Franks has taken a guard. He looks like he's batting on center. St. David's, for the majority of this innings, have bowled to a 7-2 field. We have 7-3 now because we actually have someone on the mid-wicket boundary along with the long-on boundary and someone just forward square leg. So it's a 6-3 field, and Franks is just standing, posing, looking at the fields, awaiting to take his guard, making sure that the fielders are not moving as the bowlers signaling to him to perhaps go right back to the boundary. So now he's ready, and Campbell will be charging in from that end. The longest run-up of the day, Seth Campbell, is coming in. A good ball on leg stick, but there's some intent on the part of Franks to push that and run with the fielder all the way back on the boundary. It's an easy single as he pushes it to short mid-on, and he's off the mark immediately. So Franks takes his score, opens his account with a single to mid-on. The total moves on to 85 for 5. And a double blow to flats with Regino Smith and Reggie Baker, both dismissed for ducks. And that's a bit of an agricultural shot. He's playing across the line at a ball that was rising over center and leg. It looks like it's a leg by, and it is. So the total is 86 for 5. Got number 7 bat in, so perhaps the 4 bowlers to come. 86 for 5. Flats needing to pull down 281 for 8 with St. David's. Earlier today, for those of you just tuning in, we had 2 very sizable innings. O.J. Pitcher with a classy 108, and Chris Douglas with a very cleverly comprised innings with some circumspect batting mixed with aggression. He was on 95. So O.J. on 108, Chris Douglas on 95, and St. David's amassed a sizable total of 281 for 8. Flats threatened early, 26 without loss, but they've lost wickets regularly. Right now their innings is in somewhat of disarray with 86 for 5. A beautiful Yorker by Seth Campbell, and he's upset with himself for giving up a single because I think he was enjoying bowling to the new batsman. But a beautiful Yorker dug out by Franks, and he moves his total on to 2. The Flats Victoria total on to 87 for 5. And we notice it's getting a little bit gloomy here, a bit darker, but nonetheless play can still ensue. This ball's wide and a beautiful cut shot. One of the better shots of the day, worthy of 4 runs, and he gets due course with a great leg cut off the pace bowler, hit that just inside of gully, and it raced down to the vacant third man boundary for 4 more. And that's 4 more to Cofield Robinson. He moves his total on to 23, and the Flats total on to 91 for 5. We've seen some handsome strokes by some of these Flats Victoria batsmen. Unfortunately, we've had 3 players dismissed for ducks. Logan Jones, a first ball duck. Regino Smith by a peach of a Yorker that looked, from our estimation, as if it would have uprooted center stump. Then Reggie Baker going back and edging a ball to the keeper. And then comes Seth Campbell again, right arm over the wicket, charging in. And he's cross-batting again, getting a piece of this, helping a ball around the corner to long leg from off of leg stick. 4 more to Robinson, and he's seeming to want to get on with it now, taking his team's total on to, I have 95 for 5. 95 for 5. Flats Victoria. 27 for Robinson. Franks is on 2. Ajon Lamb opened the batting. He scored 17. John Kerry scored Alan Douglas, I thought, a handsome 40, and then played a bit of a nothing shot, just hoisting it down the third of long
Yeah, I
on.
was just on there talking to him, and he's angry with himself. I just looked at him. He says, I know. He's angry with himself. I said, if you're going to hit it, hit it. You know, I think a lot of our guys don't back themselves to hit it straight and hard. And with cricket, the bats today, and the way cricket's played today, you know, and they had this thing called range hitting. practice it, go for it. It's not something that you and Juice would do, but you know, if you're gonna go, go.
Yeah, and you go all the way.
Yeah.
There's no sense check driving it and then giving catching practice to the long horn. And I saw you down there having a chat. I said I wasn't sure what it was about, but that's what I really appreciate. I'm sure our listening public, you've given us a lot of insight as to the finer points of the game and also what exactly the players feel about their dismissal. Because I had a chat with some players just yesterday. I said, are you reflecting on how you're getting out? If you're getting out the same way 3 games in a row, there's something wrong. In comes George O'Brien. And this one's just played gently to the cover. No one really has taken a hold of George O'Brien. No. He's bowling at that length where it's just nagging the back of a lane, trying to encourage you to go over the top. You notice all day he's had his mid-off and mid-on back. And we've only seen 1 or 2 people really hammer the ball past him. In he comes. And this one, gentle, slower one. He's rolling the fingers, bowling a leg cutter that time.
But when you talk about reflection, you'd be happy to know that in the last tour to Uganda, the coach had everybody sit down and write, reflect on the games, and that was commendable. That was beautiful. They looked at themselves.
Wonderful.
You know? And I was excited. Not share some with you, to be honest.
Okay.
You know?
And you know what? That's the only way you're going to improve your game. By, reflection. In comes George O'Brien. This is a full toss, and he's unlucky, Franks. He hit that straight to mid-off. We saw one earlier that I think he bowled to Robinson, it was. And he hammered him down here, and Ajan Land did likewise, but he's getting a lot of respect from these batsmen, and rightfully so. This one, he's digging out a Yorker, is Franks, and George O'Brien is into his 16th consecutive over, bowling with a lot of intelligence, a lot of guile, a lot of variation, slower ones, leg cutters, off cutters, in swingers, straight balls. And this one's wrapping the batsman on the pad with the quicker one, but it's going down leg side. To their credit, Alan, no one from St. David's appealed. It makes me think of my friend from Southampton Rangers. You watch Dion Stubble when he's bowling all spin. I think he has a method. If I appeal 20 times, I'm going to get one sooner or later. And Dion, if you're listening, I think you're one of the best players we have on the island, no doubt. And this one's hoisted, not too high, but handsomely into the side screen. Franks decided that's in the slot, and I'm going to take you, George O'Brien. So he takes the total on to 99 for 5. George O'Brien pitched one up, and Franks just came forward and hit it firmly. It went about head high past the mid-on fielder, but with about 10 yards to his left, so there's no chance of a catch, and Franks moves his total on to 6. Flats Victoria, 99 for 5. This game is now extended close to 6 o'clock, and it looks as if we may have a victor in this. St. David still have another hour and 20 overs, and we're at 20 minutes rather. And in that time, we should estimate that they should be able to bowl at least another 20 overs. And will they be able to pick up some additional wickets in that time? We shall see. It looks as if they're going to have a bowling change. Chris Douglas appears to be getting ready to bowl his off spinners. I'll just have to wait in Butchie B and see what his uncle thinks of his bowling prowess.
He's going to trick you.
He's going to trick
you because he's a batsman. Batsmen think, and his mind doesn't stop. He's going to give you something. He's going to throw a few in the air, entice this guy to go after it, and then it dart one in and trap you.
Okay, and let's look at his field setting. He's got someone who's a short third man. He's got a point. Justin Pitcher looks as if he's going into the cover area. We've got an extra cover, all saving one, a mid-off who's up, Alan Richardson, so that will entice the batsman to hit him over his head. And the only field, well, he has 3 boundary fielders on the leg side. He's got a long on who's in the traditional spot, and then he's got a square leg and a mid-wicket. No one in cow corner, so we shall see if he flights this up. We've got a man at 45, Isaiah, in that position also. And I see a good friend of mine, Mr. Adrian King. Good afternoon. no doubt one of the finest pace bowlers to ever grace these hallowed grounds of Bermuda. I really enjoyed playing with him. But here we are back at Lord St. David's, and here's Chris Douglas bowling a short one, and it stood up a bit, didn't turn too much, and the batsman took a look at it, Alan. I keep thinking of your analogy earlier, Mr. Richardson, about the boxers in the first round where they're fielding each other out. I guess the batsman took a look to see, is he turning the ball much? So we'll see what he decides to do. There's the flight at one, Alan Douglas, and the batsman again just pushing it gently. I guess really watchful at this point. Sooner or later he may have a rush of blood to the head. There he's flighting it up again, bringing the batsman forward, encouraging him to take the bait. And there he comes again, Douglas, bowling this one a little variation, not as much flight, a little wider. So he's changing his dynamics of his bowling process with some flight, with some change of pace. And then he comes again. This one's flighted up, turning from leg center down the leg side. Keeper did a good job of going down the leg side and collecting that. But nothing much happening in the way of aggression. Flats needing to push along, and we'll see if they take advantage of the spinner. That one's short and wide, and he could have cut that, but he left it alone, and it came back and nearly bowled him. But I made an over, I believe. Yeah? Wow. We haven't had very many maidens. And it makes me think, Butchie B, we have many people in Bermuda who believe that our batsmen are prone to enjoy medium pace and pace more than spin.
Yeah, I think so.
And I tend to agree with that too, because you look at people like the boy Brangman from St. David's, who played for Rangers, the left arm bowler, and Bayless Bay in Eastern County, was taking 20 and 30 wickets a season, bowling his left arm spin, and then you had the.
I think O.J. Pitcher was a class act of how to play spin. He went down the wicket, but usually even younger cricketers and some cricketers in general think once you go down the wicket, you have to smack it out of the ground, and you don't. You can go down the wicket 6 times and get 6 singles, and that's what O.J. Pitcher did really well today.
And some players are afraid to leave home.
Yeah.
By that I mean afraid to go down out of their crease, especially if they see someone like Barry Ducuto, Alan Douglas, Dean Miners, Dennis Wainwright, up to Butch Butcher. Alan is putting himself in your class. We're going to leave that alone. Thanks. I wonder how many Rangers folks are laughing at that one. And this one's clipped off the pads, a handsome shot, an on drive, a bit of a mid-wicket drive if there's such a thing, because the shot's played out there, but a beautiful shot by Franks, and it brings up 2 more. And with only 2 fielders on the leg side, Alan Douglas, there's always a chance that if you play off your pads well, you're going to score more. Franks, I believe, moves on to 8. The total, they have 101 for 5. So the century mark is up for Franks. This is a better ball, short, and it's banged out into the cover area. But with the ball being much softer now, it's not traveling as quick as a hard new ball would. Franks I have on 9, the total 102 for 5. Thank you for that lighthearted gesture, Butchie B. And then comes, this one's played through mid-wicket again. They should get 2 more. Should be an easy 2. They're turning, and the fielder hasn't yet retrieved the ball, and he does so. But a beautiful bit of fielding. George O'Brien doesn't catch it by the stumps. I guess he decides, I'll make sure my fielders are backing up the wicket, and his nephew does just that. 2 more to the total, 104 for 5, Flats Victoria, and that's 2 that time to Robinson.
I think our score said 100, Brandon. I thought it was 105, but nevertheless.
And Cofield Robinson that time got 2, so he should have moved on to 29. He's getting another 2. He's moved on to 31. And I have the total on 106. We'll have to look at the main scoreboard to see what they have up there.
They have 10. That guy is looking for a number to put with the 1 and the 0.
Okay, we'll see in a minute.
He'll change it in a minute. I guess he's looking for
anyway, in we come.
105.
In comes George O'Brien. This one's short, and he's hooked, and hooked handsomely. One of the better shots of the day, and that should be 4 runs, and it is. This ball was... George decided to test him. The first bouncer he's attempted for the day, and with the wicket playing that slow, it's not what you want to be doing. And so we have 110 for 5, and that was Cofield Robinson latching onto that short ball and pulling it for 4, so it's 35 for Robinson. One of the better innings of the day from the Flats Victoria batsman. The only other batsman to surpass that total is John Kerry, who also had a very handsome innings of 40. But of course, if you're just tuning in, we had 2 fine, beautiful innings earlier with Chris Douglas mixing patience with aggression, and out on 95, and OJ Pitcher showing his full repertoire of shots, scoring 108. And then comes George O'Brien on the money, bat and pad forward defense, and the end of that over. And with the end of that over, we're going to remind our listeners, with Flats Victoria currently on, we believe, 110 for 5, chasing 281 that St. David's posted for 8, that you're listening to your number 1 Eastern County station, Power 95.
Yeah, and as they're actually taking a little break now, I think George is finally coming off the field. He's bowled, George has bowled 17 overs, a long spell for George. I don't actually see him coming back on the field. So, but he's done his job. If I were St. David's Islander, I would say I'm done my job for the day. Let the youngsters come on the field. Score 105. 105 for 5. Chris Douglas still bowling his off spin. Actually trying to whip this ball. Actually, he's actually really trying to spin it with his fingers now. To Franks. Franks is going to a wide mid-on boundary, mid-wicket, to sort of cow corner boundary. Took the young reserve, that's Robinson, young Robinson, putting him out to cover, probably to the boundary, and
Deal.
Pitcher. Deal?
Deal, isn't it? Jayas?
No, that's Semi-Sun, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So then
Shaquille. Okay. Catch Shaquille.
Then the captain is on mid-on, saving 1. So it's wide open spaces on the on side. Wide open space. He cuts this one here wide of cover. He runs in. Good pickup and a good throw over the stumps. Really good attacking pickup there, which is nice to see from a youngster.
Yeah. Fielding with confidence is very important. One thing I noticed about Chris, he's getting the ball to bounce, and he is getting it to bite a bit as well.
But you can see his arms a bit, not right over his head, but it's a bit round arm, really trying to jerk it through. You see that there?
Yes.
Right, he's really trying to get some purchase on it. Actually, he's playing with the batsman, to be honest.
Later in the day, the wicket's drier.
Yes.
And here we have 2 persons walking across the sight screen.
Right behind the bowler's
Right
arm.
behind
That's
the
his
bowler's arm.
delivery.
Good thing he's watching the ball and not anything else. Schofield prepares to face Chris Douglas. Gets close to the stumps and he plays this one comfortably. Chris got his left foot close in, actually almost in line with the stumps down the far end, to go straight wicket to wicket. So if he hits it on the pad, he can give a good holler. This one's a bit wider, throws it out there, doesn't turn, entices the batsman, and he leaves it alone. This one here. Up higher. Nice high hit. Fielders under it. Takes it comfortable. Right on the boundary. As I said, Chris will do that. He'll throw one in the air and he will entice you. The fielder did not have to move. Shaq. Young Shaq took the catch right on the boundary. He threw the ball. Chris threw it in the air. Came down soaking wet. And the batsman had no other choice but have a little heave at it and right down his throat.
I'm happy for the youngster. He's so elated. He ran in
Yeah.
all the way from the boundaries, getting hugged by his teammates. And for someone just playing in his first season county,
Yeah.
it just shows you, even as a reserve, you can make an impact.
Oh
on
yeah,
the field.
of course.
And he was really, really. I thought he should start doing flips and cartwheels the way he was running and jumping.
Yeah.
35.
So
It's going to bring the elder statesman to the wicket, Mr. Huddle.
We're going to have a little lull in the proceedings with the players taking a water break. So for those people who are listening in, you won't hear much ball-by-ball commentary for the next few minutes, Alan Douglas.
but, okay, so is that Keegan going on the field just give some water?
No, that's yes, the little youngster Keegan.
So he didn't bowl. So what, and he's coming in what number? And I'm a firm believer, if you're not bowling, you're going to bat in the team. But you don't carry somebody, put him down there. So we'll see what he's going to do. I hope he doesn't come in number 11 or something like that. But let's see if he can get a shot. But Chris just threw this one in the air, threw it even higher. Batsman head's got to come up and have a go at it.
Yeah, your eyes open up too. His eyes probably opened up twice as wide.
You guys, I just got a text from, let me put it this way, a former boss up at the broadcasting company, and he's quite pleased with the commentary. So
Chief,
anyway, did I call any names?
Does he happen to be a
Oh,
Rotary
fuck
member?
gracious! Listen to him.
I just
What I just finna say.
an ex-boss.
So all I want to say, gentlemen.
The only ex-boss I know is
yeah,
my
okay,
chief.
but anyway.
I call him Chief.
Well, anyway,
He was-
Chief gives his agreement. So we must be doing something right.
Yeah.
Because the chief, he's top class.
Yeah,
And
chief executive officer.
I just got a text. So guys,
He didn't
of
text
course.
me.
No, he also said there's just a few things we need to brush up on. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to blow your heads up. He did say a few
That's
things.
brilliant.
But that's great. That's
Yeah,
great.
that's
You know,
what
it's
we
good
want.
to know that someone of that ilk is certainly, listening and it gives his assent to what we're doing. So I feel very good about that, guys.
And you notice, Alan, when he's talking about his chief, he starts using that vocabulary. That's someone of his ilk. You know what I mean? That's Alan. A boss, whomever you may be. I will tell you, there's no one quite like Alan Ritchie when it comes to commentating.
No. I think you have the best one, Randall. You had cerebral processes. I think that was the absolute best.
I thought you like glistening. The sun's glistening on the ocean.
No, I thought we were going to have a real flowery session. I mean, Butchie so eloquently, spoke about the surroundings and idyllic, I thought I was listening to Plato or Socrates or something.
I must admit, I was really taken aback when I heard something about the artist palette. I said, whoa, we're in for it. Shakespearean day today.
I'm telling you, man. God.
But anyway, we're in a lull right now. The players have just been refreshed. So for those of you who are listening, there's no play going on. But thank you, Alan, for those words of commendation to our team. I want to thank our newcomer, Butchie Bean. I really have enjoyed listening to you and Alan Douglas with your insightful remarks today. And
I've enjoyed being here.
it can only get better, Alan, of course.
I don't know why Randall took it upon himself to say that.
Yeah.
He should leave that to the lead commentator.
Yeah. This is not my first rodeo, right?
I know that. But it's your first time I've
For a long
personally
time.
commentated
Yeah,
with you.
yeah.
I know you felt overwhelmed, because you're around Randall and Alan and I.
Yeah, well,
you felt
when
a bit overwhelmed, but that's okay.
When I heard you guys talking with Ian Rollins on the Inside Sports, I was quite nervous.
And I was nervous this time because, a certain commentator has done this new course.
Yeah.
So I said, I better up my game, Randall. He's done this new commentary course. But then he was growling and groping and whatever in the microphone. I said, what happened there?
All I can say is that I have a meeting with somebody this week because
Isaiah?
there are things that we can certainly improve here.
That's good.
As we have a change in Berlin now, we have the young O'Brien, the coach, Berlin, the young Samuel O'Brien. He's got
Isaiah?
what we have. We have a mid. Is there a mid-on boundary? Because I can't see because of the.
Yes, there's
There's a
yeah,
mid-on boundary in front of the red.
There's a skipper
set
down there.
yeah.
Mid-wicket boundary, backward square, sort of a mid-wicket saving one in Chris Douglas. No slips actually, so is every going to go for the ball. He runs in, goes to gentle mediums. He plays this one back down. Ball just angled in. Looked like he runs in and got to check his front foot to see where it lands. Looked like he comes in and slings it. So let's have a look at him. Runs in, but the same pace as his uncle. But angled in toward the leg side actually. And he drives this one down to mid-on. And they get one run. They just
A good bit of
canter
fielding
down.
there from the skipper. He's run about 20 meters at full speed and to pass the ball
Yeah.
on to another fielder. Some good teamwork there.
Yeah, it was good fielding. I mean, it's good to see late in the afternoon that you still got people running around fielding
Yes.
the ball. I still would have probably considered a slip in because there's no way. It's an uphill challenge for Flats to get these runs. And so I would attack to try to get the wickets as he's looking to build to hurdle. One, two, three, four, five on the offside. And he's looking for some assistance to bowl or something.
I think the music up in the bank
Okay.
they're waiting for. Jeez, this is irritating.
And getting later in the day, and when it looks like a team is out of it, they're going to play more and more music.
Yeah.
Maybe the DJ has had too many libations and doesn't realize that, you know, there's a game going on and he has to
Yeah.
turn it down when the bowlers are bowling.
All right. Comes in again now.
Good ball.
Good Yorker length ball.
He just digs this one out and just pushes it down to mid-on for one. Hurdle moves on to one. And he's actually, young O'Brien is actually in the under-19 squad. He likes golf. Apparently, he plays pretty good golf as well. Pretty good sportsman. He's an under-19 team under Courtney Arnold. Comes in again. He hits this one hard through the cover area, and Bascom parries it down, and Shaq runs in from the cover boundary.
What's this score?
So,
208.
and I was wondering when I'm looking at him bowling, what is this what he wants to do normally? Is this what he normally does? Runs in bowls, do medium pace, and this one goes down to mid-on for one run. Is this what he does normally? Does he run in faster? Does he bowl spin? Or is this his normal?
To be honest with you, this is the very first time I've ever
Right,
seen him
right.
bowl. He reminds me of a lot of those English bowlers
Right.
who just like to bowl, you know,
Right.
use this
And he tucks this
swing.
one around to the leg side, and they go through for one. And the reason why I asked is
What's the
because
score?
let's see, Juice has asked me the score system here, but if you discuss that,
111.
111,
Yeah.
111.
Keep the score going.
So Nelson's up.
Yeah.
Hurdle is on 3.
111, 6 wickets down.
35 more. 35
Chris is still on the ball. He's got what, 1, 2, 3, still out on the onside boundary. Mid-on, wider, saving one. About 18 overs left. And he throws this in the air and is fielded in the short cover area. As Franks cracks this one hard. Throws this one even higher. He hits this one here, goes right out to Carl corner, where Bascom picks it up and throws it in, and it's one more run to the total. One more run to the total. 112, 112, 112 for 6. I can see this one flat, and then one that's high in the air to the batsman to entice him, try to trick him to hit the ball in the air. Hurdle, come back after all these years. Bit flat, turned a bit in the air, dropped short, and Robinson runs in and fields it. And that one turned a bit, pitched further outside off stump, turned a bit, got a bit of purchase from that one. And hence, you know, that's why the batsman was able to hit it in the ear. As Franks backs away. Throws this one flat again, turns a bit, and left alone, outside off stump. Chris Douglas throws it a bit higher, plays it down to Owen, and they run through for 1 run. 1 run, and it's fielded down it by Dean. $114 for 6. Hurdle. About 18 overs left. Possible. Flat. Angled down to backward point, and Mackay fields it. End of the over, score 114 for 6.
I have a question for you, Alan. When the Bermuda team, I believe they leave right after the cup match, will they be away during the second Eastern County?
Yeah, they'll be away. Yeah.
Okay.
I talked to a person, and I said he was going on the trip, and I said, you know, basically I need to do a job, so forth, so forth. They said, well, this Connie Cup. I said, and they said, well, some of the guys are concerned because it's Connie Cup, and I said, and I'm a firm believer. I love Connie Cup, trust me, but your country needs to get out there and play. All right, represent your country. It's a great opportunity to grow and learn the art and enjoy cricket, you know. And you meet friends. You meet friends all around the world. As young O'Brien comes in, right arm over, and handsomely driven straight down the ground. They go through for 1, right to mid on, and they only get 1 run. Frank's sitting up there as if it's a baseballer, looking to hit a home run or something.
Frank's moved on to 11.
This one's down the leg side, wraps him on the pad, there's no appeal. This one sort of skeeted on a bit faster, actually. And Hurdle looked to almost hit that square. It's number 17, Samuel, comes in. Bit full, over pitch, driven through the cover area. They run through wide, middle, off, and they run through for 2 runs as Chris Douglas goes in, intercepts, picks up, and throws the ball down to the keeper. Really good fielding and good thinking. He's looking to create some excitement or something on the field. The score, 117. 117 for 6. Chasing 282. Short of length, outside off stump, goes at it, misses, keeper collects. Two balls to the over. Comes in. Ball stayed a bit low. So you have to watch what it's doing because the ball is doing a bit of something. It's got 1 more left to the over. Would the batsman look to try to score, push it on, or just hang around again? This comes in. Full toss, and he just plays this one down to mid on. But he's not giving up boundaries. He's building actually to his field, which is not bad. Next year, these guys go on for the under 19. So the score, 118.
Franks is on 11 and Kevin Hurdle is on 7.
Eastern Counties, 118th year. Chris Douglas will continue to bowl at the Lord's end. Bowling his gentle off spin, some flat, some turning, a lot of air as he comes in to Hurdle. Throws this one up, outside off stump, hits it right down to mid off, 1 bounce, fields for 1 run. I can imagine him Trying to even throw this one even higher, Wendell. Flat one, cuts it. Can he get through? He gets through. Fielders running. They run 1. And comfortable 2. As the ball's relayed back, thrown back in to the bowler's end. Chris Douglas. Berlin off spin. Score 121 for 6. Goes this one a bit flatter. It's pushed in the air. He's running back, trying to get it. No, it drops right in front of mid-on, actually, who came in from the boundary. Frank's either going to hit it or not. Pops this one in the air, and he gets away with this one, but goes through for 1. The score 122 for 6.
I'm impressed with how true the wicket has played throughout the day.
As Chris comes in. This one a bit flat still, and he just nudges this one back with a point. Mackay Simmons feels it, and no run. As Douglas just moving the player just backward of square about a yard. And it reminds me of Robert Hines would do that. He'd move a guy 1 foot. Throws this one in the air for him. Hits it in the air. He's running back. Can the youth guy get it? He drops it. Unfortunately, the youngster dropped the ball. Robinson. He had to run back. Give him credit. He had to run back. And he had to take a pretty high one. And he fumbled it. And Hurdle gets away with this one. So there have been 2 chances in this over. 2 chances in this over. 1 basically going a begging. But as long as you play this game, you will drop a catch. Throws this one wide outside off stump, and it should be called wide. Exactly. Wide ball. Douglas. Close to the stumps. Hits this one through wide-ish Carl corner, and Bascom slides with his feet, and it goes through for 4 runs.
It was an excellent effort by Bascom to prevent the 4. He slid into the ball. The ball's ricocheted off his foot and going on another angle into the boundary.
Right. So if you slide with your feet, you're actually going to push the ball somewhere.
Yes.
You're not going to get with your hands.
What I was concerned about is if his spikes jammed into the ground, if he could have done himself some damage, some injury.
Yeah.
But he got away with it.
Right.
That was a midfield and sliding tackle.
I'm looking at how much work Justin Pitch is putting in as skipper.
Yeah.
He's fielding down on the boundary, then is at mid-wicket, and he's built a lengthy spell. I can only imagine what condition these guys may be in for tomorrow's match.
And who are they playing tomorrow?
And the same wicket?
Probably, because you look at the other pitches, doesn't look like there's another one they'll be playing on.
Right. As O'Brien comes in, this one's hit to mid-wicket, and they go through for 1. Score moves on to
127? 129, yes.
Pitch stop, driven down the offside, and young fielder picks up for 1. That fielder's name, Rundle?
I'm not sure. I've never seen him before,
It's
but
the
if you're
reserve.
looking at St. David's,
Ion Smith. Hurdle. He's wrapped on the pad. Should be given. Yes, he's out. Wrapped on the pad. This ball was darted right in. There's no doubt about that one. The only thing escaped me if he got a piece to it, but it was right inside there.
The umpire said
it's called dead ball all of a sudden.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Umpire signaled dead ball. I'm trying to figure this one out.
So am I.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What would make him call dead ball?
There's no field restrictions, so like wasn't 3 behind square, so couldn't call something like that.
But Justin appears to be happy with it. The skipper asked the umpire, and then he walked back and said, okay. And you notice that they've put on an extra reserve that isn't on the team sheet. But nonetheless.
Gonna look through the rules of Eastern County as O'Brien comes in again. This one hits high, handsome.
Oh, this
should be out. It's in the air. He's under it and he drops it. He was under it and drops it. The two reserves have, unfortunately, dropped the catch.
He ran a long way to get under it and just didn't stop and steady himself.
Jaya Steele.
Yeah,
exactly.
Just ran 15, 20 meters to the ball.
Well, when he
got to it and didn't steady himself, did he?
As O'Brien comes in again, this one pitched up, hit again, and the deal runs around this time, feels it, collects, and throws in. Ian Smith. As I said, you will drop them if you're playing. He sort of didn't settle. The art is you got to get to it fast, and settle and settle.
You're right.
He was still moving and jumping in the air. Recipe for disaster. As O'Brien comes in, this was just driven down to mid-off, and Smith fields this one. Jaya's Deal fields this one.
133. Just give us the scores, man.
So that's a new fielder. That's not on our score sheet. Okay. Ball down the leg side, it turns it. They go through for one. They should get two. As the young reserve picks up the ball, and there's two more runs to the total. The total moves on to 135. 135. What? So, batsmen are having a powwow. The two older ones, I don't know if they're going to be running up and down. Okay. So Randall can't find out what was going on with the no ball. So we keep looking for that answer for everybody. There's a lot of arms moving. And looks like Mackay Simmons has just taken off his hat. Will he be Berlin? Chris Douglas is actually set in the field.
What was said, Alan, is that the fielding team captain acknowledged that, yes, if the umpire made a mistake and wanted to change his mind, he could say not out after he gave him out, realizing it shouldn't have been out. So because Justin agreed to it, I guess, in a sporting jest, he said, okay, we'll carry on with the game.
Okay.
But that's very unusual, isn't it?
Well, it's...
For umpire to admit that he made a mistake.
For now, the umpire admitted he made a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough.
But you don't normally see that.
Well, how many mistakes the batsmen play out there in a day? You know, 10 wickets going, there's 10 mistakes.
And
there.
we're all human.
Exactly.
DRS.
And we don't have the luxury of all of that.
That's right.
Yeah, DRS in his pocket.
How many catches been dropped? That's a mistake. How many balls going for 4? Mistakes.
How many
so it happens.
wides?
The idea is to create mistakes anyway, so that you can get runs and wickets. So. As Mackay Simmons is looking to set his field, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the onside. 6, 7, 1 comes in and he doesn't release this one. We have a lot of medium pace bowlers in Bermuda.
Yeah.
Medium pace. Comes in, bowls this one straight at the stumps, and it pushes this one down to Shaq, fielding at mid-on, saving 1. And no run scored. No run scored. 135 to score. Short of a length outside off stump, hit hard handsomely, up on the boundary, up on the hill for 6 runs. 6 runs to hurdle. The ball was badly bowled, and we're feeling a little sprinkles here, but it will just cool the earth.
Hurdle has moved on to 18, and Kaiwan Franks has moved on to 22. The score 141 for the loss of 6.
Still an uphill task. There's no such thing as run rate. Rain comes, he pumps in, builds this one. He jabs at this one. Must have got an outside on the edge, goes down past the keeper, and Robinson fields it just in front of the boundary, and they go through for 2. They go through for 2. Saki Robinson. Saki. This one played back down the stump. Nothing ball, nothing shot, no run. Hits this one hard, high, over onto the boundary. A good 70, 75 meters up on the hill. 6 more runs to hurdle. And as we see the cameraman just moving the camera because there's little sprinkles. Another person in front of the sight screen.
Same little girl, she's making her debut.
As the ball is retrieved, thrown back. The score 149. 149 for 6. And Hurdle on 30. Keeps going this rate, Hurdle will get 50. Here, Hurdle will get like 70 runs, keep hitting. This one is short of a length, and he just still tall, stands up, plays it back down the wicket. And Dean Simons runs in from cover, picks up underarms it to the keeper. It's the end of the over. And the score 149. 149 for 6. I want to remind you this, you're listening to the #1 Eastern County station, Power 94.
So the outer statement has come in and been a bit aggressive. He's on 30. Franks is on 22. And Flats Victoria are 149 for 6. 149 for 6 in reply to St. David's 281. Still some way to go as far as runs concerned. And it's going to be Young O'Brien who will continue operating from the southern end. There's a bit of communication going on between the umpire. The two umpires look like they're doing it electronically. They're speaking to each other through microphones. There's some field setting taking place as the game has been halted, and now Young O'Brien is ready. In he comes, and he bowls. This one's a good dart. Pitched about middle and leg at Yorker length, and it's dug out by Franks. And Franks moves his contribution on to 23. It is now 150 for 6. 150 for 6. This brings Hurdle to face O'Brien. He goes away and bowls right arm over to Hurdle. This one's darting down the leg side. A smart bit of glove work there by Brangman down the leg side. He takes the ball clean, stays low and keeps with it. There's no addition to the score. 150 for 6 in reply to 281 as O'Brien, Young O'Brien, Isaiah O'Brien bowls to Hurdle. This one's pitched up and he drives it right into the hands of the cover fielder. Durande Bascom takes a sharp catch. He's hit that with 4 1/4, full-fledged, driven at waist height into the hands of Durande Bascom, and Hurdle is out for 30. 150 for 7. Alan?
Yeah, you know, at this particular time and point in the match, Hurdle has to go. He's the one that, you know, he's either going to win or lose with Hurdle, so he's the one that had to go. And finally, St. David's has held on to a catch because they put down 2.
Yeah.
So their standard has come back up. And Hurdle could be a dangerous man, you know. He can really decorate the board. So certainly the St. David's are glad to see him go.
150 for 7, and that's going to bring to the wicket. Is that Nelson Bascom? So it looks like Bascom will actually join Franks. So Nelson Bascom will come in to join Franks, as Franks is having a bit of fluid. 150 for 7. Bascom is walking in gingerly, taking his time. Gloves in his right hand. Tucks the bat under his arm and now continues to complete dressing himself to bat with his putting his gloves on. Flats Victoria 170 for 7 in reply to the St. David's total of 281. Bascom will be facing the right arm deliveries of young Isaiah O'Brien. He's taking his guard. Looks like he's asked for a leg stump. There's some field setting going on. He's going to continue operating, but I think he's bought a slip in for the new batsman as Douglas moves into slips. He's got a third man. He's got a man at cover point. He's got a cover. He's bringing the field in. He's bringing the deep mid-wicket fielder into a short mid-wicket area, and the two long off and long ons come up. And Brian comes in to Bascom. Bascom stands up on the back foot and plays this one. He looks like he was beaten. The ball stops dead in front of him, and there's no addition to the score. O'Brien back to his mark and turns and bowls. This one's a full toss going down leg side, and luckily he got away with that one, as Bascom did not make clean contact with the ball. It's come off his body or his upper body as he attempted to swat it onto the onside, and there's no run as Brangman fields. O'Brien again, right arm over this one again, darting down towards the leg side, but it's played defensively by Bascom, and that is the end of the over. 150 for 7. 150 for 7. I'm impressed with the professionalism in the field that St. David's are still displaying, you know. They've dropped a couple of catches, and they've just had a really good catch that they've taken. It's a long day. Both teams have been in the sun, have toiled all day, and they're still playing with their gut and entertaining the crowd that is gathered here. It's going to be Simmons who will continue. Bowling from the bank end, the Lord's end. And he's going to be bowling to Franks. Franks forces this one on the onside down to long on. The batsman calls for a comfortable single. And the sun makes its way from the clouds, and it's brightened up quite a bit. Lovely evening here in St. David's, absolutely lovely. 151 for 7. Franks has 24. Bascom is yet to get off the mark. Bascom taking his guard. There's some adjustments to the field, as you would do to a new batsman. You don't need players on the boundary at this point. Simmons comes in, tosses one up full. Bascom forces it down onto the onside, down to mid-on, where it's thrown in. The keeper doesn't retrieve it cleanly, and this is a chance of a run-out, but a bit of circus fielding there. That they made two. There was a missed fielding by the wicketkeeper, but the skipper came and cleaned it up. 153 now. Bascom is off the mark with 2. Simmons floats one up. Bascom hits at it. This one passes into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. He tries to play a shot, but is unable to make contact. In comes Simmons again. This time Bascom is backing back and playing that one on into the hands of, or along the ground, into the hands of skipper pitcher, who fields, and there's no addition to the score. Simmons again. This one's down the leg side. But he doesn't make contact. The ball does wrap him about his body or on his pads, and there's no addition to the score. Simmons again to Bascom. This one's floated up, a bit straighter this time. Bascom stands up, plays a defensive shot, and there's no addition to the score. That is the end of the over. The total is now 153 for 7. Bascom is still there. He is on 2. And Franks has 24. And young George O'Brien will continue to bowl. And this time he's going to bowl to Franks. Field is opening up a bit for Franks as he's betted himself in. And he's betting himself in really well. O'Brien comes in again. This one, he's pulling from outside of off down to long on. Skipper pitcher comes in to do the fielding. The batsman jogged through for a very comfortable single. 154 now for 7. Franks has 25. 154 for 7. Incidentally, we are in the 43rd over. And this one is driven right back to the bowler. It was an opportunity. He could not react fast enough. And he did not hold on to the catch. The balls ricocheted off the bowler O'Brien's hands and going over to the cover where Drew Ronde Bascom cleans up. No addition to the score, 154 for 7. This will bring up the new batsman. And this time Bascom is cutting, does not make contact. Wicketkeeper collects cleanly, and there's no addition to the score. O'Brien is now back to his mark. He turns and away he goes from our sports microphone. This time Bascom gets himself room and forces the ball on the offside, and the batsman calls for a single. Bascom moves his personal contribution on to 3. It is now 155 now for the loss of 7 wickets in reply to St. David's total of 281. The field makes adjustments, and in comes O'Brien. Right arm over, and he's taking a shot at this one. He's driven it right past the outstretched arm of the bowler. It's ricocheted off his hands. He couldn't hold on to that. And the ball's going all the way down to long on, and the fielder comes down to make the field, and the batsman cross for 2. 27 now. 27 now for Franks. 157 for 7. This one's driven smartly all the way along the ground, past the bowler. 2 fielders, splits the mid-off and the mid-on, and the ball smashes into the side screen. There's another 4 runs for Franks, and he moves on to 31. It's now 159. 159 for 7.
No,
as we are greeted by
161.
161. As we are greeted by refreshing raindrops. That is the end of the over. Pose at 161 for 7. We would like to remind you that this is your number 1 Eastern County station, Power 95.
I wonder if they can bring the covers out.
And we do now appear to have some rain that's falling. And Wendell had asked whether or not they will be bringing the covers out. The umpires and the players, they don't look as if they're making any attempt to come off the field. So it'll be interesting to find out what will happen. I think it's just going to be a light shower. You do see a lot of blue. There's one gray cloud that's hovering over us, but then that cloud should go through. So I guess the umpires are under the same opinion. Here the score is 161 for the loss of 7, as now we've brought back CJ Audibly into the attack. He will be bowling to Nelson. In he comes. And that's he's clean ball, first ball. Nelson backing away, looking to heist the ball over towards mid-off or mid-on. Doesn't make contact, and first ball up, he's clean ball. So Nelson Bascom was bowled by Otterbridge for 3, and certainly this must be the writing on the wall for Flats Victoria Recreation Club. 161 for the loss of 8 wickets. 161 for the loss of 8 wickets. Nelson Bascom being bowled by Outerbridge for 3. And we have the lone soldier there soldiering on. Kaiwan Franks not out on 31. Kaiwan Franks batting with a lot of authority. And the rain appears to be coming down a bit harder. So I'm almost certain the umpire, but then the umpires are looking out to the west and they see bright sunny sunshine, but it's coming down here a little heavier, Wendell.
Alan, I was sitting here as that game got into a lull there, wondering why is St. David's not bringing back on CJ Pitcher, because I just wrote down they've got Dakota Bascom and Keegan Jones, the youngster left. They could actually wrap this game up with CJ build really well up there. I know Alan Douglas and I were talking about his consistent building, just overall stump. I saw Butchie, you nodding to where he nearly clean bowled that guy, and to just take so long to make a building change made me wonder why St. David's were taking so long. But anyway, it'll be interesting to see if they can wrap up this tail end with only 2 wickets needed.
That's a very good point, actually. But they seem, I guess also, I think St. David's kind of feel they have the match, so they've given him an extended run onto the field as CJ comes in again, bowling to, I think this is young Jones, Keegan Jones, the Colt. The ball going down the leg side, and again the wicketkeeper making a complete hash. Although he's stopping the ball, he's not catching it at all. I'm sure Dougie is squirming in his chair here. And he comes again, right on this time the ball outside the off stump, going through to the wicketkeeper, who collects cleanly this time.
He must have heard you. Commentator's curse. One of the brightest spots of my career. I'm going to tell you about it after.
Okay. As he comes in again, right arm over the left arm over the wicket, sorry.
Oh, look at that.
And that time the wicketkeeper diving to his left, the ball going down the leg side, and diving across and collecting cleanly. You were saying, Butch?
One of the brightest things ever in my career was between this young wicketkeeper, who is not young anymore, and Quayne Tucker.
Okay, we'll get to that and then comes CJ, left arm over the wicket, and young Jones is equal to the task, coming across, moving across, and pushing the ball out towards the offside, where it's fielded by Simmons. I don't think if the rain keeps like this, they may not stay on much longer, but it'll be interesting to see. I see the umpires looking to the sky. We're getting wet here, but nevertheless, we must soldier on because the players are still on the field. And then comes CJ, left arm around the wicket, and Jones is just guiding and steering the ball down towards third man, where they go through for a comfortable single. So Jones has opened his account with a single. The score is 162 for the loss of 8 wickets. And we're trying to get some covering so that the electrical stuff here, the technician has come up, and the players are gathering in the middle. They're probably wondering why they haven't come off as well. Surely the umpires are not going to keep them on in this weather.
As I was saying earlier, one of the brightest spots of my career, just finished a hard game at Southampton Oval, and I came upstairs walking home across the parking lot. There was Ricardo Brangman and Quayne Tucker fighting to play wicketkeeper as the youngsters were playing in the parking lot. And they was like, I'm Butcher B, I'm Butcher B. So I put my brown paper bag down and I said, I'm Butcher B. And they actually let me play wicketkeeper. I'll never forget that. Never. And then a commercial came out talking about I'm Tiger Woods. They got it from I'm Butcher B.
As young O'Brien will be continuing to bowl from the club end, he will be bowling to the young Colt, Keegan Jones, and he comes, and he pitched well up, and Keegan coming forward, punching it through the offside where Durande Bascom does the fielding. 162 for the loss of 8, and the rain is coming down now. And he comes, right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump, and Jones looking to steer him down towards the slip cord, and doesn't make contact, goes through to the wicketkeeper who is up behind the stumps. And now we see young O'Brien going back to his mark, trying to get to these overs very quickly. And again, he's pushed the ball down the leg side. The wicketkeeper shuffling across, doesn't make contact cleanly, but he prevents it from going any further or by runs, which would add to the score. That score being 162 for the loss of 8 wickets here at Lords and St. David's. Flats chasing 282 to outright win the match. And he comes, right arm over the wicket. And this time, the nice classic looking stroke by the young man. Good timing. And then equally as impressive, we see the fielder rushing out towards the, and there's an overthrow that may, a lot has happened in that. Young Keegan pushing the ball through the cover region. The young man rushing to the boundary, sliding, picking up, throwing, overthrow, but Justin Pitcher was there to clean up the mess, and that's a single, or there's 2 to young Logan. Jones, young Jones, 2 to Jones. as O'Brien now comes in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and that ball pitched well up, and Jones carefully watching it and playing it back down to the wicket where young Isaiah O'Brien does the fielding to his own bowling. Back to his mark, getting through these overs rather quickly, and he comes. And this time the ball going down the leg side, the wicketkeeper trying to make a stumping on the leg side, doesn't collect cleanly. But that's the end of the over, and I'm thinking now, surely, I see the umpire signaling to the groundsman. The groundsman is as if to say, you know, call he's cutting his throat, as if to say that's it. I don't know if they're going to bring out the rollers. I'm sorry, the covers. The umpires had called for the covers, but it doesn't seem as if there's going to be that. In fact, now the umpires are getting together. So this was going to be interesting to see exactly what transpires from this.
It's about 30 minutes left for play, isn't it? About 30 minutes.
Yes, yes.
By right, we should have the rollers, not the rollers, but the cover ready. It should be ready. Should have enough staffing for that as well. These are things that we need to just also look to improve. Pretty sure they're there.
I think
you need a staffing for that as well.
I think the umpires were hoping that the rain would subside, and that, because you know in England often they'd play in weather like this. But
this is a bright sunny day in England. I played last year when I was playing a second team in a village cricket, and we played in so much rain. I had to buy a rain jacket to actually field out in.
Well, it looks as if the match is going to go on as planned. The umpires, they know that they're not going to get the covers, and as Dougie alluded to, we've got about another 25 minutes, possibly 20-25 minutes. So CJ will be bowling to Franks, and of course the ball will get wet, so it'll be interesting to see what transpires. In he comes, and the ball down the leg side, and I don't want to mention that the wicketkeeper didn't collect cleanly, but he didn't collect cleanly. He runs to the left, but the good thing, he prevents it from going for any buys. Ricardo has not had one of his better matches today, but nevertheless those days occur. Audibly is back to his mark, 162 for the loss of 8. In he comes, left arm over the wicket, and Franks is punching the ball to the mid-wicket boundary where Durande Bascom is running quickly, collects, throws in, not before Franks goes to 2. Franks takes his personal total on to 33. The score is 165 for the loss of 8. 165 for the loss of 8. And Young Jones is on 2. Keegan Jones is on 2. And we see CJ trying to drive the ball. And in he comes, but I don't think Franks was quite ready. So CJ is now aborts his run up. He's going back. CJ's bowling over the wicket. He's bowling from the club end, from the Lord's end. And in he comes. Left arm over the wicket. They're both timed. The full pitch. As we say, a full toss outside the off stump. The wicketkeeper had to dive down to his right because the ball dropped. He did take the pace off, not before they went through for a bye. So that is 166 for the loss of 8 wickets. 67, 167 for the loss of 8. 167 for the loss of 8. Franks is not out on 33, and Young Jones not out on 2. And he comes, left arm over the wicket, and again the ball outside the off stump. A full toss actually. The ball would appear to be slipping out of his grasp. I don't think he can get a good hold of the ball. The ball must be pretty drenched right now. The rain is coming down pretty steadily, and then he comes again. And this time outside the off stump, and Young Jones goes for a drive, gets the outside edge, goes down to deep third man where he goes through for 2. So Young Jones is taking his personal total on to 4. And 169, and surely the rain is really coming down now. We're getting wet, and that certainly is the umpires have called, possibly called time. I don't see them going back out, but when we look out to our west, we do see clear skies. Out to the north, I would imagine that cloud is just hovering above us, and there isn't much breeze to actually blow that cloud across. So I don't know how long it's going to be here for, but we will have a low in play. one can say that it hasn't been all St. David's, although the score may indicate that St. David's has really held the upper hands, but now the rain is really coming down appreciatively. I'm glad we've got some covering. What do you think, Wendell?
Alan, Richardson, Dougie and I was sitting here really pleased, both of us, at the manner in which the young Jones was running his doubles. Keegan twice had balls that went out to the boundary but didn't go for four, but he sprinted on both occasions. And I noticed, Alan, how when you first came back from Australia, you were talking about how guys lean into the turn and sprint back.
Go in low, come out low.
Yeah, and he was doing it so beautifully. And it's amazing how you could see a youngster doing so well.
Well, one of the things you notice about him, that talking to him, that 6:30 every morning while he's in school, he gets up to go cricket training. 6:30. So that shows a lot about him, and we talked about him betting, and I'm impressed with what I see so far, and it looks like we may have a batsman for the future. One of the good things about commentating is that we get to see what the potential can be from a commentator's position.
You know, Dougie, you brought up something very important, and it's made me think as well, because particularly after this last episode of our national team going away, and a lot of the players are over in England. Mm-hmm. So I was saying to myself, they were getting some good training. They're in shape, they're fit, they're ready. And I don't know what the reports look like from the coach, but we're just wondering. I'm beginning to wonder now. What sort of training are they getting over there?
Well, players from Bermuda have asked them the same question, right? And let's be real with this. A lot of them feel.
I mean, before you go on, that's not. I don't want to put any dispersions on the players. But I thought we would have probably made a better account. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
And I did expect that. What I'm looking to do, and that's why we're glad we got an Indian coach here. All right. Every one of these guys talk about trigger movements, and I keep talking about trigger this and trigger that. And then talking to the Indian coach and talking about what's a trigger, what's just an impulse.
Explain trigger movement to those persons listening that maybe don't know.
And what it is that they're doing these movements to basically put themselves in a position, walking across the off stump, opening up the front foot, pressing forward. All of that's fine and dandy.
While I'm thinking of it, Noel Gibbons was one that really had a trigger movement. Remember, he used to walk across, take a step across with his left foot.
Yeah,
similar.
But look at the very best players. And I challenge, as I'm throwing this challenge out there, go look at the Kohlis and the rest of these guys. How much triggering are they doing? and so we're getting caught up now. This youngster, I was eager to look at him today because he said he's got a trigger that moves from leg stump to center stump and presses forward with his front foot opening up. Fine. End of the day, don't make that too complicated. End of the day, you want to be still when the ball's coming. I think they're triggering so much that they're moving when the ball's coming and you're throwing everything off. The jury's still out on that with me. If it works, it works. The English thing is good, but I'm going to show you this for England. The best players in England, you got Stokes. He's not from England. The coach, he's not from England. So what are we about, And England right now are even looking at their system and how good that is, and are they producing enough Joe Roots? And they're not. So it's good to go there. There's lessons to be learned everywhere. Just understand that if somebody gives you a fish, take out the meat and throw out the bones.
And what I gather you're saying about that is, and I tell players when someone's coaching you, take out what you feel is going to help you. But when I first went to England, I found that the coaches were very robotic. And by that I meant, when I first went to watch matches in ICC, every single batsman had this way of back lifting straight, eyes erect, shoulders, and they were like clones. And what I hear you say is, you've got the Joe Roots now, who I watch, who's playing off of center and leg through mid-on, mid-wicket, scoring rapidly. Bairstow, who's pounding sixes with the man on the boundary. And don't tamper with some people's uniqueness if it's helping them to be effective. And you have to wonder, are some coaches trying to make players clones, irrespective of how tall they are, how short they are, their body build, etc.
At the end of the day, if you're making runs, then go make the runs. If you're not making runs, you need to check yourself.
You see Steve Smith, how he has a tendency to leave the ball and has this.
But not everybody could be a Steve Smith.
Yeah.
You know?
You know, another aspect of our game that I really gave some thought, and I'll go back, Dougie, I'm glad you and I started together. If we look at our cup match career, the first year we played, we had senior players. I don't see many senior players. Like, for instance, this team out here, St. David. Let's take St. David for an example. Who are your senior players? George O'Brien. Justin Pitcher. We remember OJ. Now, remember our senior players when we met? Neville Darrow. Alden Rayner. Lloyd James. Lionel Thomas. You know, so it's not, Neville Darrow was our skipper. So today there isn't any senior players. Now, if you go to Rangers, okay, you've got Gennaro. You got Gennaro and Stavo. Up at Willicotts, you have Baston. But if you look at a lot of teams that are playing today, if you're looking for guidance from senior players, the senior players.
You said the word there, Alan Richardson, guidance.
Yeah.
We have, I'm not going to call this team.
Right.
My favorite team in the world. We got senior players. But you're senior in age.
Yes.
But you're not giving the guidance. And yet I have younger guys giving better guidance. We need to be good stewards of this game. We need to be guiding people along. Right? And that's why Randall and I, you were saying earlier, you know, I don't know how you and Randall coach. No, Randall and I don't coach no big teams, you know.
Right.
We take 1 and 2 people here and there. We'll work with them. We'll videotape them. We'll do whatever. Right? That's what we will do. But our older players, and I'm not calling them senior, our older players giving the correct guidance. And I challenge them today with that.
But you know what? Another thing, Alan, is I can remember a number of the senior players giving me pointers. Lloyd James once took me aside and said, Wendell, if you want to play on the leg side more, open your stance a little bit towards cover, and you'll see the ball in your pads better and play down the leg. But you have to wonder, are younger players sometimes listening? Because one of the things I had to tell somebody the other day, I said, be careful about bigging up. And let me just say, swelling up someone's head, a youngster who's only 15 to 16 and 10, he looks like a superstar already. Because then when they're 17, 18, you can't tell them anything or help them with their game. And we've all, I'm sure, coached people youngsters who figured, I know it all already, and they're still waiting to make their first 50 in cup match, but yet they don't want to listen to you. And I know
leave.
You know, something that I marveled at recently, Rangers were playing St. David's, and young Mills Smith, Nairobi, who was just nursing a bit of an injury. And we were sitting there, and I was talking to him. He's talking about finger position on the ball and how he blows his finger, and had a good conversation with him. And he looked at me and he said, you think I could ask George O'Brien something? I said, man, go over there. He'll be so happy to talk to you. Right. And I sat back and I marveled how George was showing him about the wrist position and how he holds his fingers and how he should do it. And I marveled at that, and the maturity that George showed there. I'm going to be honest with you, it brought a tear to my heart to see that.
But the older players like the Alden Rayners, Lionel Thomas, they'll be glad to share something else. Alden Rayner taught me about using your platform and your position to help your life, as far as getting a mortgage at the bank and things like that. Dennis Wainwright talked about your attire and looking the part, and the difference between a cricketer and a cricket player, someone who is respectful and doesn't argue with umpires, because I found that I haven't seen many umpires, very rarely. Today is probably the first time where an umpire is going to change his decision, but you get so much dissent and vehement reaction by the younger players. And I'm not saying that to put them down, but I'm saying it to say that it doesn't help you to bicker with umpires and to chastise them, because like you said, they're human. And look at the number of mistakes we make on the field, but yet an umpire makes 1 or 2 mistakes, and the players want to really have a go at it.
Now, I just want to remind the listening public, the listening audience, that at present it's raining here in St. David's. Light rain. It looks as if it's clearing up a bit. So we've taken this opportunity because we have such a wealth of knowledge, and we have such a wealth of knowledge and experience in our commentary team, it gives us an opportunity to get some things off our chest, to hopefully inspire someone, and just to share what we've been through. And we take this opportunity to do that. So that's what we're doing
I
at present.
got a question for Alan, maybe at the board level. What is being done with discipline in cricket? Because I watch games and it seems like every other over, every 3 or 4 balls, players are arguing with the umpires, or they're fighting with each other.
But before you even go further with this, I'm gonna give it to you. What are you doing at your club?
What I'm doing at my
What
club.
are you doing at your club? Don't come
I
to
talk.
the board.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you that
this is great
because
discussion.
the reason why I'm asking that is because I always see umpires take out their booklets and writing stuff, but you never hear anything else about it. And I'm only talking about the games I've seen since I've been here, since March, right? So what I do at my club is I talk to the younger players. I talk to them. I let them know what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing. I'm not directly involved with my club.
What I'm encouraging you to think about, we put a lot of emphasis on the board. The board's made up of the clubs. Okay?
Yeah, so when I'm talking about the board, I'm talking about the board and the disciplinary action.
I can tell you.
I'm not just talking about the president and
No,
the
no, I
vice
know.
president,
I'm fine.
secretary. I'm talking about the board.
There's a disciplinary committee.
That's what I'm
They
asking.
have all of that in place, but the reports have to come through to them.
Yeah, because
All
I
right?
see nothing. I see nothing. I saw a player walk off the field last week or week before last, and he came back out and batted and is playing again, and nothing's been said
But
and nothing's been done.
would that be a board issue or would that be a club issue?
I think the board should have some type of policies or whatnot that are being enforced, and they should be telling the umpires this should be happening, because it all has to come from the top. If the top is lackadaisical and they're observing stuff and not doing anything about it, it's just going to just continue and continue.
I could peacefully disagree in the fact that we as clubs, and I'm involved in it deeply at my club and seeing things, and I see it. Back when I played, it is no way I'm going to act up on the field before Mike McGowan, and even Robert Simons would have dealt with me. And I've seen it happen where they deal with people at club level. You know what the board says? Don't worry about it. The club dealt with it. Okay? And so we have to make our clubs pay attention. Our clubs wouldn't do it, and I'll tell you why our clubs wouldn't do it. Okay? Because clubs aren't going to do it because they want their favorite son to play. He's the better player. They're going to have him play. I've seen it at all these clubs.
Yeah.
You know? When are we going to have some stand up and say no at the club level? Because if we deal with it at the club level, we'll never go to the board.
And let me take this opportunity to remind our esteemed commentators that when we're speaking to an audience, not necessarily just us two. All of a sudden, we have an audience that's listening to us. So we're speaking to the audience. And we're not down at the club by ourselves, sitting off.
I'm very passionate with what I say. I will express it. I will express it through commentary because that's what we do. We paint the picture, and the public will. Everybody will call in and say, "Mr. Douglas, you're right. We have to emphasize the clubs." Because that's where everything comes from.
Absolutely.
And we must deal with it there first.
Yes.
And if they see us deal with it up front, let me tell you something. I had a police officer come to me one time. He said, "Listen, Dougie, can you have this guy play all season, but I wouldn't play cricket in the winter." I said, "Why?" Because he wouldn't get in trouble. We have to take responsibility at our clubs and not just let things go. I see players walk off the field on St. George's.
Yes, I was there.
What's going to happen?
And let me tell you
I'm pretty
this.
sure. I'm just going to deal with it.
Let me tell you this. I'll answer that for you. It's been dealt with already.
And that's great. That's
And
what
guess
you're
what?
supposed to do.
And guess what? It's an internal matter, but it's been dealt with.
Thank you.
And guess what? I called your brother at the board and said, you don't need to deal with it. We've dealt with it.
Exactly.
But to be honest with you, this isn't the forum with which I should be even revealing club business.
Absolutely,
but if you're going to say somebody walked off at St. George's, I might as well let you know it's already been dealt with. It was dealt with. But you're right. Some clubs do nothing about it. And then, but you're right. You see the person. I remember seeing a player walk off in a big game down here. He got out the first over or so, came up to Somerset and watched us play, and then the next week his coach picked him to play. He left his team short, right?
Down here.
Right, and it was not any of the teams from the Eastern region, but the captain wanted him to play because he was an international player, and one of the key players in his team, and he picked him the very next week. And I said, that's telling the player that that we need you so bad you can do whatever you want.
That's
You're
it.
absolutely
Well,
right.
guys, I think, I'm not sure, but I think that's the end of play for today.
Which is a pity.
Yeah, I think that's the end of play, and as much as I would like to continue, I think if this is a good opportunity to end a short day, particularly for Ulster Chapman, he's been down here since he's probably left here from Somerset at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he's been extremely busy. So if we can give him an early day, what I would like to do is to go to commercial, and then we can get a roundup. Randall, you can do the St. David's roundup, and Dougie, you can do the flats. And Butchie, you can do some remarks, and then I'll do the closing. So we'll take a few minutes just to break for commercial, and then we will come back after the commercial, and then or if we're ready, Randall, if we can go through, then I think we can go ahead and sum up the day's play, Randall.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm going to go with the St. David's innings. St. David's won the toss, elected to bat. They started with Chris Douglas and Dean Simons. Dean Simons was the first one to go on 27. He was bowled by Kevin Hurdle. I'm going down the lineup. Chris Douglas opened with him and scored a beautiful 95 before he was caught on the boundary, attempting to hit a 6. Ojo Pitcher batted at number 3. He was bowled after scoring 108, and he was involved with a huge partnership where they took the score, he and Douglas, from 27 for 1 to 182 actually. We had Jawande Bascom, who the Colty was bowled by Hurdle for 3, and then we had Ricardo Brangman, who was caught at point by Asia off the bowling of Smith, Regino Smith, for 10. Mackay Simmons caught wicketkeeper bowled and Bascom, Nakota Bascom, for 20. Justin Pitcher was not out for 15. Isaiah O'Brien was caught Smith, bowled Bascom for 1. George O'Brien was caught Bascom, bowled Hurdle for 0. And Seth Campbell was not out for 1. There was a declaration on 281. So the fall of wickets was 1 for 27, 2 for 182, 3 for 195, 4 for 228, 5 for 261, 6 for 266, 7 for 268, and then after the wicket fell at 277, St. David's actually completed their innings because of the number of overs that they bowled in totality, and they finally were completed their innings at 281 for 7. In the bowling analysis, Nelson Bascom bowled 11 overs, 3 for 40. Regino Smith, 16 overs, he was 1 for 61. Kevin Hurdle bowled a lengthy 17 overs, 2 for 69. Kaiwan Frank, 7 overs, none for 19, bowled quite economically. Nakota Bascom bowled 6 overs, none for 36. Logan Jones had 1 over, he went for 19. And the final bowler was Carey. Dejan Carey, he bowled 5 overs, 1 for 20. And so that's the summation of the St. David's innings. I'm going to turn it over to Dougie to give you the Flats Victoria innings.
Yeah, basically Flats went about it, actually trying to get a good start and do things. Carey, the captain, ended up with a 40. Robinson, the vice captain, 35. Franks with 38, and Hurdle with 25. We had a good little glimpse of possible a future good player in young Jones Keegan Jones coming in at the end. So basically, Flats just didn't muster up enough runs, and so they didn't score enough. They ended up, their total actually ended up was 171. 171 for 8. Looking down the gun barrel, another 20 minutes would have been tough for them. But on the whole, they still could be proud of themselves, and nothing to be ashamed of. They did come down here. They did have spurts, as we always say, early in the day. They looked apart. They bowled pretty tight, and then it got away from them, and sort of it lacked planning. And again, it's just a matter of spending more time there, Hurdle with them, and Cofield and the captain, more time in trying to set the field and use the the rules to their advantage. So on the whole, it wasn't a bad day for Flats. They came out as a draw, so they haven't lost. They just haven't got the cup.
Yeah. Butchie, any final words from yourself?
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the match. I thoroughly enjoyed watching OJ pitcher. It's probably the first time I've seen him bat live, and he batted really well. I think Chris Douglas displayed another side of his batting ability, it was enjoyable to see him finally coming to his own and start playing shots. Playing shots was eventually what cut him short of scoring a century. I think that the young Flats boys did well. I think there are lots of young players I've seen today. And as Doug is involved with training the youngest players and Randall yourself, I think the job you're doing with these youngsters, it's nice to see them being able to display their talents. Overall, quite a good day's cricket.
Yeah, I must concur with you as well, but I'll come from a different angle. The match has been covered. Again, I gave kudos to the St. David's executive committee, those that were responsible for the field and the surroundings. The Eastern Counties Association, I certainly give them praise as well for the initiatives they're taking, particularly with the scaffolding up on the bank. This has been an absolute gem of an advertisement for the Eastern Counties today. The crowd was massive from 8:30 this morning. They were coming through the turnstiles practically all the day. And as Dougie said, Flats can hold their heads up. They gave a good account of themselves. St. David's will as well, but I'm thinking St. David's will probably have to show up a couple of their areas because, like you say, the teams will get stronger. Cleveland County, that's a different kettle of fish. 2 weeks after County, and Cleveland has beaten them before. Cleveland has taken the trophy from them, so you cannot rest on your laurels. They've got to improve their team, and then whoever takes on Bayless Bay, that's another kettle of fish as well, because they are licking and chomping at the bit to get down here to try and get their hands on the cup. It's been an absolute gorgeous day. Only here the last half hour the rain had come, but we do see bright sunshine, bright blue skies in certain areas. So it's just one cloud hanging over us, and because of the wind has died down, it's not moving it off us. But overall, it's been an absolute fantastic day. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Alan Douglas, better known affectionately as Dougie. I would like to thank Randall and also Butchie B for coming out, and Janika for doing the scoring. I want to give a special thank you to Earlston Legs Chapman. He is a godsend for us here. I mean, I don't know what the Bermuda Broadcasting Company is going to do whenever he decides to retire. They better start looking now, because they'll never find someone as well prepared and as knowledgeable as him. In fact, you probably had to get about 2 or 3, So it's been absolutely fantastic. As far as the TV is concerned, we didn't have any screen up here. We were really blind to the TVs, but I'm hoping that it added to the overall experience of the persons that are at home. Again, we will probably hear about the goods, the bads, and the uglies as people see us on the street. But nevertheless, we want to thank them. And again, it's been an absolute fantastic day here at St. David's. And in fact, even though the match is quite possibly over, I'm almost certain it is. They'll wait for the little rain to ease up and do the presentation. The vast majority of the persons have really are still here. They're mingling, they're talking, music is playing. And I think this is going to be an opportunity for myself to go down and sample some treats over there by Red Hole. Hopefully someone has some good fish after all day. But again, also to Don Bassett up at the station. Don is a godsend as well. We want to thank him. We didn't get the opportunity, Don, to play that song you had put aside, but we've got 2 more matches, including including Cupman, sorry. So it may come through.
I don't think Don, he remembers what it was. It was that Al Green song, Let's Stay Together. He's forgotten it, see.
But again, and even to the listening public, we want to thank you. And if you do see us along the street, and if there's something that you think we could improve upon, then please. I think we do a fantastic job. For all we do, we just come out
4 times a year. This is the first time we've done it since last year. It's not like we're some professionals at this, but we do our best, and I think we do a fairly good product. So, on behalf of all of us, on behalf of the Power 95, I want to say thank you. Have a safe weekend, and we will see you hopefully within 2 weeks when we head up to Somerset to the cup match. Again, I want to say thank you and have a great day. You've been listening to the very best County Cup station, Power 95. Well done.